Hey guys, this is Jeff Mantas, and I am the founder member of Venom, right? Believe it or not. And I will see you at the Tampa Morgue.
Welcome to hell. I think you'll like it here.
What's up? This is Tony, and you're listening to the Tampa Morgue Season 2, episode number 77. And as always, I'm joined by my co-host from his studio in Tampa Bay, Florida, Mr. Ed Webb. What is up, Mr. Webb?
Mr. Anderson, what's up, brother?
Not much. Doing great, man. Looking forward to this episode. I think it's going to be awesome. Obviously we opened up the show with Venom. We opened up with In League with Satan. That came out on Neat Records in 81. And we are going to be hanging out tonight with Jeff Mantas Dunn. Ed, I mean, what is there to say, right?
Yeah, this has been one that you and I have been waiting for a long time. We did Tony Dolan.
We've even said, right, we're
cool.
not going to.
We did Tony Dolan, but he wasn't an original member of Venom. Like when I say original, I mean the 3 OG, And but this is going to be, yeah, I I have a feeling this is going to be one of those episodes that goes probably a little long, and
Yeah.
there's probably going to be a lot of information.
Yeah. I mean,
Given
I think we've even
he's
said,
got a
me and
long
you
history.
before. Yeah, we've even said before we're going to keep the intro kind of short tonight to the show because, we're going to get Jeff on. But I
Maybe
do
he
want
can
to.
bring King Fowley's record of 5 hours. You think?
I don't know. That was a long show, man. Um,
Yeah, but well
but Ed,
worth
I
it.
do want to mention you went to go see Alice Cooper, man. How was that
I
show?
did. I did. I took my son. He's never seen Alice Cooper. I don't know why my wife didn't want to go, but yeah, no, it was. The seats were great. All praise to the Ruth Eckerd Hall. I mean, they set me up. It was. I don't know where the winner sat because I could tell they were not sitting next to me because those were definitely not morgue people. Um, but we were in the first section, and the state. I mean, you could see everything. It was fantastic. Gilby Clarke was absolutely killing it. I mean, obviously Nina's awesome as well, but um, I saw her before, so seeing Gilby, and then they broke into a little Welcome to the Jungle thing during a guitar solo. So it was really killer. He played 22 songs, and that dude
Nice.
just does not. There's no breaks aside from a drum solo and a guitar solo. That dude is back to back to back. I mean, he's in the stage show, as you obviously know from the 20 million times you've seen him. It's just phenomenal. I got some video. We'll put it up on the Morgue channel so people can check it out. But yeah, it was, and even my son, because he's been the Slipknot with you and your nephew Joey when we went. He's been the Slayer. He saw Slayer's last show or last tour. He's been to countless death metal shows. Pantera. He saw the when Pantera rolled through, and he literally said this is probably the best show he's ever seen. And this is coming from somebody who really doesn't know Alice Cooper songs. When he heard some of them, he was like, "Oh, I kind of recognize that one." But that just shows you that if somebody can play and it still captivates you, then it's real. That to me, like music. I've said it. My wife took me to go see. We went to see Willie Nelson, and these guys, the Avett Brothers, opened up, and I was like, "Oh, what is this crap?" But these guys remind me of the old harmony singers of the old days, like the Bee Gees. They do it a more country kind of style, but they're great musicians, and they all play different instruments, and it just, for somebody who had no idea what I was listening to, when they came back around and they were doing their own solo thing like Alice did, I bought my wife tickets and we went. And we're seeing Willie Nelson this week. So again, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter what the genre is. If it captivates you, then they're doing their job.
And Cooper's always great, man. I've seen him, obviously, like you said, a shitload of times.
No
Yeah, I
opener
mean,
was great too. You know what I mean? That just
yeah.
makes it, to me, not that I don't appreciate opening bands, but here you're looking at Alice Cooper, and I would rather see him play 20 something songs and be fulfilled.
I've never seen
'Cause
him bad either, man. Of all the time, I've seen him a shitload of times. I've never seen Cooper bad.
I
Great
have to
band
say,
always.
77 years old, because we saw Lemmy 3 weeks before he died
Yeah.
in Orlando, and we both knew. We said it that night. You bought a drum head because you were like, "Man, I don't know about this," and you went and bought a signed drum
Yeah, it
head.
was signed by all of Motorhead. That's actually in my office here. It actually right a couple
And
feet away
it's
from
just
me.
crazy because we knew, because
Yeah.
remember, we were teetering on going, and we knew he was having health issues, and we both said, "Man, this may be the last time we ever see Lemmy," and we were right. So I'm glad we
And I was
went.
fortunate too. I saw Motorhead a decent amount of times, and I have to say, man, another band, right? That just it's just fucking killer bands, man. I mean,
Even barely able to stand on stage and hold that 400-pound Rickenbacker bass, he fucking just crushed.
yeah.
I mean, he crushed 3 weeks before he died, and he's up there just absolutely a legend. Alice Cooper's a legend, and again, in very short time here, we're going to have a legend on. So this has been a great weekend, man.
Yeah, like we said, we're gonna kind of keep it short with the intro here. We usually we do a bunch of stuff. I will before we get Jeff on, I'll do a couple releases that people sent in or I had sent to me. But yeah, man, Jeff, obviously all the Venom records he was on. I mean, Venom Inc. I thought him and Tony did a great job in Venom Inc. He did the Mantas, he did the Winds of Change in '88. Then he did the Zero Tolerance album in 2004, and he just put out the new single, which we will play tonight at the end of the show.
I didn't think it was that bad. I watched the
his latest
video.
single, yeah, "Losing My Faith." Came out I think it was a couple weeks
2
ago.
weeks
Only it was
ago.
probably
Yeah.
2 weeks ago. Um, he did Empire of Evil. Just I mean, like I
I mean, and the
said,
guy's still doing it after 2 heart attacks. You know what I mean? That's, I don't know.
I'm looking forward to
I
talk to him, man. He
I
was
gotta
really
be honest
easy.
with you. I think if I had one heart attack, I think I'm cutting it out. I think I'm toast. I'm done. You know what I mean?
No, I mean,
Because
it's so exciting to have him on. I mean,
absolutely.
he is, like you said, he's one of those guys. We also, obviously we had Tony on. He was great on the show when we had him on here a couple months ago. So yeah, I'm looking forward, man. There's a lot of, Venom is one of those bands. There's a lot of information out there on the internet, and a lot of it is correct and not correct. So there's a whole, I'm looking forward to talk to him and, find out, kind of what's fact and fiction, because if you read a lot of different press from back in the day, it's just all over the place. So Jeff will come on tonight, hang out. And we'll go over some history for him. It'll be a very Venom deep episode. So Ed, I think I'll just announce a couple of these releases, man, and we'll get them on. People send them in to me, so I want to get them out. If you have anything, let me know. I'll just run through these. Like I said, there's probably like 9 I have, maybe 9 or 10. Let me see here. Morbid from Germany, black death metal band. Skewered Beyond, independent release February 14th. Chaos Inception. Let me see here. The Vengeance Evangel. It's going to be on Lava Dome Productions out of Chechnya. 11 tracks. Band formed in 2008. It's the band's third full length. Mass Confusion from Australia, a defunct band. They were thrash metal band. They were around many years ago. They're putting out the demos 88 to 93. Storm Spell Records out of San Jose. Remastered and restored demos from 1988, obviously, like I just said, to 1993. 17 tracks and an interview from 89. Band features members of Hobbs, Angels of Death, Destroyers 666, B-Style Warlust. Let me see here what else I got here that people have sent into us. Air Force out of the UK, metal band Acts of Madness on RPM Roar Records. Follow up to the band's 2020 album, Strike Hard, comes out on February 21st. Warlung out of Texas, stoner doom band. The Poison Touch, Heavy Psych Sounds is the label. Band's 5th full length. Follow up to 2022's Vulture's Paradise, comes out on February 14th. I got 2 more here. Comatose from the Philippines, death metal band The Unhallowed Congregation. It's an independent release, band formed in 2003. 9 tracks on this. They have put out 2 demos, 2 EPs, 1 split, and this will be the band's 3rd full length. That comes out on February 11th. And we did mention this release, I think, in a couple weeks ago, but we just mentioned that we'd heard it was coming out. Hyrax, Faster Than Death, comes out on Dementia Records. To follow up to 2014 Immortal Legacy record. 6 full length. It's got 9 tracks on this. And that's all I have, Ed, for releases right now. Like I said, we're going to kind of keep it a very Venom heavy episode. So,
agreed.
If you got anything, if not, we can get Jeff set up.
I do not. I did not. I was more prepared for Jeff this week than any releases. Sorry.
Well, there you go. So what we're going to do while we're getting Jeff all set up, we're going to play a track from Venom Inc. We're going to play Don't Feed Me Your Lies. That came off of the There's Only Black record that came out in 2022 on Nuclear Blast. That was Tony Dolan, Jeff Mantas Dunn, and Jeremy Kling on drums. So we're going to play that now. When we come back, we're going to talk to Jeff Mantas Dunn from obviously Venom Inc., Pire of Evil. And yeah, looking forward to that, man. So everybody will be back on the Tampa Morgue with Jeff after this track from Venom Inc. This is Don't Feed Me Your Lies.
your own demise, I watch you crash and burn. He deletes the poison it deserves. Crawl into oblivion, deny and twist the truth. Dreaming your reality, you don't have a fucking clue. Take it all, fake it all, sell your soul and live your life. No less than you deserve, live your false reality, but don't feed me your lies. Raise a glass, raise your voice, and minions appease. Approval comes without a choice, they feast on your disease. Story-eyed, they hang on every word. Self-righteous heretic, your word betrayers. Bias, indoctrinate, when will you see the light? He deletes the poison it deserves. Fall into oblivion with everything you do. Dreams become reality. No more time to waste on you. Use it all, lose it all. Sell your soul and live your life. No more than you deserve. This is your reality, but don't feed me your lies. Good night, Jack, it'll be alright. Numb the pain, tell one more lie. This time you'll cross the line. You can't remember what you did last night. So sad we know your game. You thought you had it made. You'll never take the blame, but you've had your day. No use, worthless, lie down, die, give up, fuck you, lie down, die.
And that was Venom Inc. with Don't Feed Me Your Lies off There's Only Black from 2022. And we are joined by the one and only guitarist and now vocalist, Jeff Dunn. How does that feel, man, having the vocal tag with you now?
Oh, I'm not a vocalist, you know. I can shout a bit, but you know, that all sort of came around during the pandemic, actually, because I mean, as everybody knows, you know, it almost killed the entire entertainment industry, you know, and there was, you know, a lot of musicians and crew and, you know, everybody associated with the industry, you know, even like catering and stuff like that. Everybody was like, you know, basically fucked, you know. So you've got all these musicians, and I mean, at that particular point, because the business model of the music industry has changed, you know, musicians make their money from touring. You know, it's very rare that you make money from record sales, as we used to say way back in the day. And so, you know, we're all sitting at home thinking, shit, what the fuck are we going to do here, you know? And somebody, because you know, when it comes to technology and stuff like that, I'm great with my studio, you know, with Logic and all that kind of stuff. I'm great with Photoshop. But when it comes to all the social media stuff and all the, you know, the tech side of everything, I'm a fucking caveman, you know? And I remember I was out for a coffee one day in the village, and there was another English couple who were living just down the road from us at this point. He was a little bit, well, I'm saying a little bit, he was a lot younger than me. And he was a bit of a tech head, you know, and we sort of just got to know each other by, you know, we were at the cafe one day and he spoke English and I was like, oh, you English? And he was like, yeah, I'm fucking. So we got talking anyway. And he says, why don't you try Patreon? And I was like, right, what the fuck is Patreon? You know, I had no clue. So anyway, I investigated it, and then a friend of mine who's really tech savvy, I says, can you give me a hand with this shit, you know? So, I mean, it took me a year to put a fucking website together because I did it myself, and it was a learning process. I was learning how to do it as I did it, you know? And anyway, put this Patreon thing together. And I was showing all this old footage and all this kind of stuff. It was going well, you know, I wasn't making a fortune, but it was something anyway, and everybody had to do something. And there was one day I was in the studio and I was putting together, because I was writing guitar instrumentals. I was doing a guitar instrumental every month. They're all going to be remixed, remastered, and released now. There's 18 of them. And I was just remixing one of these things. I took a bit of a break and I was just going through my phone. And I've always been a fan of a band called the Dead Daisies. I love Doug Aldridge's playing. I love John Corabi's voice. It's like fucking great. And there was a song called Resurrected. And that sort of resonated with me. You know, the lyrics and everything. I'm back, resurrected. You know? And I was like, oh, fucking hell, it's a great song, that. Like, and obviously the lyrics meant a lot to me because of what happened in 2018. And so I was like, I wonder if I can sing, you know. I never even tried it. The most I'd ever did in the studio was Die Hard, and that was it, you know. It was that was my vocal fucking peak, you know.
Backup screams.
Yeah, backup screams. That was about it, you know. So anyway, I learned the guitar parts for a verse, a bridge, and a chorus. I stuck them down quickly. Stuck a bit of a guide bass line down. Threw a few programmed drums to it. Then I went in the vocal booth. And I thought, you know what? Nobody can hear me doing this. And if I come out and I listen back to it and it sounds like shit, I'll just press the delete button. Nobody knows that I've ever done it, you know? So anyway, a few takes later, I'm thinking, there's something there. I don't know what it is yet, but there's something there. So I thought, all right, just keep going. And then I got a take, I was quite happy with it. It wasn't the eventual take that I put out on the video for that song. But I sort of emailed it to myself, stuck it on my phone, and I took it up to the house. And I went into the house and went to my partner, Anita. I said, yeah, what do you think of this? And she listened to it and she went, oh, that's really good, that. She says, what band's this? Who's this? And I went, it's me. And she was like, fuck off. That's not you. What are you singing? I went, yeah, I've just had a go. And she went, actually, that's really good. I was like, well, yeah, I'm not exactly fucking Glenn Hughes, but you know, it sounds okay. And then I just started writing. But before I did any more, I mean, I've recorded a few cover versions now, which are going to go out as well. Before I did anything with it, there's a friend of mine, very, very good friend of mine, who is actually my studio mentor. Everything I've learned studio-wise, I've learned from this guy. He's a guy called Kalle, who lives in Germany, in Heidelberg. And he's German, so he's direct. He says it like it is, you know. So I sent him it, and I says, honest opinion, you know. And if he thought it was shit, he would go, man, this is shit. Fuck off, you know. He didn't. Came back and he went, there's something there, you know. So we worked together, and then I started recording other stuff and just putting ideas down, and I was like, this is actually okay. It's not too bad, you know. And then about 18 months ago, I wrote the song "Losing My Faith,"
which we're going to actually play at the end of the show tonight.
All right, thank you. And that song came about just by watching the news channels and seeing the fucking state of the world, the war, the famine, the politicians, the bullshit. Every time you turned on the news, some kid in London had been stabbed by another kid. You know, there was fucking shootings in schools in America. There was war going on. There was torture. There was fucking people abducted from fucking music festivals. It was like, holy shit, you know? And I mean, I've got no religious faith anyway. You know, I did see one stupid fucking comment on Facebook or something. Oh, how can you lose your faith when you had no faith in the first place? Watch the video, you donkey. It's you know, I'm losing my faith in mankind.
Yeah, which is easy to do.
Yeah, of course it is. You know, it takes a lot to restore your faith in the human animal. You know, and so I wrote that song, and then that went backwards and forwards to Germany with my friend. And he was doing a mix, I was doing a mix and everything. And then we sort of compromised. It was sort of a bit of what he had done, a bit of what I'd done. And then, you know, when the whole Venom Inc. thing happened and whatnot, I just thought, you know what? I'm going to put that song out. I'm just going to hoist the flag and see who salutes. It was as simple as that. There was no great master plan or anything, you know. So, I mean, you know, everything I've done, I did it myself. I went into the back garden. I took my own photographs, photoshopped them. I've got a green screen here. I did all the video by myself. And then I thought, right, as soon as everything's ready, I'll push the green button and see what happens. And, you know, it hasn't changed the world, but it's had a great response. So I'm very happy and, you know, totally content with what I'm, and at peace, that's the main thing, with what I'm doing, you know. So, no, there's a lot more. There's a lot more coming. Right now, at the minute, I'm busy. I mean, there's about 10 songs in various stages of completion. But I'm writing a specific one for the B side of Losing My Faith because there's going to be a 12-inch vinyl, limited edition vinyl of it.
I was going to ask you that. You're going to put out a physical version.
Yeah. I got a message from some friends of mine, and they said we'd love to do the vinyl. I was like, oh, cool, excellent. So it's going to be a limited run, but I'm in the process now of, like I say, writing this B-side for it because I had this idea for this song, and I thought, great, I can use that to go on the B-side. Also on the B-side, there will be one of the guitar instrumentals, which will be remixed and remastered, and probably might have a few extras put in, so it's different from the Patreon stuff that they heard. And I'm also going to read a chapter from the book as well, so we'll get that moving. And aside from that, there's going to be, I think there's going to be very, very limited of this, but there's going to be a T-shirt, plectrums, and things like that in a bundle type of thing, you know. So yeah, I'm just it's you know, it's like a little cottage industry going on here in my own studio, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Thoroughly enjoying it, you know.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you before we talk about your history and stuff. I want to ask you actually two questions to that. So you talked about you're going to do the 12-inch, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, you've seen it all. You've been around since, you know, when physical product was God, basically. Do you feel now like, so you're talking, say you have like 10 songs, right? Pretty much in the works right now. Are you going to go the full length level, or do you feel like, you know, 2025, actually, I was going to say 2024, 2025, it's a whole different beast, right? Like,
yeah,
attention spans are like zero. Physical
absolutely.
product is a different thing now. Like, are you going to take that approach and do the physical aspect of it, like a full length, or are you just going to stick with some, like you said, singles?
I think, I mean, there's another song. There's a song that came together. I have a lot of what I call happy accidents in the studio, and I had a project page open and I was working on a song, and I was looking for another part for this song, and I came up with this thing, and I thought, it's not going to fit, but it's a great part. So anyway, I added to that part. So there's 2 songs in this one project page. And then I just got this idea. I was like, oh, right, I've got this idea for a chorus medley in my head. And any songwriter will tell you, as soon as it'll happen at any point, at any time. I've told the story a million times about me writing black metal while taking a shit.
Yeah.
Fucking inspiration for a songwriter or a musician comes anytime, and you better have your phone ready or a piece of paper or something so you don't. The amount of riffs I've probably lost over the years is unbelievable. So anyway, I came up with this other song. And then I thought, fuck it, I'm going to put a little bit of that up on Facebook. And it's just me playing. It's just the riff. I think it's a verse and a fucking chorus or something. The song wasn't even finished, A friend of mine heard it and went, I really want to do some backing vocals on that. I was like, really? Yeah? Oh, female backing vocals. I'm like, what? So anyway, I said, yeah, I'll send you the song. So I sent her the song. What she sent back, I just went, holy fucking crap. And so that's going to be another song. But in answer to your question, I think because of this song and the way it's turned out, what I'm planning to do, hopefully, I think it might be a lot of work. It might end up being too much. I don't know. But in my head, I had this thought, okay, if I release a song and a video every month, if I do it that way, the song goes onto Bandcamp, the video promotes the song, blah, 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 and try and build the audience and the following that way. Because as you say, the business model's changed. The attention span of people these days is fucking zero. It's nobody, even record companies don't build acts anymore. As soon as they don't sell anything, you're in the trash can. That's it. But I think there will still be a physical product of 10 or 12 songs. Because, at the end of the day, I'm old school. And a lot of the people who follow me are still old school. They're probably my age or just under my age. But, the thing is, you do need that revolving door of generations coming through and going, oh, I like this music, But I'm a realist at the end of the day, and I think what you find is the younger generation will latch more onto the new bands, the Bring Me the Horizons and all this kind of stuff, And then some of them may go back and pay homage to the people that they came from. That's basically, it's the kind of thing that I suppose I did, But then again, I probably came more from the beginnings of it anyway. Yeah. Because my musical growing up was in the 70s. And that was in England, it was the glam rock era. It was my first favourite band. I don't think anybody has a favourite band these days, it's just a thing. But my first favourite band was Slade. I loved Slade, And T-Rex, Mark Bolan. The first album I ever bought with my own allowance money was Ride a White Swan, T-Rex.
Oh, that's a great record. Yeah. I mean, and Mark Bolan dying so young. Was he like 29 years old? I mean, what would he have done after that? Because,
Absolutely. I mean, fucking tragic. Absolutely tragic. But, sorry, carry on.
Oh, no. You mentioned, with the age thing. So, you're living in Portugal now, right? You're in Portugal now. You were born in Newcastle. How long have you been in Portugal for, if you don't mind me asking?
Must be getting on 10 years now. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
And, so you grew up in Newcastle, and your dad was a drummer, right? In a big band?
He was a drummer. I do believe, because obviously I was very young, but I do believe that he played in a couple of social clubs and stuff like that. But his main thing was he did his national service, and then when he came out of national service, he joined the reservists. So he was a military man all his life, and he was in the military kind of marching band, in a Scottish pipe band, to be perfectly honest, because his regiment was the Tyneside Scottish. And he was always driving my mother crazy with a pair of drumsticks in the house, just tapping on everything, And there was he was into the big band era, like Glenn Miller and all that kind of stuff. So that was always kind of playing in the house. So there was always music in the house as well. And I've spoken about this before, but some of the early Venom songs, and the one I'm going to pick is Angel Dust. I remember I distinctly remember writing that song, and I remember taking a cassette of it, just me playing the guitar, not even plugged in, recording it into my father's cassette recorder. I taken that into a PA shop where we used to hang out and putting it on, and there was the riff there. But the thing was, years later, when I've been writing this book, and I went and sort of did a sort of song by song breakdown of Welcome to Hell and Black Metal. I was sort of going through the songs and trying to analyze what I thought I had done. And I thought, that's really got a swing element to it when you strip it right back. Because it's down, and that, there's the horn section. There's the Glenn Miller horn section. And all those accents, all those anticipated accents. So I think a lot of that crept into my early songwriting. I mean, unfortunately, when us three Geordie idiots got into the studio who couldn't even play our instruments, I mean, we made a complete abortion of everything, and that's what we were known for, We weren't the greatest of players at that particular point.
Well, I've heard you say several times that when Venom first started, you were pretty much learning how to write songs. Like all that early material is you learning how to write. Whereas, some kids, they sit in their bedroom and just throw them away. You were putting them, that was pretty much your songwriting beginning.
That was it. Welcome to Hell, that album, In League with Satan, Live Like an Angel, the first singles, and the first album, Welcome to Hell, all my first attempts at writing songs. That was it. There was nothing before that. I mean, there's the Church Hall recordings from 1979 when Clive Archer was still in the band, and he's singing Buried Alive, Raise the Dead there. So those songs were written pre-Kronos. The first song I ever wrote was Red Light Fever. Clive Archer is singing Angel Dust on that Church Hall recording. I've still got the original cassette tape over there in a box. So yeah, I mean, there was obviously back then there was no Pro Tools, Logic, Cubase. There was nothing, There was no rewriting anything. We didn't have the luxury of looking at something on a screen and going, I'll highlight that and move it over here to see if it works with this piece. There was none of that at all. So everything that I wrote just happened. And all I was armed with was really, to be brutally honest, was blues and rock and roll progressions. And very basic ones at that. Like a typical 12-bar progression. I used to listen to a lot of Status Quo. So probably a lot of what I did came from their progressions. But I do remember going into Newcastle city centre, and there was a store there which sadly has just gone under. It's just closed down. But this store was a family-run music store called Windows, and it was in Newcastle Central Arcade. And I remember going in there, and oh God, probably before Venom really came together. And I bought a book in there. I think it was called Improvising Rock Guitar. But it was like a soft cover book.
Came with a like a CD, right? Or not a flexi,
yeah,
a flexi back then.
Came with a flexi disc, and from that I learned a movable power chord and the first position of the pentatonic scale. I couldn't learn anything else from it. I just couldn't grasp what was going on. But anyway, years later, I discover the guitarist who wrote that, Pat Thrall. Oh. Yeah. And obviously, one of the greatest rock albums ever in the 80s, Hughes and Thrall,
And you also, so for you, whoever doesn't know, you were majorly into, I think it started out like maybe around 10 years old. You were really into martial arts. You owned a dojo for 19 years. You have 3 black belts, right? Taekwondo, freestyle karate, and Aikido.
Yeah.
And for you, martial arts, I don't know if this is correct or not, but came more naturally to you than guitar did.
Oh, God, absolutely. Yeah. I've always said, at my peak of both things, playing guitar and martial arts, if someone said, we'd like you to do a guitar seminar, I would shit my pants. I know nothing about music theory or anything. I'm not one of these fucking shreddy guys. I hate that fucking term. I would feel much more comfortable doing a martial arts seminar. That was essentially my day job. Like, say, for 19 years, I was a martial arts instructor.
Were you influenced by those movies? Because you feel like early 70s, you had like the Bruce Lee films, Fists of
Oh
Fury
God,
and stuff. And that was on
yeah,
TV all the time back in those days.
oh, absolutely. I mean, 1973 when Enter the Dragon came out. I was too young to go and see the movie, so my mum, it's still over there on my bookshelf. My mum bought me the paperback of Enter the Dragon, so I read the story before I actually got to see it. And then my father, he used to know one of the sort of cashier people at the cinema, which was the local cinema, which was just down the road from us. So on a Saturday afternoon, they used to have kung fu movies, the old Shaw Brothers movies and stuff like that, So my father would go down there with me, and, they were all 18 certificate back then. An X, what we had in England was an X. It was an 18 certificate, all these kung fu movies. But my father knew the person on the desk and was like, oh, come on, let him in. So I'm like 12-year-old sitting watching all these kung fu movies. But yeah, the Bruce Lee thing was massive in the early 70s in the UK, and a lot of, there's one quote, well, there's a couple of quotes by Bruce Lee. And I took that, I suppose subconsciously, again, I took it into my guitar playing, Absorb what is useful, reject what is useless, and add specifically what is your own. And I think that's what Venom did. When I look at it and I analyze it, add specifically what is your own. And fucking that was it, And the other one was, he had a little tombstone, and on it, it said, in memory of a once fluid man, crammed and distorted by the classical mess. And that just means, like, in a music sense, it's like all this fucking theory stuff. And another way of I know there's a lot of guitarists out there now are probably listening to this going, fuck, you need your theory, you need a theory, And it's like, okay, right. Could you tell me now if Angus Young is a virtuoso guitarist? Is he a virtuoso? And I'm talking virtuoso in the lines of a Steve Vai or a Yngwie Malmsteen or something like that. He's a riff machine. Yeah. Exactly. One evening, me and Anita, we were sitting channel hopping late, and this thing came on. And we said, oh, let's watch this. AC/DC. I'm sure it was in Rio or somewhere. There was fucking, I don't know, 250,000 people in front of them. Angus Young walked to the front of the stage and went, ba-da-dam, ba-da-dam, boom, ba-da-bam. 250,000 people jumping up and down like fucking maniacs. An A, a D, and a G chord. There you go. You do not need to be a virtuoso to write good songs. Paul Stanley is not a virtuoso guitarist. Oh, no, right. Look at some of the songs he's written. Is Paul McCartney in the league of Geddy Lee? No. Exactly. Look at the songs the Beatles wrote. No. You do not need that virtuosity to write. The person I think, well, there's two people, in my opinion, as a guitar fan, who had both of that. The virtuosity of playing and the great songwriting. Eddie Van Halen and Gary Moore. And Gary Moore's your favorite, right? That's your number one guitar player. If somebody said to me, you can only listen to one guitarist for the rest of your fucking life, it would be Gary Moore. Yep. Phenomenal guitarist. And it's funny, you said something. Go ahead, Ed.
Well, if you ever go to a show, and I'm in a death metal band, and when you play stuff that's catchy and heavy, the crowd grooves. They're with it. But when you play something that's like some of this, what I call math metal, where it's just so many notes crammed into one area. If you ever look at the crowd, they're just standing looking because they don't know what to do because there's nothing to it. Not that it's not good music, but there's no groove to it. So, when you think about old, like Slayer, every Slayer song had a groove to it. Venom had a groove to it. All the old thrash bands had a groove to them because they knew how to write groovy tunes. And then all of a sudden metal just got so like Yngwie Malmsteen in a death metal form. It just, to me, I appreciate the playing, but to me, watching it, I get bored.
Well, it's like he said, like what I was going to say with Mantas was you look at, like, I have two young children. I have a 4-year-old and it's going to be 6 years old this month. And so play the Beatles around them. They love it. They pick it up. The next day they're asking for it. You play, and actually my 6-year-old is into the Bon Scott era, AC/DC already. You want to know why? It's catchy, because it's all those songs. You listen to the old Kiss records and stuff, and people can say whatever they want. But the formula there was brilliant, because even a 6-year-old wants to hear TNT. Even a 6-year-old wants to hear, because it's the formula's perfect. It's like the winning formula. And that's what I related to when you say that, because I say it with my kids all the time. They pick up, I could play a Kiss song and they love it, because to them there's a formula there, Well,
here's a for instance. I just took my son to see his first Alice Cooper show
last night.
22 songs. The dude plays nonstop. No, there's no announcing songs. He doesn't announce the songs. He goes from one song to another. And I have to tell you, my son was like, that's probably the best show I've ever seen. And I've taken him to a lot of cool shit. And, he's seen Slipknot, Pantera, whatever Pantera is now, that new. And that's still groovy music. But he said that was probably because not only was it good, heavy music, like good music, like old music, the stage show. So it all works itself into a formula, and it makes you get involved with the show. And like Kiss, when you see Kiss, it's not 4 dudes playing. It's a theatrical show, or even Van Halen. When you watch Van Halen, it was a show. And that's what a lot of bands lose today, is they just go up there and they play and they get off the stage, and there's no AC/DC's playing what we call Tampa Stadium, where the Buccaneers play. That place is going to erupt, because first of all, AC/DC hasn't played in how many years, Tony, since they've been here?
It's been years. I saw them at Amelie years ago, with many years. And Razor's Edge.
It's just, when he, like you said, when he comes out and hits that first chord, the place is going to absolutely go mental.
And
crazy.
And shows, your first show you ever saw was Blue Oyster Cult, huh? It was 1978. 3 pounds. I don't know if that's exactly correct, but I believe that was what the ticket price was.
Yeah, I remember that. Because myself and the guy that I kind of started Venom with, who I met at the Taekwondo club, and another friend of mine as well, we used to go. We would go and see anybody who had a guitar hanging around their neck.
And this is Dave Rutherford you're talking about?
Yeah, it was Dave Rutherford. There was another guy called Alan Black, who was a good friend as well, who played bass for a little while. That was pre-Venom, though. But essentially, it was me and Dave that initiated the whole Venom thing. It wasn't called Venom back then. There wasn't even a name for it. A lot of people have said, Jeff had a band called Guillotine. I didn't. There was an idea for a name. That was Guillotine. I was like, oh, Guillotine, yeah. But there was never a logo. There was nothing.
And you guys were not a Judas Priest cover band, as I know has been.
Oh, fucking hellfire. You know what it is?
Well, we're gonna have some stuff for you tonight. We're gonna have some stuff for you tonight, Jeff.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Tony does a lot of research. He's going to pull out stuff on you that you probably haven't heard in a long time, man.
We got some shit for you tonight.
Oh, do it. I tell you, the Judas Priest cover band. Yeah, right. Okay. My biggest influence is right there on the wall, KK Downing. I've made no bones about that whatsoever. I modeled myself on that guy.
1979 Killing Machine tour.
Yeah, Killing Machine. As soon as I seen him walk on stage, I went, I want to do that. Fucking hell. And I've since spoke to him and I've told him everything, But the fucking Judas Priest thing, it's like, we used to play Green Manalishi. It's not even a fucking Priest song,
Were you guys covering the Eagles too? You guys were covering a Hotel California?
That was way before fucking Venom. That was
Gil. Was that time period though? Like you Rutherford.
That was me and Rutherford. Yeah, but it was pre-Abaddon that as well. It was pre-Abaddon. But I've told this tale so many times as well. We did actually, because Clive Archer, the first time I met him, he walked in with a pair of brushed denim flared jeans on, and fucking, he had the Ripper embroidered down one leg.
You're sold.
Oh yes, here we go. So he's a fucking Priest fan through and through. And we did try and play the Ripper. Now, we couldn't have failed more miserably if we had tried to play the Ripper on National failed to play the fucking Ripper Day. You know, it was abysmal. It was fucking terrible. So no, we weren't a fucking Judas Priest tribute band. It was like fucking hellfire. But you know, when you're saying about the show and the songs and everything like that, this is another reason that I've always loved Priest. It's, you know, they can go on stage. I mean, my Priest is that Killing Machine lineup. You know, that's my Priest.
I was going to ask you what's your favorite Priest record. Also.
Oh, favorite? Oh, Jesus Christ! I always cop out and go Unleashed in the East.
Yeah, nice, eh?
But there's so many. There's so many of them, you know. But you know, the thing about Priest is, even now, today, you know, they can rip your face off with Painkiller. You can be in the audience and they'll tear your head off. Painkiller, Exciter, The Ripper, fucking Dissident Aggressor, and then you'll all be singing along with Living After Midnight after it.
That's right.
You know, and that to me, and that's why I love Queen as well. I mean, I love the early Queen stuff like Ogre Battle, White March of the White Queen, Seven Seas of Rye. Seven Seas of Rye was
your first single. I was going to say that's your first single, right?
First single I ever bought. As soon as I started getting allowance money and I could afford it, that was it. I bought the single. And I bought that single from Woolworths as well.
Woolworths.
Yep. But, you know, Queen, they're the same. They, you know, even, you know, when Freddie was alive, bless him, they could go on stage and they could play something like Ogre Battle. And, you know, it was very, very, I suppose, progressive rock, if you want to describe it like that, you know. And I loved that era of Queen. But then I loved everything that they did. You know, I mean, it was just, it's fucking music at the end of the day. And that's why I've said to people, you know, you could come into my studio and search through my hard drive and play some of the music which is on there, which I've recorded, and you'd go, really? Is that you? Because it's got guitar in. And I just love fucking guitar. I love what the guitar as an instrument can do for music. You know, I mean, at the minute, you know, with the new stuff that I'm doing, I've never done this before, but I thought, fuck it, I'll have a go. I'm even exploring 7-string stuff, you know, like fucking real down-tuned fucking, you know. And so it's interesting. It's a completely different planet for me. You know, I have a hard enough time with fucking 6 strings, but, you know, yeah, I thought I'll give it a go, you know. And for coming up with riffs, it's great, you know, because it kind of does make you play in a different way, you know.
Well, you're also a big Kiss guy too, right? You grew up. I know your first record you ever got was from Kiss. Well, it was actually Hotter Than Hell from the Cooperative Department Store in Newcastle.
Yep. Again, it was me and my mum. Way back. We used to have a day where we used to just go into Newcastle city centre together. It was like, you know, mom and son time. You know, we used to go into the city centre, have a wander around, you know, typical English, go for a cup of tea and a cake in a cafe somewhere, you know, watch the world go by. And this particular day, she was we had to go to the Cooperative. And it's a huge, big building. It was on 3 floors, very big, old, grand building in Newcastle. And like I say, it's over about 3 floors. And it sold everything from grocery to furniture to fucking clothes. And you used to have this kind of loyalty scheme. So she was away redeeming some of these stamps for vouchers or wherever it was. And I was flicking through the vinyl. And the first thing I came across when I seen it, I just pulled it out. And it was dog-eared, it was battered, it obviously had been there for a long time. And I was just looking at these things on the front cover, and I was like, what the, wow. And I went in my pocket and didn't have enough money for this one. That was Kiss Alive. It was a double live album, you know, but I was just looking at, opened the gatefold up, you know, it wasn't even in a cellophane pack, somebody had opened it, it was battered, you know. So I reluctantly put it back, but as I put it back behind it, there's the same creatures on another album. I'm like, oh, that's Kiss as well. I'd never heard a Kiss song in my life. I'd heard about them, heard about all the makeup and the blood and the explosions and everything like that. I thought, oh, I've got to do this. So I had enough money for that, so I bought Hotter Than Hell, and it's over there. And that was it for me. Instant. It was just fucking hell, you know?
I had heard another story. You could tell me if it's right or not too. I guess it was, I don't know if it was 1971, but you were in class, and I guess there was like a bad rainstorm. Now, if this relates to Top of the Pops, because I know a lot of you guys grew up watching this and stuff, right? So we were talking about T-Rex and stuff like that, but this had a whole link to it, right? This whole, you're sitting in class waiting for the top 10, right? Because you know that the winner's going to appear on TV.
That's right. What used to happen was the top, whoever was number one had a guaranteed place on Top of the Pops. You know, they would play. I mean, it was all mimed. You know, it was never live or anything like that. So they'd have it was a half-hour show, and they would have various artists from the top 30, or people just breaking into the charts or something like that. And again, like you say, yeah, it was the 70, 71, 72, something like that. And I had been hearing this song on radio all the time, and it was Metal Guru. And I was absolutely in love with it. But, it was obviously pre-internet. I didn't even know who Mark Bolan was. I didn't know what he looked like, you know. And it was only when I started buying Sounds magazine that I found out, oh, that's Mark Bolan. That's what he looks like, you know. But I loved this song, and I'm just sitting there. And, yeah, at lunchtime, normally the teachers would kick everybody out into the field to go and play, and then call the classes in for their lunch one by one, you know. But this particular day, it was fucking trashing it with rain, so everybody was in the classroom, and the teacher had put the radio on. And I'm sitting there listening, and then it came up, and at number one this week, we have T-Rex with Metal Guru, and I was like, fucking yes, you know. So Thursday night, that was the first time I saw Mark Bolan on TV, you know. And it sort of... it worked the same way with Gary Moore as well, because I remember there was a program called Rock Goes to College. It's had a second title called Sight and Sound in Concert, and there was loads of different bands used to play it. Now this was in the 70s at some point, later 70s I think, and but this particular night, for some reason, I don't know why, because I didn't know who the band was, but I asked my dad, I was like, oh, can I watch this? And he was like, yeah, of course, yeah, boom. So we put it on. The band was Coliseum 2. Don Airey, John Heisman, fucking Gary Moore. And I sat mesmerised, looking and watching Gary Moore. I just like, fucking hell. And that was the beginning of the Gary Moore journey for me. And I went out and I bought the Coliseum 2 albums just off the back of seeing that. It was like, wow. You know, that's unbelievable.
You've seen some stuff too, and I before we definitely get to Venom and stuff, but I want to talk about you. So the Mayfair Ballroom, okay? You saw AC/DC with Bon Scott on the last tour, which I believe is Highway to Hell, right?
Yep.
You saw Iron Maiden, the original Iron Maiden. Then you saw Samson with Bruce Dickinson at this place.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about the Mayfair? Because I know 99 they got rid of it, knocked it down, or.
Yeah, it's fucking tragic that. It should never have been. Well, it's progress for you, though, isn't it? Oh, it was the scene of many a debauched night. Let's put it out here. It was a second home for every rock and metal kid. You know, yeah. Just while I remember, you know, when you're doing it's triggering the memory vaults every now and again. There's a fucking
sensor.
You know. Yeah. One of the drawers will open and go, oh, remember this one? It's like, I can't remember the band. But it was in the early days of Venom, early Neat Records. So it was probably around Welcome to Hell or something. And there was a band on at the Mayfair that we wanted to go and see. None of us could afford it, right? Somebody came into Neat Records who had a ticket for that band. So we photocopied the fucking tickets, and then we perforated the edge where they would tear it off, and we all turned up.
And it worked.
Got in with it. So we forged our way into the fucking Mayfair. But I mean, I seen fucking Bon Jovi at the Mayfair. It was like, but yeah, I mean, it was Iron Maiden, Paul Di'Anno.
I think Zeppelin
Dennis,
played their first ever UK show there.
yeah, as the New Yardbirds. Yeah, I mean it opened in the same year as I was born, 1961. Yeah.
And that whole area, right? That whole area, you guys had like you guys had the card bar, which was like the metal shop. You guys had the Handyside arcade. Like there was a whole there's actually sites devoted to all these areas too that you can go through some of the old stores and stuff like that. Club A Go Go was second, like that's where Hendrix played at, I believe.
Yeah, that was down on Chillingham Road, I think, down sort of that way. I mean, as I've been writing more and more of the book, everything which is in Venom's history is in such close proximity. The cooperative where I bought Hotter Than Hell is just up the road from the Mayfair Rock Club. The Mayfair Rock Club, the next little block down, not even a 5-minute walk, is the leather store where we used to go and go into the leather trash can and pick out all the old shit bits of leather, get them weighed and make our stage clothes out of. Right? And then, going back up towards the cooperative, around the corner from the cooperative, there was a PA disco lighting and hire shop, which we used to hang out in and stare at the pretty lights on a Saturday afternoon and play with the smoke machines. That's where I played the Angel Dust demo. Further along from there, that's where you eventually come to the Handyside Arcade, which had 2 entrances. It was like a horseshoe effect.
Is that the first place you guys ever hung flyers at for Venom?
Yes.
The Handyside?
Yeah, it was the Handyside. Yeah, that's where we put the flyers up. So you had the Handyside Arcade. Just before you got to the first entrance of the Handyside Arcade was a music store called Jevons, which was where my mum financed my first electric guitar. Further along from the Handyside, you had the Percy Arms, which was where I had the first meeting with Abaddon and Clive Archer. Across the road from the Percy Arms, later in the early 80s, there was a series of like little industrial units beside a bus station, and one of those like little units was taken by a guy called Paul Garvey, and that's where I bought my first Flying V from. And then across the road from that was the Farmer's Rest, which was another rock and metal bar. It's just so much in that one area. I mean, even Newcastle Dockside, we used to rehearse down there on a Sunday morning at one point in this rat-infested fucking horrible place. And we used to rehearse there on a Sunday morning, then we'd pack the gear up, stick it in the back of the van, and then we'd go to the Sunday morning market, which was on the docks, because there was a bootleg stall there. There was a rock and metal stall. There was the rock and metal scene in the late 70s through to the mid 80s in Newcastle was second to none. Everything was rock and metal. Everything was. It was so many fond memories from that time. It's unbelievable. And and it was all it was pre-CD, it was just fucking vinyl as well. Everywhere you went was a vinyl store, it was incredible. And actually, I've spoken about this to, friends of mine my age and into the music and stuff like that. And I suppose every generation will say this in some way, shape or form, but I would hate to be growing up these days.
We always say that, don't we?
Wow.
We always say that. Yeah.
No way. No way. It's like, I think there's so much pressure on kids these days. But, back then, I don't know. When you start saying things like that, it's like, whoa, you're getting old. It's like,
yeah.
I remember in my day.
Me and Ed are both from New Jersey originally, and we come from I'm from the Johnny Z, like that whole grew up in that world over there with the flea markets and all that,
Mm-hmm.
so which we'll talk about Johnny too, but yeah, we always say that we're like, it's even the music, was a big thing when a video would come on TV back then. Now it's just everything's on YouTube, everything's out real fast, Yeah, so it's totally different. Was your first? So your first guitar was actually what, an acoustic guitar that you got for Christmas?
Yeah, that was the very first thing. It was like a kiddie's acoustic guitar, which I never really bothered with. I remember there was a guitar lesson after school, and so my mum was like, "Well, why don't you go to the guitar lesson?" I was like, right, okay. So I went along, and there was all these little kids. We're all sitting there. I can't remember how old I was. We're all sitting there, like with a little music book in front of us. And you had to do the thing where you sat there and you went 1, 2, 3, 4, change 1, 2. The only fucking chord I could hold down was a D, right? So I used to hold the D chord down, right? Go 1, 2, 3, 4, turn the pages. Where's the next fucking D? Oh, there it is, and just sit and wait for it to come round. And that's a true story. That a lot of people will say, "Well, that's what you do these days." It's fucking true.
Well, yeah, and you got your first electric, right? Was a red SG copy. That was what, 76, 77?
Oh yeah. When would that have been? It probably was 77. I would have thought so. Yeah, 77. That seems about. It might even been later. It might have been 78. But yeah, it was an SG cherry red copy with a single humbucker in it. And I remember I got a little Fender Champ 10-watt amp, and then the next thing I got was the CSL fuzz pedal, this big horrible fucking blue fuzz pedal, which was about I don't know, about a fucking foot long or something like that. Horrible thing, but that actually appears on Welcome to Hell and probably on Black Metal as well, if I remember rightly. So we had no fucking gear. I mean, my father financed my first amp, and I was looking at it because there was a company in Newcastle was doing these fucking combos, and I had seen, was it called Marlin or something? I can't remember. Anyway, there was this combo. It was on wheels, 2 12-inch speakers, and I'm sure it was in the Handyside arcade upstairs because there was a Berman amplification was up there, and I got a Berman 412 years later. So I'm sure I was going to get this amp from there, or no, it wasn't. Paul Garvey had got one of these amps in. I had seen it. I said to my dad, "Can I get this amp?" I was too young to take finance, so my dad said, "I'll stand as guarantor, but you pay it." And I was like, right, okay, no problem, right? So that's what happened. My dad got a phone call from Paul Garvey Music, who said, right, okay, your credit scoring's come back. It's absolutely fine. In fact, if you want, you can have this, blah, blah, blah. And they said what we could get. And it was a Marshall JCM 800 and a slant angled 412. And your dad was like, right, Paul Garvey's been on the phone, and you can have one of those Marshall things or something, because my dad didn't know. Well, as soon as I heard the word Marshall, I was like, yeah, okay, right? So, and I still remember Paul Garvey came to my parents' house with a Jeep, and he had the Marshall head and cab in the back, and we carried it into the house and up the stairs into my bedroom. Nice. And that was it. I was a fucking rock star then.
And you mentioned, and you were talking about Rutherford. So you guys are already like jamming together and listening to music together. It was the first. So I saw like there's a lot of like different history with Venom that you see all over the place. But 78, were you jamming with Dave Rutherford on guitar, Dean Hewitt on bass, and Dave Blackman on vocals, and Chris McPeters on drums? Was that the first group of guys you're jamming with?
No. Dave Rutherford, yes. Dean Hewitt, quite possibly, yeah, he was a bass player. The other two guys, I have no idea who they are. Right?
See, there's a lot of weird history, right? There's a lot of Venom history that's all contradicts itself around. Because I saw Alan Winston, but Alan Winston did jam with you guys, right?
Alan, the friend that jammed on bass was called Alan Black.
Alan Black, okay.
Yeah. Alan Winston, God, I can't. I can't. You know, when you hear so many things, you think, was that right? Was that not?
Get confused yourself, right? Like,
yeah. You get stop thinking.
Maybe we were called Guillotine. Maybe we were a Judas Priest cover band.
yeah. Fucking hell. I tell you what, it's so bad. I get up in the morning now and I don't even recognise the guy in the bathroom mirror. Man.
Yeah.
But no, there is so much. Oh God! All I can remember is I can remember I put an advert into the first 2 seconds. The first drummer that I had or came into the band. I don't know how. In those days, you used to put a ticket up on a music store stand or whatever, drummer wanted or
with
whatever.
little phone number things they could pull off and stuff.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah. And I remember getting contacted by this guy who said he was a drummer. So I'm sure it was me and Alan who went to meet him, and we met him in the east end of Newcastle on Shields Road. And we went back to his house, and he had his drum kit in an upstairs room. And he played along to Genesis, the live album, Seconds Out. So he was just playing along to this. Well, I mean, me and Alan, we were just looking at each other going, fucking hell. I was like, so anyway, he came in. But when he went, Dean Hewitt had come into the band on bass. Dean was a massive Rush fan, Geddy Lee fan, and he was actually a very good bass player. He had a Rickenbacker at that point. And I had put another advert into a music store called Rock City for a drummer. I got 2 replies, one of which became Abaddon, right? He was the first one I met on a Saturday afternoon. So I went down to the music store, and sort of, he introduced him. I was like, "Oh, you Tony? Yeah. Oh, I'm Jeff. Yeah, da. And we seemed to get on really well, And so at that point, it was like, well, I don't know who the other guy is, but yeah, fuck it, So I left, and that was it. So then Abaddon, Tony Bray, came down for the rehearsal, and we were rehearsing in a school. In an area called High Heaton, where I used to live, and this school was opposite a place called the Freeman Hospital. So we were rehearsing in there, and I can remember at the end of this jam, I can't even remember what we played, but at the end of this, I can just remember Dean coming over to me going, "Is this guy going to join the band?" And I was like, "Yep. Well, yeah, I suppose he's a drummer, yeah. And Dean fucked off. So that was it. And I'm sure that's when Alan took over for a little while. But there was another bass player that came in. I can't remember his name, but his girlfriend always came to the rehearsals, and she fucking hated us. Yeah, because we were just loud, obnoxious, shouting and swearing all the time, and she used to sit and huff and puff in a corner, and then eventually I think he was told that he had to leave the band. But that was at the stage when sort of, Kronos was starting to come into the band and stuff. Well, Conrad was starting to come into the band back then.
Well, and the name Venom, right? That was suggested by a biker friend named Kev Devlin.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, I do believe that is his name, yeah. And I'm sure it was his bike that I was sitting on the
black metal record.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just one of those things. Everything, I've talked about this so many times, and everything with Venom, with your, what became the Venom that everybody knows now, Kronos, Mantas, and Abaddon. What became that? Everything just happened by default. The woman who I'm with now, Anita. We were together when we were teenagers.
I had heard that forever. Then split up for a certain amount of years.
First boyfriend, girlfriend together. We split up when the band sort of started to do a lot of stuff. Yeah, it was taken off, and we split up. But then 32 years later, I just get a message out of the blue, and then we're back together again. It was just weird. But anyway, Anita had a friend called Michelle, who was her best friend back then. Like I'm saying, I'm talking teenagers now. And we used to go around to Michelle's parents' house, like on I don't know, one evening during the week. Her parents used to go out, so all the kids used to converge on the house, and just used to sit and listen to metal, sneak some beer in and have pizzas, whatever. Like, it wasn't a rowdy party or anything. It was just a few friends together. So anyway, this night, me and Anita turned up to Michelle's house, and we walked in, and Michelle was like, "Oh, this is my new boyfriend," and pointed to this guy on the sofa, and it was Conrad. So I just went over and introduced myself. I said, "Hi, mate, I'm Jeff." So we started talking. He had long hair. I had long hair. Listening to metal, and found out he played guitar. I was like, "Oh!" And Dave Rutherford had just left at that point. And I was like, "Oh, I've got a band." He's like, "Oh, right, yeah." And I was like, "Need a guitarist, like, if you want to come along and see the band." Why not? Yeah. So he came along on a Saturday afternoon. The first thing Abaddon said when he walked in was like, "Oh, she's nice. Who's she?" And I was like, that's true. That is a true story.
What was your first impressions of Conrad when you were actually talking to him? Just like it was just a cool metal guy, another dude who liked.
He was just a fucking cool dude. Yeah, you know. I mean, he came in, and then just before I go further with the sort of relationship thing with Conrad was, he came into the band, and then, like I say, this bass player fucked off. So it was like, we need a bass player. And I was like, "Can you play bass?" He was like, "Yeah, I'll play bass." So Conrad took over the bass. Didn't even have a bass guitar. Borrowed some fucking bass guitar from somewhere. Started playing bass. And then in the meeting, Clive was still in the band. And then I had asked Conrad to sing a song that I had wrote. And the song was "Live Like an Angel."
So they were going to do his costume change, right? Clive was going to come off and change his stage wear.
Clive was going to go off stage, do this. All these big theatrical ideas that were had even back then. Never materialized, of course, but that was the idea. And then, fast forward yet again, when Clive left, we had already demoed that song with Conrad singing. He was already singing it. It was like, well, you sound the same as him. There's not that much difference in the vocal style, so you can be the singer. And that was it. That's how it became a three-piece,
But you said Clive left on his own accord, right? No one really kicked him out. He kind of just was over it.
Yeah, I think at one point there was a little bit of friction between him and Abaddon, which was surprising because they were sort of roommates together. Like, they had this apartment thing where we used to go and everybody used to chill out there. But I think there was some kind of friction going on. But I would never say he was kicked out. I certainly didn't kick Clive out. No, there was not. I think he just had enough and he just went, But then after that, I mean, the relationship between myself and Conrad, I mean, I was the one who introduced him to weight training. We used to go down to this sports centre called the Lightfoot Sports Centre, which was in a place called Walker. And we used to train
very close, right? Early on, you guys were like best friends.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was. We didn't spend every waking hour together, but it was a friendship. We used to go training together. And funny enough, that Lightfoot Sports Centre, again, everything being linked. Lightfoot Sports Centre was where I met Dave Rutherford. And I used to do the taekwondo at Lightfoot Sports Centre. So me and Conrad are going to Lightfoot Sports Centre and we're doing weight training down there. Then from there, we would walk to Neat Records, which was the next suburb, Wallsend. And on the way down, there was an Indian store where we'd go in, we'd get a pint of milk and we'd get 6 eggs. And we'd have 3 raw eggs each, half a pint of milk each. And that was it. We were fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I remember those people drinking those raw eggs back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
And another thing that was always been kind of so the logo, did Abaddon do that? Tony do that? Or did Cronus do that? Because I've read different things before about the logo and the Baphomet cover, which I don't even know the original, because obviously you guys had on the demo and the black metal, the same Baphomet.
Right. Now, the thing is, let's go to the single first. In League with Satan, what you have there is you have the Sigil of Baphomet. That is a bog standard. Nobody in the band designed the sigil of Baphomet. It's been around for fucking hundreds of years, right? It was actually discovered by us on the front of the Satanic Bible. So that was then the emblem for the first single, right? The font on the first single, In League with Satan, Live Like an Angel, is the same font as is on Welcome to Hell. It's a standard font called Old English. We chose that because it looked old and it looked gothic, all right? The logo, the Venom logo, the first inception of the Venom logo, Abaddon took those parts from Roger Dean's font and put them all together, right? Now, if you fast forward to black metal, I can still remember myself and Kronos had been, I fucking keep calling him Kronos, he's fucking Conrad, man, for fuck's sake. Myself and Conrad had been training. We had been weight training. When we finished training, we went to the changing rooms to get changed to do our usual thing, to walk down to Neat Records. He then pulled out the drawing out of his bag and said, I've done this. And it was the black metal head, right? Now that is a derivative of a cover of a book called Man, Myth and Magic, right? If you put the two together, you can definitely see where the influence came from. It was at that point he also said to me, I've also done this to the Venom logo, where you can see on the black metal cover, it's more spiky. Yeah. The original logo, which I'm looking at now, which is on my door, it looks very 70s and very, you know, I never, ever explored the band Yes. So I had no fucking clue about them, who Roger Dean was or fucking anything, right? But you look at that logo, it looks very 70s, right? Conrad changed it, put the spikes on, extended the M and the V and everything like that. So it looked a little bit more metal and a bit more dangerous, right? It was then that he told me where the original logo had come from. I was like, holy shit, I did not know that. Right? Now, since then, someone on the internet has put, I don't know if it's a little video or something, but they've taken all the pieces of Roger Dean's font and stuck it all together in Photoshop without altering it in any single way, shape or form, and it spells Venom. And if you look at the Venom logo and look at his signature, Roger Dean, you can see where each individual element has come from. And that's where the thing came from, right? So, you know, as maybe you could say like, oh yeah, well, the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle were there for the first album cover. But nobody actually, apart from the logo, which Abaddon, yes, he must have traced the things and then put it all together, right? Okay, we get that. Yes, you did that. The Sigil of Baphomet, no. It's like putting a crucifix on something. Nobody fucking designed that, right? That's as simple as that. And back in those days, you could go into any newsagent store or stationery store and you could buy a thing called Letraset, right? Now, Letraset was like a plastic film and it had all the letters of a font on it where you then put it onto the paper and you scribbled over it with a pencil and it transferred it onto the paper. So you could go into any stationery store and buy a full font of Old English, which is what Welcome to Hell is written in. So it's a standard font. It's, to this day, you will still find it on your computer in Word or something like that, right? The cover of Welcome to Hell, of Black Metal, sorry. Yes, it's Conrad's drawn. It's the altered version of the Venom logo, and then the individual photos on the back. That's as simple as that. The cover of Possessed is Abaddon's young son and the daughter of the photographer
Nichols, right?
or the studio engineer. The two kids, yeah. Mm-hmm. That photograph was taken and then reversed into negative. I took the negative home and I put the 666 on the neck and everything like that. I drew the little theatrical faces on the back of it, right? At War with Satan, primarily Abaddon's design. The burning cross in the middle was taken in the photographer's kitchen at home, where we had lighter fuel and a little wooden cross which we set fire to, and he took the photograph down his kitchen bench, right? And on the back, which is holding the Shakespearean quote, when shall we three meet again through thunder, lightning, and in rain, or something like that. There's hands holding that quote. I drew those hands. Right? The warhead covers, they were 3 individual headshots done in black and white, transferred onto 10x8 black and white photographs. And I then drew from those photographs the 3 heads that you see on the warhead cover or the individual single covers. So nice. where it's in shadow, that I drew those. Right? So that's where everything came from, and I will stand anywhere in front of any of the other members and say that is the truth.
That's awesome. And the whole, and I've heard you say this before too, the whole, obviously, and as a kid too, it caught me right away. That's probably the reason I picked up the records early on. You guys had the satanic image going on. Now you had grew up with your grandfather who was a horror fan, an old black and white horror fan, right? So you kind of grew up watching these old horror movies. I believe he was like getting you the old monster magazines. I don't know if it was Famous Monsters or not.
Yeah.
And you guys, and in the band, you guys, I believe, had one satanic Bible that you guys were pulling a lot of the material from, right? So it was, and I mean, of course, I was a huge fucking Venom fan, loved the image, but the image was just that, right? It was just an image.
Oh, God, yes, of course it was, man. Fucking hell. If any, oh, God. You know what it is? If I had any religious faith or belief or anything, which I don't think I've ever had, to be perfectly honest, but if I did, every fucking microbe of that died in 1980 when my father died very suddenly. And my thoughts then was, you motherfucker, why? You've taken a good man. Why? I mean, it was a massive heart attack. It was probably waiting to happen, but it was as an 18-year-old kid, my anger was just like, you fucking piece of shit. It's like, and then you'd see the human dirge and fucking scum that would be walking around the streets, and I was be thinking there, my mother is devastated. How my mother lasted 25 years after my father went, I will never know. She found a strength I'll never find. So I've got no religious beliefs, north, south, east, or fucking west. It's like, it's fucking bollocks. You know what? And it was really reinforced in 2018 when essentially I died. I do believe there's something. I believe there's an afterlife. I believe there's something. I believe in the law of attraction. I believe in destiny. I believe in fate. And there is something. I don't believe in coincidence. There are opportunities which are presented to us, and we decide which way we want to go with them. But people on fluffy clouds, people in flames. I've said this so many fucking times, and I'll fucking ram it home again. Man is the God. Man is the devil.
Yep.
Right? Because man, the human animal, is capable of ultimate love, is capable of the most amazing creations, of helping his fellow man, of curing disease, of, just, he can be the most amazing thing. Also be the most despicable piece of fucking shit on this planet.
Yeah, see it every day. It's absolutely
you see it every
insane.
day, and people say to me about, oh, your lyrics, and it's like, it's right. We'll get into that in a minute. The lyrics, the fucking stories, the lyrics mean fuck all. The films mean fuck all. I've got a thing up there, The Exorcist, my favorite movie of all time. Right? Okay, you turn on CNN, you'll see far more disturbing things happening. Right? And it's real. It's on your fucking doorstep, so wake up, open your fucking eyes. Forget about your fucking horror movies and I've just watched this really disturbing movie. Fuck off. Watch the news.
Turn on the news. Yep.
That's really happening. And you know what it is? In England right now, I don't know if you've heard about it over there, but in England, there's been a teenager convicted. 52 years in prison. This
Stabbing little
motherfucker.
kids, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck
it's
me.
fucking disgusting.
Three little girls at a fucking Taylor Swift dance
Disgusting,
class.
yeah. I have two young daughters, man. It made me sick when I saw this story.
Oh, I mean, my daughter's grown up. My daughter's, she's in her late 30s now. But, I've got a granddaughter. I've got a grandson, and he stabbed one of these girls 32 fucking times or 130. He tried to cut her fucking head off.
Yeah.
What kind of fucking... And you know what it is? It's like, if you take away all of man's achievements and technology, which is the only thing that makes us the dominant species on this planet, right? You take away all that, and I'm perfectly happy to fucking prove it to you, right? I don't care if you're a fucking UFC fighter, and I respect every UFC. I'm a huge martial arts man. I respect everybody like that, right? I don't care who you fucking are. You get yourself in a room with a fucking hungry tiger. So you got a hungry man and a hungry tiger in a room. Who's going to have the best meal?
Yep. The tiger's going to be eating well.
Yeah. We are the weakest pieces of shit on this planet when you take away all our technology. Yeah. But there'll be a lot of people out there going, no, we're not, no, we're not, no, we're not, no, we're not. It's like, I tell you what, you know what it is? Put your gun down and go and wrestle that lie into the floor. Yep. Go and fucking fight it with your own natural weapons. It's like, not happening, is it? Fucking hell. If somebody ran into your house and you had your fists to defend yourself, you'd fight with the guy. If somebody ran into your house and your two young daughters are there, straight away you're like, game on. That's it, right? If this fucking hungry tiger runs into your house, you're picking your daughters up and running like a motherfucker because you're not going to fight that thing.
Definitely. No, you're right.
So that's my rant over. But all this religion stuff, it's like, and do you know what? It causes more problems than enough. It really does.
It's all the wars. Everything you see is all that.
The internet's made everybody insane because people can just post stuff without any regard, and there's no consequences for it. I mean, very rarely, I see in England now, if you write something on Facebook, they come arrest you. I saw that. That's like crazy. If you write something on Facebook and they don't agree with it, they'll come arrest you, which I think is absolutely... I know they don't have the freedom of speech we have here in America, but some things people write, I mean, me and Tony talk about it all the time. I'm like, do I agree with it? No. But the fact that you have the freedom to say it, I don't want to take somebody's freedom away, but you have to question their morality if you're able to write some of these things and wonder what's on your hard drive because you're not right in the head, man. And that's what I think where we turned when the internet became just an open platform to do whatever, even like child porn, you name it, trafficking, all the stuff that murder, just people can go search people out that, an innocent person doesn't even know that there's this person that sees them and hunts them down. And then, there has to be motive. And I think we're just in a bad state because of the internet. It's a godsend, and it's also a curse.
Oh yeah, I mean it's actually it's really strange, right? Me and Anita were talking about this late last night. We were talking about the whole AI thing. There had been an article on the news about AI, and she was saying she had watched this thing, and she watched this thing on TikTok, right? And it was about, AI coming to prominence. And even the guy who had invented AI or was part of the process was saying that he wouldn't be surprised if the whole fucking thing developed its own consciousness and fucking, it just does what the fuck it wants. I worked with a studio engineer years and years and years ago who was an absolute computer genius. He'd done computer studies at university, all this kind of stuff. He said the same thing about the internet. He says, becoming so vast. He says, there's every chance it could just fucking take over, Here's the funny
movies
thing,
like
right?
that, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You see the movies and then you think, whatever. Like, like, go and watch iRobot. It's fucking happening now,
Definitely.
But here's the funny thing about it. We spoke about this for about, I don't know, 10, 20 minutes. And then Anita went to bed. I says, "Oh, I'm just going to have a look through." So I was just scrolling through, and she sent me a little video ages and ages ago, and it was on TikTok, and I couldn't get it because I wasn't on that shit. And she went, "Oh, give us your phone." So she signed me up to TikTok, and I was like, "Oh, cheers, thanks," like, you know. So anyway, I thought, "Oh, I'll go on TikTok and have a look," and there's some pretty good stuff on, like, you know. So I'm just looking through it. Every fucking video that came up on my phone was about AI.
Oh. It's crazy. I mean, you talk about
they're
something
listening.
and it pulls it off of there. I mean, and it's got to
They're
happen
listening.
because, I mean, Ed, we talk about stuff for the next. Right when I'm done talking to you all, I look at my phone and I'll get ads for the shit. It's definitely
Facebook. I literally wasn't even talking. I was looking at something on the internet, just looking at it, like searching something. And then when I went on Facebook, I'm just scrolling, and then there's an ad for the exact thing that I was looking for. I didn't even mention it verbally. Like it knows, like it's all intertwined, and it's scary because it makes you want, like TikTok. I won't do it because when you sign up for it, it gives them permission to your contacts, your emails, your text messages, all your stuff. And I'm like, why does China need all my stuff? I mean, I don't trust them. I don't trust people. You know, I just don't. There's too many hackers. There's too many, people like, that's conspiracy. No, it's a fact. People can get into your stuff if they're smart enough and they want it. They could take you down. And I'm not giving it. I mean, even Facebook, when they they had to redo it because people were like, we're not going to sign up for Facebook. So they finally took away a lot of that stuff because they would lose people. But TikTok don't care, man, because that's why their whole thing with TikTok in America was, we want an American company to own the American version so that we don't give the rights to somebody else, because people, my wife, kids, they
never had TikTok.
And they scroll. All they do is just all day. My wife will send me a video, and I'm telling her I can't open it because I don't have TikTok. I can't open the video. And I won't. That's one thing I won't have. I'm sorry.
No, never had it.
I mean, what Anita sent me was, because obviously I rescue cats and I've got 30 cats outside, and it was just a silly cat video that she sent me. And I was like, well, just let me watch it on your phone. Oh, I've lost it now. It's gone. But I've sent it to you. And it says, I'll just do the TikTok thing. And I was like, right, okay. But no, I mean, I've even said, I've gone as far as to say, if it wasn't for the band and I didn't need to be on social media in any way, shape, or form, I wouldn't be on it.
Yeah, same with
That's exactly
I wouldn't be on it.
Yeah,
no.
That's it.
No, I mean,
I wouldn't
it is
have
the tool now. Unfortunately, it's like you either catch up or you get left behind.
It's the distribution method that we never had. We always talk about tape trading, when we were younger, because we're a little old. I'm a little younger than you, but when I came up in the band in the late 80s, the only way to get your stuff out was to meet people through mail. Yep. And that's, and that's how, but I mean, I look back on that and I'm like, this was an awesome time. Because to interact with people, sending you something over the internet isn't us interacting.
No,
it's not. No. It's just me sending you an email. But when you had to personalize something in your handwriting and physically put it in an envelope and take it to the post office, you couldn't. You had to go buy a physical stamp, and that was personalization.
That was DIY, right?
Man.
The original origin. Speaking of DIY, I mean, look at. With Jeff, like, you guys were like the kings of DIY back in the day. You guys were doing, I mean, you guys made your own outfits even, but you guys were like hauling off stages, right? Like designing stages yourself in backyards and shit.
Oh, Christ, yeah. I mean, if you look at that 1984 Hammersmith Odeon show, right? The hydraulic drum riser was built by an engineering company, which was just across the road from Neat Records, right? The ramps, which are up either side, which has got 666 on, I can remember distinctly being in someone's garden painting those ramps, and the truck turned up to take them down to London to go to Hammersmith. So they would, the paint was still wet as we loaded them into the trucks. And I mean, everything.
Clive's face paint was whitewash, right? Like you guys would.
Oh, yeah. We didn't even know theatrical makeup existed, you know? It was like, right, Clive, just stay there a minute. We're just going to put this on your fucking face, you know? And then we used to dry it with a hairdryer and watch it all crack and then pour blood into it.
I remember that. For some reason, I remember as a kid, like when kids would get in trouble, I remember them whitewashing fences. I don't know where I remember this from, but it's something that's like burnt into my brain,
Yeah.
you know? And you guys, you know, and even like songwriting. So early on, you wrote about 80, 90% of the first two albums, right? Yourself, but you pretty much, because I know you guys, I think the first two records, I want to say there was credit given to everyone in the band, but I think after that, it kind of started like, you know, you kind of saw who the main writers were. So the first two records, you pretty much wrote most of that.
Yeah. Definitely Welcome to Hell and a lot of black metal, yeah. And that's music and lyrics. And yeah, I mean, everything was, I've got to say this, everything was great up to black metal, in fact, up to the release of black metal, you know. And when that record went out, I mean, boom, everything really just exploded at that point. But it was at that stage where there was kind of divisions already starting. Actually, after the release of black metal, that was my first thoughts of actually leaving the band. Yeah. But I mean, it was, you know, myself and Conrad had been talking, and it was like, look, you know, I mean, fucking, you know, Abaddon's not writing. He doesn't write. You know, so why is he on the songwriting credits? And I know there's a lot of people will say all for one for all, and all that kind of stuff. But you know, I used to do this thing called Rock School for Kids, and it was run by a friend of mine, and I used to do the guitar stuff, and I had a drum tutor and a vocalist and a bass tutor, and one of the sessions, I always used to get to talk to the kids about like the music industry and stuff like that, you know, like what you can expect if you want to be a musician, you know. And one of the things I used to say to them was, you know, this is going to sound horrible, but when you're in a band and in those early days, it's you and your friends against the world, you know. Now just think that one of you is the main songwriter and you write the songs, and one of those songs, let's just say one, not all of them, just one of those songs becomes a huge hit, and it lasts for years. I mean, look at Slade, Merry Christmas Everybody. Every fucking year that song, Noddy Holder earns a fucking fortune out of that, right? But just imagine you're in a band of 4 or 5 people. You're all friends together. You're all, yeah, great. And then think of what happens when the divisions happen and you're not friends anymore, right? And you were the one that wrote that one fucking song. And you sit there every 6 months and receive a check for it. And the other 4 are getting exactly the fucking same. Now, that might seem harsh, but that is the fucking reality of it. If you look at the Judas Priest writing credits, right? Tipton, Downing, Halford. Where do you see Ian Hill on songwriting credits? Okay? Kiss, Simmons, Stanley, Bob Ezrin, Simmons, somebody else, Desmond Childs, fucking Simmons by himself, Stanley by himself, Freely, very rarely, Peter Criss, very rarely. Did they get publishing off all that? Probably not. No. It was the same with Queen. I watched the documentary. They were fiercely defensive of their own songs. Oh. You know, and even that's within a band structure. And yes, while, you know, there's bands out there who will last a lifetime, not many though. And you know what it is? On my iPhone, I have a photograph which I just saved from the internet. And I do believe it was one of the last selfies that Geddy Lee took of the 3 of them together before Neil died. And you can see Geddy's holding the camera like this, and there's 3 guys smiling at the camera, totally at ease with each other, enjoying each other's company, and just great friends. And I looked at that photograph and I was like, wow.
And it depressed you, right? It made you.
Yeah. I was just like, fuck. We used to have that.
Do you think the division starts like, when you first start, when we're all like, so, we're all band guys. When you're like 14 to 15, you're in a band room. It's like the Musketeers, right? Everyone's like, fuck yeah. You don't have this vision of what could happen. So you guys went from, a lot of bands, as we say, slum it out in the clubs, right? You got to struggle.
Mm.
You guys kind of, your first show was I want to say an ex-girlfriend's birthday party, 17th birthday party at a social club that you guys did. First gig.
Yep.
You guys only did, I want to say there was 3. It might've been 4. There was 4 gigs you guys did before you guys were playing in Belgium in front of 3,000 people. Do you think you guys didn't have that time to struggle and appreciate that struggle? Cause you guys went from like boom to boom.
Oh, it was zero to hero. It really was. I mean, the girlfriend's birthday party, that's Anita. She's sitting up in the house now. It was her birthday party.
It's crazy you guys are. It's a crazy story.
And then after that, we played the church hall that we used to rehearse in. Then we played the Methodist church in Wallsend. And then we played a social club. I think the social club that we played was the first time the 3 of us played together. Because everything else was with Clive. But no, there was no struggle. And if we can take it back to the internet type of thing, I think the reason that it went boom was curiosity. And people didn't know who the fuck we were. They didn't know they couldn't search us on the internet. There was no fucking internet.
It's mysterious. It used to be a different time period.
There was Sounds magazine, the big broadsheet, and that was it. And then Sounds brought out Kerrang magazine. We were lucky enough we were in the breaking band section of Kerrang on the very first issue. So there was nothing about the band other than what you're seeing in the press. And it was like, fucking hell, who the fuck are these guys? It was the same when I seen the first advert for The Gods, the album. And I was like, wow, look at that. That was fucking great. And, I didn't know who Samson were. I knew they were new wave of British heavy metal band. And I'd heard a couple of things. But then I was in a record store one day and I seen the album Head On. And there's Thundersticks on the cover with a fucking gimp mask and an axe. And
How could you beat that?
Oh, yep, we're having some of that. Yep. Thank you very much.
Well, that's how I got your record. My mom gave me $20, or no, it wasn't even 20. It was like $15 to go into Sam Goody, in New Jersey. I walked in and I had heard the word Slayer, so I was going to look for Slayer, and they had the Hello Aids cassette, and I was so happy. And a guy at the counter said, "Go look under V for Venom, if you like Slayer." And I went, and there it was, the black metal record, because they didn't have it on cassette. So I walk out of the store with that picture, that album cover, and of course, Hello Aids were the dudes falling into the fire. Yeah. And my mom said, "What'd you get?" And I didn't want to open the bag, but I did. And I showed her, and we were raised Catholic. And she looked at that and she said, "You're doomed." That's what she told me. Like,
all downhill.
Oh, wow, you're doomed. But I remember going home and putting that on. And like you talk about somebody changing those 2 records, like I've never heard nothing like that. And that's what changed me. Yeah. That's because I was Ozzy. My dad had Ozzy, and like you talked about Queen, Journey, Toto, Asia, country stuff. I grew up with, Twisted Sister, but buying that for myself, and then Merciful Fate, those 3 things changed my life because I'd never heard people sing and play like this. And Metallica was different, but I was like, that record, like, because I never heard, because we didn't have magazines even that far back. Like, they were obscure. We weren't allowed to buy them because I was too young. Right. I mean, I was 14 years old when I bought that record. And my mom's like, "What?" So, I mean, but the visual, when I picked the record up and I saw it, I didn't think the devil. I thought, this is like horror. Like, this is evil. Like, this looks like it could be cool. And that's what we went off of. We talk about it all the time. You bought shit off of record covers, like you were talking about, the Gimp mask.
Yeah.
You bought
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
how do you
off
not
of
get that?
Visuals.
Yeah. Well, you know, and it's funny because you know, Jeff, you talked about, which I'm actually gonna play Angel Dust off the Venom, the demo from '80 in a second here, but you talk about the imagery and stuff like that with you guys. You know, I mean, do you think that was? I know you had, I don't know what year it was. I don't know if it was 19 or something, but you were talking to Mark Gallagher from Raven, you know, who was obviously, we're going to talk about Neat Records and stuff in a minute. And he
yeah,
told you, because there was like animosity, right, towards some of the bands with Neat Records. And one of the reasons was they couldn't understand why Venom just fucking rocketed up, right, while the rest of them
yeah,
were not rocketing up. You could tell me if I'm correct or not, but I believe you guys had a conversation like that.
yeah,
Do you think the imagery really, like, because I know myself, man, I was sucked in right away. I was like, this is fucking, like, I remember seeing a Geraldo Rivera special on TV in the States being like, this is evil. And there was Venom and there was all these bands. They had fucking Motley Crue on there and stuff, which is funny. You look back at it now. But I was like, right away, I was like, boom, got to have that. Boom, got to have King Diamond, got to have this stuff. How much a
yeah.
part do you think it played early on? Because you guys' first interview was in Sounds magazine. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right. Yeah.
And the fan mail, right after you guys did your first interview, just came flying in.
There was a lot of fan and there was a lot of hate. Because Sounds Magazine used to have a fucking letters page, you know, as we were talking old school, used to write into the magazine, you know. Then the editors would read the letters and deem which one was fit to put in the, you know. After we did the interview, it was with a guy called Gary Bushell. The following week, they had to extend the letters page. There was so many.
That's awesome.
There was some people going, "Yeah, fucking hell, fucking can't wait to hear this band," and all that. And other people just like, "Who the fucking hell are these guys?" You know, it's like, but yeah, I think I've always said, at the end of the day, there was no great master plan behind Venom. You know, we didn't have that. Nothing was contrived. Nothing was, you know, nothing worked out meticulously. We just did what we did and what we thought it should be, type of thing, you know? And I got asked the question years ago, and it was like, you know, were you deliberately out to shock people? And we're like, fucking course we were. Yeah, come on, how obvious is it, you know? It's like, and my take on it was, if they love it, great. If they run away screaming, even better, because they're going to spread the fucking word. You know, and that's what happened with us. I remember what was it? Was it in the 80s or something like that? Frankie Goes to Hollywood. The song Relax, right? It was banned on radio and everything.
It was huge
It
back
went
then, yeah.
fucking huge because everybody was going, "Oh, what's all this about?" Yeah, and I think that was the thing with Venom as well. There was a lot of people, and back then as well, there was no middle ground with Venom. You loved Venom or you fucking hated Venom. I never met anybody who sat on the fence and went, "Yeah, they're okay."
Didn't you have a guy come up to you at a show and say, "Listen, man, I fucking hate the band, but I love the image"?
Yeah. It was the Hammersmith Odeon thing that we did. He was like, "I fucking hate your music," he says, "but the image in the show is fucking great." You know, like, but I would challenge this question right now and say to you, look at the size of the Rammstein stage show now.
Yeah.
Right?
It's insane.
Right. Now the question is, how many people in every single audience who have witnessed that are true Rammstein fans? And how many have gone out of curiosity? And how many have just went to see the fireworks?
I'll be honest with you myself. I'm not a Rammstein fan. I went and saw him. It was fucking amazing show. Music, I could tell you the two songs that I knew that everybody kind of knew, but I went with my ex-girlfriend or ex-wife at the time, and I was like, hey, you know, it was definitely worth. It's kind of like, I guess you would look at the old. I'm a Kiss guy. I grew up a Kiss guy, but I guess you cannot deny the show. You know, I mean, and. No. We've seen, I don't even want to, like, we've seen a band play that has a big stage show. I won't even mention their name, like a big stage show. And we saw them stripped down to nothing. And I tell you what, man, nobody cared about the nothing. It was kind of like, it just took it away from it. So I definitely could see that. And, you know, and one thing I really am always intrigued with, and we've had a couple bands on here have talked about the studio, so Conrad is working as the tape operator over at Impulse,
Mm.
and he convinces Mike Sweeney, right, to work for free, and you guys do the demo with Dave Wood. What was the first impression? Because Dave Wood fascinates me, man. I've actually seen a few pieces of him do interviews on the internet, but I've always heard Dave Wood did not like the music at all that he was any of the bands really, but it worked. But what was your first impressions of Dave Wood, and what was your first impressions of Neat Studios? Because I know you had gone in there prior to get a demo. You found out you basically couldn't afford it, right?
We couldn't afford it. No, I mean that was one of the things that made my ears prick up when I first spoke to Conrad. You know, when I met him that night, and he said he was working at Neat Records. Well, the thing was, back then, the government used to run a thing called a Youth Opportunity Scheme, and it was basically to get young kids out of unemployment, where the government would give certain businesses an allowance, if you like, to employ these people. So, you know, I mean, Conrad, he learned a little bit of, you know, tape splicing and stuff like that. But, you know, he was essentially a runner. That's what he did, you know. Let's just be honest, you know. So, he did learn a little bit. But my first impressions fucking hell, everybody used to say this. Have you heard of the comedian Benny Hill?
Oh, yeah. I can hear the music right when you say the name. I can hear the music in the background.
Oh, yeah. Well, we used to sing that every time we seen Dave Woods. Let's put it that way. He was fucking Benny Hill. Very shrewd businessman, and to this day, I've said this countless times, and I would stand in front of Dave Woods if he's still alive and say this to him. When he released the single In League with Satan, I firmly believe that he pressed up maybe 1,000 copies if we were lucky, maybe just a few hundred, shoved them out, just let it escape basically, and waited for it to flop so he could turn around to us and go, see, I told you, you're shit, now fuck off, right? That didn't happen, right? As soon as that didn't happen and the reviews started coming in, Dave Woods, businessman, went ka-ching. And that was the day we were walking in to do the next set of demos. And Dave Woods popped his head out and went, have you got enough material for an album? And we went, yep, which we didn't. And he went, okay, you got 3 days. Off you go. And that was it.
And you guys did do you guys did do a demo there, though. You guys did the Demon demo, right? You guys did. It was Angel Dust, Raise the Dead, and Red Light Fever. You guys recorded that in '80, and then you guys pressed the demo in July, I believe it was. And then Jeff Barton, who was the editor for Sounds Magazine, included it as the Demon demo on his playlist for several weeks, and that was a big thing for you guys, also.
Oh God, yeah. Well, when we've seen that, I mean, Jeff Barton. If anybody else was responsible for the meteoric rise, let's put it that way, of Venom, and it was overnight. If anybody, you know, is instrumental in there, if I've got to put another name into the mix, it's got to be Jeff Barton. Yeah, because he championed it. He was also the one that went along to the Hammersmith Odeon show saying, I was waiting for these guys to fail and I was going to crush them, but they deserved every last raw of approval that they got.
Nice.
Yeah.
Here's a fact or fiction for you too. So obviously there was an interview with Steve Thompson that he did. I don't know, it was a couple years ago maybe. And he talks about Venom. So I know Conrad has said he went in, I guess after hours, and remixed the I don't know, I guess it was the demo because he didn't like the way it sounded. Do you have any, like, is that fact basically, do you have any recollection of that, or is that kind of?
None whatsoever. No recollection of that at all.
But you've heard that story, though.
I've heard that. Oh God, I've heard it so many times. You know, I mean, Steve actually did a thing on his website.
That might be where I saw it at. Yeah, there was like
he debunked everything that Conrad said. You know, so it's like, do you know what it is? I don't understand why people do this. Why they have to constantly justify their position in what happened. It was like, oh, I did this, I did it, me, I did this. I mean, yeah, I'll turn around now and say, yeah, it was me that wrote the fucking songs in the early days, because I've always been the quiet one that just sat there and went, yeah, okay, whatever. Doesn't matter what's being said. I mean, even recently with the fucking Venom Inc thing, I've seen some things and went, you're having a fucking laugh. And there is going to be fucking repercussions if I get my way. It's like, what? You know, you get to that point where you can stand in front of somebody and they can punch you in the face constantly. Bang, 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 bang. At some point, you're going to go, right, I fucking had enough. You know, and it's taken a lot for me to get to that stage because my fuse is 1,000,000 miles long. You know, but once it goes, get out the fucking room, motherfuckers, because it's going off, you know. I just, you know, sometimes you just get fucking sick of it. You get sick of I mean, when I gave Kronos permission, verbal permission over the phone to use the Venom name, you know, one thing I said to him, I says, look, mate, I don't care what you do with the band. That was my mother was dying.
Okay, that was 2005, right? Your mom had a stroke.
2005. Yeah, she had a massive stroke. We found out she had cancer. She was dying. And come on, a band name. Who gives a fuck about it? My mother's dying. I don't give a fuck about the band name, right? Do what the fuck you want with it, right? But I also said to him, I says, look, I don't care. Everything's focused on my mum now. But I will never recognise anything that doesn't include at least me and you. And he was like, yeah, well, you know, never say never, mate. His words, right? Never say never. He says, you don't know. Maybe in a few years' time, I don't want it. You can have the name back. I'm like, whatever. And that it was left at that. Now, I know the facts behind all that, what went on when he put the phone down. But what annoyed me, and I've remained silent about it, but what annoyed me was the fact that he then went on to basically try and change the course of fucking history within the band. It was like, I read these things and I was just going, what fucking dimension did this happen in? You know, it's you know, like a mild one is like, I joined a Judas Priest tribute band. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, there's definitely a lot of differences between your interviews and if we read Conrad's interviews, it's definitely totally different of like, you know, of the history and like just certain kind of things, you know, and you've always been a very open and stuff like that. So, you know, I mean, that's why I we were bringing you on. I was like, I don't know, should we ask? I mean, you know, like we told you before you came on, you could say yes or no to whatever, but there were certain things that as a Venom fan or Venom fans, you kind of read and you're wondering, you're like, man, you know, is that true or not? Then when you hear the other explanation of it, you're like, oh shit, you know, it's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, you know, I'm quite sure it goes on in every band, you know. And I mean, there's a lot of bands who have had far more virulent disputes than us, you know, with far more finance involved. Let's put it that way, you know. I mean, fucking hell, there's nothing to argue when it comes to that with Venom, you know.
Yep.
But it's just that, you know, sometimes you see these things and you're like, it's incredulous to me, you know, and it saddens me as well because, you know, and the last thing I want is any fucking keyboard warriors out there going, oh yeah, he's just fucking bitter and twisted about it. I'm not bitter and twisted about it. I tell you what, before you make any misinformed comment, put my shoes on and walk half the fucking distance that I've walked.
Yep.
And then tell me something. Right? It's like, you know, and especially over the last 6 years, I mean, it's been, well, we might get to that later on, but, you know, with all that, when I was doing the Patreon thing, for example, right? And I was doing these videos, and I've put a few clips up on Facebook recently. And I was doing these videos that I found old VHS tapes and stuff like that. And I thought, oh yeah, people would love to see all that kind of stuff. And there was one of them, which was the reunion period. And this particular video that I was watching, and I had to borrow a friend's video machine. I didn't even have a fucking machine to play it. So I'm watching this thing, and it's all grainy and fucking shaking about and whatnot. But it's the three of us in a warehouse in South Tyneside. And it's the Dynamo stage set, which is set up. There's another video which was done in the Mayfair where we actually rehearsed with that stage set. But this was the first time we'd seen that stage set. So we're standing there looking at it, and it's like fucking... And do you know what it is? Me and Abaddon, we used to have this thing where, you know, he would get a mouthful of water in between songs, and then he would just fucking launch the whole lot over. Many a time I'm standing there doing the intro to fucking Buried Alive, and I would just get all over the back of my head. I was like, you motherfucker! I mean, there was one, I've got to tell you this before I go on. I think it was Manchester Apollo or something, way back in the 80s we're playing. And Kronos was doing the whole witching hour thing at the beginning, you know, boom, boom. And Abaddon leant over the drum kit and dropped a fucking towel on him, right? It's like, fuck, he was not fucking happy. Anyway, but me and Abaddon had this thing, you know, and I mean, there was one time where he fucking soaked me this one point, and I looked at my roadie, and he had a 2-litre carton of orange juice, right? So I looked at the roadie and I was like, fuck, like that, right? So I was still playing. Abaddon's hammering away through one fucking song or something like that. So my roadie, Jim Turst, just ran up onto the drum riser, right up behind him, and just emptied 2 litres of fucking orange juice all over the fucker when he was playing. So we used to do all these fucking silly things, right? And so we're on this stage set, and you can see me and Abaddon working out specific points where we can fucking spit water on each other, and even Conrad, we're pissing ourselves laughing. It's 3 guys there just fucking laughing like fuck. I mean, and do you know what the thing is? I work, I know my body, my psyche, everything works far too much on an emotional level. Right, you know, I'm an empath. I know I'm an introvert and all this kind of stuff, which might not seem that way, but I've got the safety of a fucking screen in front of me. You put me in a room full of strangers, I'm useless. I'm fucking useless. Yeah, but you know, I watched this video and I just looked at it and went, where the fuck did that go? You know, what the fuck happened? You know, you're looking at 3 guys there and then there's another one that I just put up recently. We're in the studio. It's the reunion period again. We're in the studio and it's the first playthrough of Warhead because we were rehearsing for the Dynamo Festival, and I got into the studio early one day. I plugged in and I was just standing there going, and Conrad walked in, and all right, mate, made himself a coffee, come through and stand with a cup of coffee, and he's nodding like that. And I'm just playing the riff to Warhead, and he put his coffee down. He went like that, like, keep going, you know. So he always had a little folder full of lyrics. So he pulled this sheet of paper out. And he came up beside me and he was going, keep going. And he went, I am the evil one, the tempter, sinner, man. And that was the only lines he had. And then he had a few other lines sporadically. And that's how that came together. And there's a video of us doing that. And again, just, you know, it was like looking at it going, I don't know. You know, like I say, I work on too much of an emotional level. Maybe.
Do you ever have have not flashbacks? Do you ever kind of have some dreams where you guys are all going back in time, where you guys are all just normal, hanging out, chilling in the band? Like, do you ever have those kind of dreams where it used to be civil?
I wouldn't say dreams or anything like that. Like, you know, but you do have those thoughts every now and again. You do think. I mean, it's got to happen with the majority. I mean, you know, you've seen what Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons have said about Ace Frehley. You've seen what Ace Frehley said about them, you know. But at the end of the day, you know, when it comes down to it, look what they created together.
It's a magic that can't be lost. Yeah.
That is the sad thing. You know, one of the things that really saddened me about Kiss was when I discovered that, Ace didn't turn up for this recording session, and like Bob Kulick had to play the solos, and I was devastated because Ace was my guy in the band. It was like, oh, fucking Ace Frehley. It's like, I mean, there he is. He's on my fucking phone.
I saw that. Yeah,
yeah, he's fucking. And it's like, you hear that about him, and you go, oh, it just knocks the wind out of you.
Well, and Kiss is one of those bands you would hear that about. You hear like Peter not playing drums on certain things and stuff.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, I know I even say in the book, this book that I'm writing, which I hope I'll get finished one day, but I even say in there, if you're expecting to read this and everything is perfect in the Venom Kingdom and your favourite member of the band rules the kingdom and we're all happy together, then put this down right now.
It's not for you.
That's not the way the fucking story's going.
No.
And it is sad. It's fucking sad. And do you know the other sad thing is? That this band, Venom, has missed every major milestone in that career. Every fucking anniversary celebration we've missed.
And I don't want to bring up money, but imagine how much these days, if you just say, imagine how much money, and I know it's not about money, but how much money Venom could make if you had the original guys up there as friends up there doing it. The bands that are getting paid these days, it would be gigantic. It would be such a, like we're seeing in the States, we have Acid Bath, it's a band that's gotten back together and they're selling out in like 20 minutes tickets. And I believe that you guys would be the same thing. I mean,
I mean, I've been told this so many times. I've been told, fucking hell, the original lineup, and it's like, yeah, okay, right. One thing I will say, right, if it ever came down to this, right, Abaddon would be at the airport with his suitcase before you finished asking the question, right?
Yeah.
He would do it immediately. I've had the conversation with him. I know he would, right? And fucking long time ago. Yeah, fucking hell. Yeah. He's done interviews where he said, I want the original lineup to get back together. Everybody knows I just want to get back on stage with those guys. It's like, right. Myself personally, I've always said, I'm willing to talk. And I think, to be brutally honest, if, in inverted commas, before anybody goes, oh yeah, that's what he wanted, it's like, oh, shut the fuck up, will you? It's like, and I know who would say that, yeah, that's what he's always wanted. It's like, fuck off, it's not what I've always wanted. Fucking get a fucking life. But if it came down to it, I would want to get into a room and sit face to face with Conrad and talk to him. Because that's what I think it needs. More than anything else. That's what I personally believe that it needs. But when's that going to fucking happen?
Yeah. Well, and I'm going to play from 1980. I'm going to play Angel Dust from the Demon demo. Then we're going to come back with you on here. I'm going to play that, and then we'll be right back here with Jeff Mantas. This is Angel Dust. Hey, before I go into this, Jeff, is there anything you remember about recording that demo? Anything in particular?
Just that we couldn't play. Everything was turned up, and I remember Keith Nichols or Steve Thompson, whoever, it might probably been Steve Thompson at the time, I think, just looking with a bemused look on their face, go, what the fuck are these guys doing, I mean, everything was just feedback and fucking, I mean, my blue fuzz pedal did a right good job on that, I'll tell you.
Here you go. This is Angel Dust off the Demon demo from 1980. We'll be right back on the Tampa Morgue with Jeff Mantas Dunn after this track.
For the right connection, 'cause I need it. Want it.
and that was Venom with Angel Dust off the Demon demo, 1980. In October 1980, you guys go in and do a thing called the 50-pound demo. Can you tell us what that is?
Oh, yeah, Neat Records. They had this little thing that they did for bands, and they were doing this thing called the 50, in England, 50 quid, the 50 quid demo, where you would go in, you would have an allotted amount of time, and hopefully you went in prepared enough to come away with a finished demo tape for 50 quid. It was just basically to fill up empty spaces in the studio, So, they had their regular clients and, the bands who would come in and record for albums or whatever, or voiceovers or stuff like that. But just to fill in the gaps, it was the 50 quid demo, And I remember Keith Nicol, actually, when I did the Winter Change album, I was talking to Keith. We were taking a break one day, and he said to me, he says, when I did those 50 quid demos, he says, I get so many young metal bands coming in. And I would say, right, okay, then, so what are your goals? What are you looking to do before we start off? And they were just like, make us sound like Venom. And Keith said, my answer always was, I can't. I don't know how to, because those guys just come in, turn everything up to fucking 11, and that's it. He says, there's no magic formula. He says, it's what they sound like,
Awesome.
So, but yeah, I remember having that conversation with Keith. I loved working with Keith. Keith was great. But even Keith admits that, as much as we were learning to play our instruments when we were in there and trying our damnedest, he was still learning the engineering thing, So everybody was kind of learning as they went along,
I think Keith, when he first went in there, I don't think he actually knew. I had read something from him that he actually didn't know his first time, like in Neat Studios, he had no idea what he was doing. They just hopped on the board and just figured it out as he went.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've read the same thing, and that's what he said. It was like, well, I tell you what, Keith was a phenomenal musician, great guitarist, and a fucking excellent songwriter. And I loved working with him on the Winds of Change thing. It was great fun doing that.
He was really into the effects too. Like I know you guys, which we'll get to too, on those albums. You guys were really like going back to the DIY thing. We'll go to that. You guys did a lot of things on those records like that in the studio there. Before I do want to ask though, what was the relationship like with the Neat bands? Because you guys had, there's obviously Raven. You guys had Tigers. Like, was it really like a little bit like it was like a high school animosity thing or anything like that? Really, or was it?
We did an interview one day in the studio, right? I mean, fucking hell, it's so many years down the line, I can probably say this now, right? Well, we were a total bunch of twats for doing this, right? I mean, there was no need for it, and I'm really fucking sorry, and it was just youthful fucking stupidity and ignorance. But Raven had their mix set up on the fucking desk, right? With a big sign which said, do not touch. No, that didn't apply to Venom, though, did it? I was like, hey, look at that. Fucking shifted all the fucking knobs all over the place. But no, I mean, it was like when I spoke to Mark Gallagher, he said to me, he says, there wasn't anything really. I mean, Raven were David Wood's little blue-eyed boys, I mean, we walked in one day and in the studio there's all this brand new equipment, with fucking Raven stamped on it and whatnot. And we were still dragging out battered old 412s with
Blue
fucking
fuzz pedal.
Yeah, the fucking fuzz pedal came out again. No, I mean, Mark said to me, he says, the band's on Neat Records. He says, it was like, they were in the back of the van. They were up and down the country, or they were getting on the ferry and they were going across to Europe and they were playing the show. They were slogging it and they were working it and working, paying their dues, as we say, And he says, you fuckers. He says, you release one album and he says, you're off doing fucking arenas in fucking Europe with an American band supporting you. Metallica. I was like, yeah, no, I remember walking into the show on the 7 Dates of Hell. I mean, we played some fucking big places. There was a place in Paris called the Espace Ballade, and that's where we were booked into. And I remember walking into that venue and just looking, going, what the fucking, who the fuck's playing here? You know, I thought we were going to be in a side room or something like that, you know, but no, that was us, you know, and it was like, holy fucking shit. It was fucking colossal, you know, and we played in Milan, we played the Teatro Tenda, which is like a huge circus tent.
When you guys did that Belgium show, that 3,000, was that just, you know, because you guys are young, was that just like, what the fuck's going on here?
Oh, we had no fucking clue. Neat Records didn't even have a clue what was going on. You know, nobody knew how. This is how fucking stupid I was, right? We were standing on stage at Belgium in Popperinga. It was like a sports hall. So we're standing there, and I'm just looking around, and all these people are bringing equipment in and stuff, you know. And there was a guy who walked across the stage carrying something. I don't know what it was, but he's carrying something. He was just walking across the stage, and he was going, somewhere in time we were born, we brought blood, loss, hatred, and scorn. And I looked at him, and I watched him walk past, and I'm looking, going, how the fuck does he know that? I had no fucking idea. You know, I'm like, I know this is a British thing, but have you ever seen the show Father Ted?
I think I've heard of that, but I have not seen it. I don't know about
Oh, it's a pity because you haven't seen it because it's about a couple of fucking Catholic priests who live on a fucking island, right? And it's fucking hilarious. I mean, it rips the piss. It's hilarious. But one of the priests, Dougal, is a complete fucking space cake. Right, he has no fucking clue what's going on every fucking day. There's this fucking great scene where they're sitting in a caravan, they go on this fucking shit holiday where it's pissing down with rain, right? And they're in the middle of a fucking field. And Father Ted's got a little model cow, right? A little model of a cow on the table, right? And he's explaining to Dougal, that is small, those are far away. Because there's a herd of cows in the next field, right? And he doesn't fucking get it. That was me. That was me in that fucking sports hall in Belgium. I was like, what the... And again, when I walked into Espace-Balade, I'm like, fucking hell. Teatro Tenda. The big circus tent. And everything, all the seating was fucking fixed to the floor. Kids came in, they ripped the fucking seating up, everything. Our sound and lights guys, they couldn't see the stage because kids had built the fucking chairs up in front of them, climbing all over the fucking place. There was an armed policeman on my side of the stage and on Conrad's side of the stage. And when I went to the front of the stage and I smashed my guitar and I lifted the guitar above my head, right? I've since spoke to the kid who caught it, right? And it fucking hit him in the head. And then he said he just turned around and looked, and there was a surge of people towards him. So he threw it. He just got rid of it. I was like, fuck that. But as I did that, when I came off and I was in the dressing room, Conrad went, fucking hell, we thought you were dead. I was like, what? What? He says, when you lifted that guitar up above your head and you were over the audience like that, he says, that guy on your side of the stage put his hand inside his fucking jacket. And we were thinking, he's going to fucking shoot him. And I was like, shit. And there was 250 riot police at that fucking show.
Wow.
And this was our first European tour, you know? It was like, what the we no clue what was going on. It fucking exploded. That's what I say, zero. And that's what Mark was saying. He was like, we didn't understand how the fuck you guys were doing it. Why? What the fuck? You know,
what was the magic formula? You know,
but I've always said, I mean, every band on Neat Records, the Tigers of Pantang, Fist, Raven, White Spirit. There was a band called Dead Ringer who should have been massive in America. They were AOR rock to the hilt. They were fucking superb. All of those bands, far, far superior musicians to us. They fucking play us under the table, you know? But if you had given them any of the Venom songs, it would have sounded like shit. It would have sounded too perfect. It would have sounded too good.
Well, like you said, it just that's the sound you guys made. There was no rhyme or reason. It's just what came out of you guys. And that and that goes to like the first. So you guys are doing the demos, and like you said, Dave comes up to you, hey, you guys got enough songs for the record. So you guys then do Welcome to Hell. So a lot of people may not realize. So back then, I know Neat Records was doing this too. You guys recorded it on a 24-track tape, but all the tapes are previously used, right? They're already it's all recycled tapes.
Yeah. I mean, that's why. Is it? I think it's before Red Light Fever. You can hear a little piece of violin or something.
Noise from something else.
You know, and that's what it was, because it was fucking secondhand tape. So we were recording over somebody else's shit.
That's crazy. That's like you said, no Pro Tools. It's all raw. And when you guys write the song "Welcome to Hell," did you have half of that song written before you went into the studio? Because you were finishing songs in the studio, right?
Yeah, well, especially "Welcome to Hell." I mean, I had the majority of the riffs and everything, so it was just tying it all together. And then Corona, I remember doing the bam 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 bam. I just remember Corona's going, "Fight, we will fight, right?" And I was like, that's it, right? So, it was like furiously writing stuff straight away. He always had like a little folder full of lyrics and ideas and stuff like that, And it's another thing I've said, when he came into his own for the songwriting, he wrote some great lyrics. I mean, Nightmare. I came in with the music for Nightmare. And then he put By the Shores of the Asian Sea, Fools Scream Out Destiny. And then,
Manitou is your favorite song he wrote, right, lyrically?
Lyrically, it just evokes so many pictures, across infernal wastelands, many miles of sunburned hell, tribes scattered, limbs and dust laying as they fell. It's like, fucking hell. I mean, they were just great fucking lyrics. And the riff, that was Possessed. That was it.
You guys rewrote that.
I had wrote the fucking lyrics for Possessed. It wasn't even called Possessed. I mean, fucking hell, because they appear on the back of the album, Welcome to Hell and Black Metal. We're possessed by all that is evil, the death of your God we demand, all that kind of stuff. But that, it was going to be, look at me, Satan's child. And then there was one day with him, he went, Manitou, and that was it. So that came out about like that. A lot of it happened, particularly between me and Conrad, when there was ideas came together. A lot of it happened very, very spontaneously.
Well, In League with Satan too, right? You just wrote that, and it was just a tribal beat and a riff. You kind of just came up with it.
Yeah. I mean, I had the. I think there's some of the lyrics in there are mine, and some of them are Conrad's. I mean, Live Like an Angel. That's all my fucking stuff. And I've said this before, and I'm not going to say who it was, but there is an unexpected influence for the riff to Live Like an Angel. But I'm going to save that one for the book.
You go. There's actually a killer. I'll tell you. I don't know if you've heard it or not, because I know so many bands do Venom covers. But there's a great cover of In League with Satan. A band called Christian from Brazil did it. I don't know if you ever heard it, but it's excellent, man.
All right.
Yeah, they did a great cover of it. And the solo on that, that's just a handful of like single sustained notes going on.
Oh yeah, that's all that was. I mean, it was it was just sustained notes, a little bit of trem work and stuff like that. That's all that was. There was nothing more to it. It was just that there wasn't much call for a solo in that song, to be brutally honest, but it was just that the sort of heavy metal formula dictated that there should be a guitar solo somewhere along the line, So that's why it was just put there, but it was just a series of noises, and some of it was turned backwards and stuff. So it was all more a texture, just for effect, than anything else.
And Sons of Satan, was that the first tune that Conrad wrote with the band? Was that
he did write something before that. We went, yeah, that's good. Bin. But no, Sons of Satan. That's Conrad. That's him. Yeah.
And the female voice on Welcome to Hell, who reads the Psalms 23. That's actually was a secretary at Neat Studios.
That was the receptionist secretary. That was Susan. Yeah. So when we got the track together, and we had that little verse part, and we were like, "Oh, it'd be great to have a female doing it," you know. So we just literally ran downstairs and dragged her out of the office and said, "Give her a piece of paper," and said, "Read that." And that was it. And then she was ceremoniously kicked out the studio, and that was it. Job done.
She had no idea that, for like years and years later, that it would be an iconic thing, you know. I mean,
no idea.
Yeah, I mean, she had no idea. And the song "Schizo" was about a serial killer, right? And can you tell the story? I mean, I know he kept heads and stuff, but do you actually remember the name of the serial killer that you guys wrote about?
You know what it is? I can't remember the name of the guy, but I do remember reading this thing about this maniac who. He was your typical next door neighbour type of bloke, and but he used to keep the heads on his mantelpiece or something. But he would read the Bible, passages to the Bible to them every night before he went to bed, and then give them and kiss each one good night. You know, and it was like, whoa, you're so fucked up, you are. But no, I can't remember who it was. I haven't a fucking clue.
And you guys put out Welcome to Hell, and you guys, the Bloodlust single gets a great review also in Sounds Magazine.
Yep.
You guys are the single of the week. I think Edwin Pouncey was the guy's name who.
Yeah, fucking hell, Edwin. Yeah.
Pouncey. And you guys do you guys also during that sessions? Did you guys do the Senile Decay during that session? From Hell to the Unknown. For that comp, that came out on there, I think, like a couple years afterwards.
Yeah, it might have. You know what it is? There was so many other little songs that were just thrown into the mix that never really went anywhere, and then they were just included on something later. You know, Senile Decay is one of the ones that I actually revamped and did it on Facebook during the pandemic. And actually, when I put it together again. I mean, it's Conrad's song. It's all his ideas. But when I put it together again, I was like, "Fucking hell, this is actually not too bad at all." You know, it just drives and drives and drives and drives, relentless, and then it's finished. You know, but it was good to do that. And another one that I did, which is another one of Conrad's actually, because everybody was going on about the Possessed album and then the like production on it and all that. Totally different fucking story altogether, but there's a song on there, and I got asked when I was doing all these little re-records and just playing them on Facebook. Somebody was I'm sure it was Vil from Finland. She goes, Mystique, play Mystique, you know. So one day I just went, I had to listen to it, and I was like, yeah, why not? So I fired the studio up and everything, did this version of Mystique, and fucking it's come up better than fucking Possessed it. Let's put it that way.
That's awesome.
Sounds great. Yeah.
You guys also, so you guys did a video too, right? A two-track live video that you guys were giving promoters to kind of let them know what to expect with the Venom stage and how you guys wanted the setup and everything.
Yeah.
And that was shot at People's Theatre in Newcastle.
People's Theatre in Newcastle, yep. And I've still got the original piece of paper that I designed that stage on, the lighting rig and everything. Yeah.
You were working at, so I heard the story. You're working at a gas. So after high school, you're pumping gas, right, at your uncle's.
Yeah.
Uncle's shop.
Pumping gas at my uncle's place. I was there for 7.5 years. It was in the office there that I sprayed the black metal head on the back of my flying V. I did the. It's actually on the. Give me 2 seconds. If I can put my hands on it quickly, I will.
Oh, definitely, no problem.
Let's have a look. I don't know if I've actually got it in this box or not. It might be in another box, but if it's here, I will show you it. But yeah, it was on the back. My uncle used to have this credit agreement with certain companies, and we had all these credit notes, these A4 sheets. So I drew the design on this A4 sheet. I don't know if it's in here. I've got something else I can show you, but it might be in another little box somewhere. I've got old set lists and all kinds of fucking bollocks in here. Like, there's all kinds of old slides and different shots and whatnot.
Venom fans
Um,
would have a heart attack seeing some of this stuff right here. These boxes, they would.
there's all kinds of stuff. In fact, there it is. Yeah, we've got it. I'm just going to pull it out carefully because it might rip. Right. Well, what I'm going to show you first is that. That is the Church Hall recordings. That is the actual cassette from
Nice.
Westgate Road.
Have you backed that up so it doesn't fall apart on you?
Oh, this is, the cassette recorder that this was recorded on is still at my daughter's house in England.
Nice.
So, but that is the original. So that's what you're listening to on that thing. I don't know if you'll get it on the screen, but I don't know if you can see it on there. If I angle it, it says Westgate Road.
Yes, I can see it after when I squint a little. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's that. And that is that's the original design for the People's Theatre
That you did at the gas station while you were working.
Yep, that's in the gas station where I was working. Yep. So that's everything. You can see that's the back of it. That's the credit sheet. That's the back of it. And that is the design. Which way up is it? Yeah. Venom light and rig, video, what's this? On stage, explosions, 2 mic stands, floor lights, monitors, pedal boards, 20 to 30,000 watts either side of the drum kit. Where else have we got? Pyrotechnics, gerbs on the drum kit, flares on the drum kit, explosions, smoke, dry ice pyrotechnics, scanner spots, floor lights on Kronos, pin spots, strobes, 40 to 60,000 watts of coloured light, 30 to 38 to 40,000 watts of white light. We had all these aircraft lights and everything like that. And the dry ice that we used was the huge, big old-fashioned machine where you had to physically put dry ice into boiling water and stuff, you know.
Yeah, we're definitely going to talk about your pirate. I mean, we're going to get, I know we have some Johnny Z stories too that are coming up very soon. So you guys, you guys were obviously, I mean, I'd actually heard I don't know if this was a rumor too. Were you guys, because I know you guys didn't obviously do many local circuit there. You guys kind of blew up real fast, but there was a rumor that you guys were banned from the local circuit in your town. Is that true or was that just a myth?
Yeah, I can't remember being banned. I can remember. I think it was this working men's social club where we actually had to put Eric Cook, our manager, who was just a friend, and everybody, like I say, it was DIY. Everybody was learning as they went along. So Eric was the manager, and I think that was the night we had to put him in a flight case to carry him down the stairs and get him out of the venue because the management wanted to have a word with him, let's put it this way, because we blew all the fuses out in the entire building, the whole fucking lot, everything went out, and we did do some damage in there. So I'm sure that was the night we had to put Eric in a flight case and just carry him down the stairs.
Yeah, you guys had a reputation. I mean, even with the name Venom, I heard wasn't there another band from Manchester, but basically, someone persuaded them to get rid of the name.
Yeah, I can remember. I think it was Kerrang who had said, "Oh, there's this other band called Venom." Like, we're like, "What? Venom? What? So anyway, they sent us these photographs of them, and they were like this fucking glammy looking thing. I think they changed their name to Silverwing, but they had this. Were they the ones that had a song called Flashbomb Fever? I can't remember, but I just remember seeing this photograph of the band. So anyway, what they wanted was, it was like, well, they've given their reasons, why they should be called Venom, and we want your reasons, it's like that. So we just said, oh yeah, well, here's a good reason. Change your name or we're coming to Manchester to kick your fucking heads in. And that was our reasoning for it.
Power of persuasion.
Oh God!
So late 82, you guys are back in Impulse. You guys record, which is obviously the black metal record. Album was done in 6 days. Is that a fact?
Yeah, it was about 6 or 7 days. I don't know. Might have even been a little bit longer, but it wasn't, in terms of recording an album. It wasn't a great deal of time. That was always the thing with Neat Records and Dave Woods in particular. It was get in, get out. Clock was ticking immediately. So yeah, we had a little bit more luxury of time to go in there and do it. the first song I wrote for black metal, was Leave Me in Hell. And we actually premiered Leave Me in Hell at the first show in Belgium, in Popperinger. So that was before it was heard on the recordings. And then, like I say, I've told the story of black metal was written on the toilet. And
Yeah, so that's a famous story. Right? It's written on the toilet. Ed's animals are they're getting excited over there. Yeah, so you wrote that one on the toilet, and you guys also. So this album, I thought there was a lot of cool stories for this one. How you guys did some of these songs, because I know Keith Nichols worked on this one with you guys again. So the track "Buried Alive." First of all, you guys, to make that effect, you guys just used a box, a mic, and a shitload of gravel.
That's right. Yeah, we had a cardboard box. Where you went into Neat Records, the studio was essentially on the top floor. So that would have been like the first floor was where the merchandise room was. There was a Venom office on there, and you went up again into the studio. So on the landing, as you went up to the studio, I mean, it was all stone staircase, so it was very echoey out there. So we put one of the mics onto the landing and then covered it with a cardboard box. And then, Keith gave the signal, and I can't remember who it was. One of us just dropped earth handful by handful on top of the box. And that was the effect for the burial scene. And Conrad did the voice. We are brought forth into this world with nothing. And that's Conrad's voice, that. So...
And the intro noise to black metal, that was what? An actual... you guys bought like a chainsaw into the studio?
I can't even remember where we got that from. It might have just been lying around in the workshop at the studio or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, it was like a small electrical saw. So we just decided to saw one of the doors in half and record it. And that was it.
And Teacher's Pet is a true story about a classmate you had, huh? Who was basically masturbating under the desk.
Yeah.
See, you're not the only one.
The first line's true, but the rest of it's a bit artistic license, let's put it that way. But yeah, I mean, it was in the 70s. So in the 70s in England, the miniskirt was very prevalent. It was the fashion choice for young ladies. And we had, at that point in the 70s in primary school, we had a religious education teacher who was very attractive and always wore a miniskirt. And this particular day, she was sitting reading a fucking Bible bits or whatever it was, and she was sitting on the desk. And all the little boys in the room at that point, we were all sort of starting to get the twinge when you seen the girls and stuff like that. It was all, it's not just for pissing out off type of thing, And so anyway, everybody's sitting looking at this teacher showing a fair amount of leg, let's put it that way. And I just looked to the left of me, and the little guy beside me had his hands down his trousers, and he was doing the business. So
lyrics make sense.
He's probably spent the rest of the day stuck to the inside of his trousers, let's put it that way.
And yeah, you're talking about the Countess Bathory. You wrote half of it on the toilet. And so when you came into the studio, you had written the rest of that song with Jed Wolf from Adam Craft, which was Eric Cook's brother, right? Which was Jed Cook.
Yeah. He was with Tyson Dog at the time, I think. But he was just sitting on Abaddon's kit. He was just playing. I walked in. We sort of nodded hello to each other. He was making a racket on the kit. He was playing a double drape bass drum pattern. He was just going digga 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 digga. I plugged my guitar in, and I just started going down down digga digga down down digga down down digga digga down. Oh, I've got a low battery and my cable's already in. Oh shit.
You're back.
Yeah. So yeah, we just started jamming along on that. And then Conrad provided most of the lyrics to that one. I think the last verse is mine. Although Welcome's Death with Open Arms, the Reaper turns the page, all that. But yeah, Conrad came up with the battery concept. I think because the one thing I will say was he did his research, and I do believe it was probably the first metal song that ever mentioned Countess Bathory, or the legend of Bathory. I mean, way back in the 70s, or maybe it's the late 60s, I don't know, but the Hammer House of Horror films, they did a movie with an actress called Ingrid Pitt, which was called Countess Dracula, which was loosely based on the Countess Bathory story, based on Elizabeth Bathory. But Bathory was never mentioned in the film. Yeah, that was another song that just all came together, It just happened, He came in, he had these ideas, these lyrics, and that was it, And, the funny thing is, now, as I'm writing new stuff now, I think to myself, if I came up with that riff now, I would throw it in the bin, because, you get, it's what I said, the Bruce Lee thing, crammed and distorted by the classical mess. It's like, oh, nah, it's not, you think, it's not complex enough, it's not, and sometimes I think it would be nice to get back to that innocence and naivety that you had way back when you were writing songs, because, there was, and during the course of the new wave of British heavy metal, there was a lot of those bands there, and there's one in particular. I'm not going to mention them. I don't want to say their name, but there's one in particular that had one really famous song. The rest of the stuff, yeah, okay, but there was always that one song. And I went to see this band. It was very well attended, very well received. But when they played that one song, that place went fucking crazy.
Yeah. For
whatever reason, Venom has got a fucking bag full of those songs.
I was going to say, yeah.
And I don't know why. But we just have. There's, it's like I've seen grown men cry at the front of the stage when we kick into Angel Dust, or fucking, Live Like an Angel, stuff like that. Something which, I wrote when I was like 19-year-old in my fucking bedroom. It's amazing to see. And the one thing that fucking blew my mind, seeing a Chinese audience in Beijing singing Countess Bathory.
Yeah, that was one of your first shows with Venom Inc., right? It was Beijing.
Yeah. Yeah. It was incredible.
You talk about influence. You do pay homage on this album too, because there's a Judas Priest little homage going on Black Metal too, with some lyrics.
Yes, there's two. In fact, there's two homages to Priest on the Black Metal album. That when I said that we tried to play the Ripper and we failed miserably, there's that center section of the Ripper, which is the sort of bit where it comes down to dum 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 dum, all that. That's Countess Bathory. Dun 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 bam bam dun dun dun. Yep. So, and I've spoken about this a lot, and people have never said this to me, but I'm surprised that people didn't pick up on it. Saying, "Oh, it sounds like the bit out of the Ripper," But it is my tip of the hat to my heroes, But also black metal, lay down your souls to the gods, rock and roll. Yep, fall to your knees and repent if you please. It's the same phrasing. Yeah.
I mean, and they talking about the influence. I don't even know if you're familiar too much with him, but I mean, shit, I remember when Varg Vikernes gets arrested for burning down churches, and what's he wearing? The Venom t-shirt.
Oh God, I seen a documentary. And when he was let out of the dock, he had a fucking black metal shirt on. I was like, what the fuck? And on the same documentary that I saw, I can't remember the name of the documentary, but on the same documentary, there was a guy in an orange suit walking around. He was shackled and he was walking around an exercise yard in a penitentiary in America somewhere. And in the background, I was sitting with my ex-wife, actually, and in the background, I'm listening, I'm going, that's fucking possessed. And it was down, 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 And I'm like, and then it was doom, 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 down, 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 down. I'm like, fucking hell, it's possessed. So anyway, then they interview the guy, and he was like, and him and his buddies basically invited this guy into the woods for a party where they fucking sacrificed him.
Yeah, I remember this fucking story, yeah.
And he said Oh yeah, man. In the car, we put a little bit of Venom on just to get us in the mood. I was like, oh, what the fuck?
Oh, I
And then
remember this.
there was one day years and years ago, I opened the Sunday newspapers, and it had Northeast Satanic Band linked to suicide, Canada. I was like, they had found, some mother had found 2 kids in a fucking bedroom with Venom stuff everywhere. And you know, the thing is, with the Judas Priest case,
Stained class.
if that had gone the wrong way, it would, fuck me, it would have decimated heavy metal.
There was that Suicide Solution from Ozzy, if you remember. There was a whole bunch of shit going on during that time period.
Yeah.
And I'm actually going to play Leave Me in Hell in a moment, but I wanted to ask you, you talk about success. You guys were overnight success, as you said, and it got to the point where you guys were having like restaurants closed down for you, police escorts and stuff. I mean, it was kind of like Beatles mania in a black metal kind of way, I guess you'd say.
Oh, it was fucking crazy. It was. I remember doing a French shopping mall, and we were just on a promotional tour of Europe. We weren't playing live or anything. We just went out to do some promotion, and we were doing a record store signing. And the record store owner had got in touch with the manager and said, "Look, there's too many people turned up to the record store. We can't get everybody in. It's going to be chaos." So we've allocated an area in the shopping mall. So we went to this area, we sat behind the table, we were signing autographs and stuff like that, and the place just fucking went mental. And behind us, there was the fire escape doors. So the manager came round and he gave each of us 2 handfuls of badges and patches. And he said, right, what I want you to do, he says, is go to the barriers and just throw the badges and patches into the crowd. He says, and when they're fucking going for the badges and patches, you right, see that door over there, kick it off its fucking hinges, straight down the fucking stairs, and Richie's in the car, the engine's running, and we're away. And that's what we had to do.
Was that the tour, that French media tour? You guys were supposed to play in the Netherlands, right, at a festival? And did you guys' equipment get impounded or something?
Oh fucking hell! That was the Art Shock Festival, and we turned up, and the word got out that we were there, and one of the barriers at the top end of the festival site came down. This big fence, the fans just charged all the way down, caught us in the car. The car was just fucking rocking. The beer was getting poured all over the car. Fucking Venom. The place was going crazy. I've got to be honest, we were sitting there laughing, just going, fucking hell, this is great. And then they opened these huge shutter doors at the side, and the driver took the car in. The security came, pushed everybody out of the way, and they dropped the doors down again. We got out of the car going, fucking hell. Then we were taken around to do interviews, and they had put posters up against all the glass so nobody could see what we were in. Somebody seen us, the Venom chant went up again. Then one of the windows came through, and then the security came in, grabbed us, and there was literally 2 lines of security from this interview room all the way around to the backstage area where there was a door waiting open for us, and there was one guy grabbed me, one grabbed Conrad, one grabbed Tony, and just literally ran us through this fucking gauntlet of security men, and got us into the room. And then the place was just going Venom crazy, and Eric, the manager, he sent the driver back to the hotel to pick up the VHS of the Witching Hour video. And there was a huge video screen in the hall, at the side of the hall. And they arranged to play the video. So the video came on. Fucking hell, you would think we were there playing live. It went absolutely mental. And just as it was finished, Eric said, right, get on stage now. We pushed past the security. We ran on stage just to say hello. And fucking, there was a review of that gig. And I'll never forget these lines in the review. The reviewer said, picture this. Venom appeared on stage. They did not play one single note, and they were treated like gods.
Yeah.
I was like, fucking I honestly was just standing looking at this audience in front of us. And we were saying, look, we're sorry we can't play the equipment. We couldn't. It was just, the place went fucking insane. And that was probably the height of everything for us.
And fan wise, you guys were getting. Did you guys get a box with a dog's head in it? As like you guys.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, that was it. Because Eric started, because there was so much mail coming in. Nate Records were like, look, we don't want this anymore. Fucking, we can't handle all this mail coming in. We get our own mail, and there's all this shit for you guys. So he took it on at his house. He was still living with his parents, you know. And yeah, one day there was a fucking box arrived there, you know, Hail Satan, fucking Venom, and all this. Like there was a fucking dog's head in it. Yeah, but and we got the letter from Carla LeVay as well, on the Church of Satan parchment paper, all that kind of stuff. And if you look on the back of the black metal album, the photograph of Kronos, where he's on the floor looking at, you know, there's cobwebs all over that, the horrible little room. On the back wall, you can see there's a black square. That's the letter.
Oh shit!
That is the actual letter.
We're gonna play a song from that black metal record. We're gonna play "Leave Me in Hell" from it. Came out in 1982. Then we're gonna come back and talk about some Johnny Z. This is "Leave Me in Hell" from Venom from black metal 1982. We'll be back on the Tampa Morgue with Jeff Mantas Dunn after this track.
Mother is screaming in pain.
that was Leave Me in Hell from Venom from 1982. And we are still joined with Jeff. Jeff, so I do want to talk about obviously the Johnny Z and Marsha and the whole thing. I do have a few more questions about the black metal record that I forgot to mention. Now,
Yep.
on that, when you guys came up with the term, obviously, you've heard it a million times. I've heard you answer it a million times. The black metal tag, right? That was a way to separate your guys' self from every other, like from being put into other genres, right? Because you guys weren't really excited about being pigeonholed into the new wave tag. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, absolutely correct. I mean that term came about, and you know what it is? I can't exactly remember who said it. Maybe we all blurted it out or whatever. I don't know. But I do remember, however, doing an interview, and there was a coffee table in this room, and on the coffee table there was a copy of Kerrang magazine. And that particular week or month, whatever it was, the front cover was Bon Jovi. And we were getting questioned about, metal in general and stuff, And we basically turned around and said, look, if this is what you call heavy metal, and we pointed to the cover of Bon Jovi with Bon Jovi on. If this is what you call heavy metal, then we've got absolutely nothing in common with that. Nothing at all, Because at that point, during the early 80s, everybody who had long hair and a guitar, heavy rock band, heavy metal band, blah, 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 And like you've said, it's well documented that we didn't feel a part of the new wave. We just felt, on the outside of it all. So the term black metal, it's basically, a combination of black magic and heavy metal, black metal. And that's what it was. The album had side black and side metal. And it was a statement purely to alienate and to individualize the band. Just to take us right away from all of that other stuff. I mean, it probably was as well a little bit of youthful arrogance, let's put it that way, where we didn't think we were special, but we didn't feel the same as the other bands, and like I say, Neat Records, there was nobody on Neat Records like us. There was a band that came along a little bit later on called Warfare, but they definitely were more of a punk outfit than metal, and I've heard people say about the punk element of Venom. I would just say that for me personally, I was never into the punk scene. I was aware of it and I heard a lot of it, but I was never into it as such. I was always about the metal, but I can understand the attitude, the punk attitude, the whole fuck you, this is what we're doing. I can't play my guitar, so what? Can you do any better? It was all that attitude, and that's what we had above everything else. So yeah, that's kind of just where the whole black metal thing came from, But again, as I've said many, many times, what I am proud of is that regardless of the changes or what it's morphed into, what it's become, I am justifiably proud that the term black metal is still relevant today, and it's still pissing people off. And the other thing is, I've said this countless times before as well, without evolution comes extinction. And these bands who are there now did exactly the same what we did to our heroes. We want to be faster than Motorhead, fucking more metal than Priest, wear more studs and leather than them, and fucking have a bigger pyro show than Kiss, and be more evil than Black Sabbath. And, all these other bands who came along after us, which I have to admit I never followed and I never listened to, but the ones that came around after us, they probably looked at Venom and went, we can be more evil than that. We can be more fast than that. We can be heavier than that. We can let's add some keyboards into it. I mean, like I say, it evolved and to what it is today. It's.
And I've heard you say, right? You wouldn't even know, like if someone played a Bathory tune for you or a death song, you wouldn't even know who it was.
No, I would have no clue. And you know what it is? People will say, "Oh, well, you're not really into black metal." No, I'm not. I know where my influences come from. My influences came from Priest, Motorhead, And I've spoken many times as well about, when I got the Overkill album. And we used to play No Class. And, when I was writing this particular chapter for the book, I write a breakdown of the songs in Welcome to Hell. And then there's a chapter called The Dreaded Second Album, which is black metal. Now, any band which has had any degree of success with the first album, whether it's commercial, sales, or in our case, I just believe influence, whatever the success has been, obviously you would think there's going to be a lot of pressure for the second album. Everybody's waiting, they're waiting for you to fall over and die or create something more spectacular. We didn't give a shit. We just continued to do what we did, didn't even think about better songwriting, better production, better this, better that, whatever. We just continued to do what we did. And that's why I always say that none of this was contrived. There was no hidden master plan. And, it's... fucking hell. I think it was Paul Stanley years and years ago. He was getting interviewed about the same kind of thing with Kiss. And he said, look, you wouldn't call somebody a genius who fell into a fucking river in Mississippi and come out with a piece of gold in their pocket. It would all just fucking happened. And, it was the same for us. It was what we were. It was who we were. Who we still are, I suppose. The whole attitude, everything. And I think that's probably what got us noticed as well, I think partly a lot of it was probably disbelief. People going, you can't do that, you can't say that. Would it work today? Absolutely not. No, because the human race is desensitized. It doesn't, it's like nothing shocks anybody these days. We're talking about this fucking TikTok thing just before, and it's like there's a couple of guys on there who watch all these really extreme, disturbing movies, and they comment on them and things like that. It's like, yeah, fair enough, but turn on the news channel.
It's always worse, yeah.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Motorhead and stuff. Did you ever have any dealings with Lemmy personally?
Mm-mm. Not at all, no. I met him a couple of times just to say hello to. He turned up at a TV program that we did called ECT. And by all accounts, he stood there bemused, just staring, thinking, what the fuck are those guys doing? He said something in an interview, something about music and stuff. He says, I just look at Venom, they've been getting away with it for years, And then he laughed and he went, they're okay. Venom are okay, So, I mean, even to have somebody that iconic mention your band is like, wow. And I do recall an interview with Gene Simmons many years ago where the interviewer mentioned Venom and he went, I've heard of those guys, And I'm like, whoa, fucking hell, we've made it.
That's right, yeah. And during those recording sessions for black metal, did you guys also record The Sadist and Hounds of Hell during those sessions too?
I believe we did, yeah. Yeah, I think we did at that point. Like I say, we were always recording. And I think the other thing that set us apart as well was back then on the original recordings and stuff, we never wanted to put the single on the album. That was another thing that we always felt was a bit of a cop-out. Huh. Somebody's already went out and bought the single, but it's on the album as well. So instead of 10 brand new tracks, you're only getting 9 really, So we always, and we were quite prolific. There's an album every year. There was singles in between all of that. And then there was all this fucking assault series that everybody just lost track of. It was fucking this assault, out of fucking Mongolian assault, Martian assault. It got ridiculous.
Yeah, how many copies of things are you given a sign that you'd have never seen it before? Or how many bootlegs and shit?
Too many to mention. I mean,
Gene Simmons, talking about Gene Simmons, I think it was him that said, that's how you know you made it, right? If you're getting bootlegged.
Absolutely, yeah. He said, if you're not getting bootlegged, nobody gives a shit,
Wow.
And it's absolutely true, Yeah. I mean, we were fucking well bootlegged, T-shirts and fucking everything, But But I remember we we found out a guy who was actually doing the bootleg T-shirts, and we found out where he was, and it was somewhere in France. So we were on a promotional tour, and the three of us and our manager, we just pulled up outside the store and walked in. We emptied that fucking store into the trunk of the car.
That's awesome. You know, it's talking about stores. You guys also, as again, we were talking about all your DIY stuff. You and Conrad used to actually take the black metal covers and set up displays in record stores.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did
Awesome.
all that. Yeah, we used to walk around and walk into the record stores, and obviously people at that point knew us. And I was like, "Oh, can we put a display up?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." And they'd give us a little spot on the wall or something, you know. So yeah, it was all, like I say, I don't think James Hetfield would ever do that for his next album, but you know, that's what we did.
Yeah, you know, talking about James, we'll go to a guy who I'm familiar with, and I'm sure many of our listeners are. So, when did you first talk to Johnny Z from Rock and Roll Heaven and Megaforce, obviously? And
Oh, probably when we landed on American soil. That was the first time I spoke to him. I can remember, because, like I say, I was, well, I still am, always been the quiet one in the band. I don't do the party stuff and all that. It's just not me. It never has been.
you quit drinking right before there was a Venom.
Yeah, I think I was 18 when I woke up in my own vomit one day and thought, "Oh, that's it. No, that's bad." I was literally stuck to my mate's fucking bedroom floor. You know, it was like fucking pavement pizza all over the place. And I thought, no, I'm not doing that again. But yeah, when Metallica turned up to Johnny Z's house, I mean, it was fucking party central. And so there was me, my roadie, and Jed Cook, actually, the drum roadie. We all fucked off to a motel on some highway.
I think Johnny Z said that you guys came. Did you guys have 9 people in your crew? That you guys all stayed at Johnny Z's house for a certain period of time?
Yeah. And I mean, I wasn't there and I didn't witness this, but they burned his fucking kitchen down trying to cook something.
A deer, right? Did it? So was someone in the crew shoot a deer and they tried to cook it in his kitchen?
Yeah, somebody went out, shot the deer, and I think they just tried to stuff it in the oven and they set fire to his fucking kitchen. And our bass roadie blocked his toilet with the biggest dump you've ever seen. It was bad. But yeah, there was a I can't remember how many people went. We had 2 pyro guys, bass roadie, manager, guitar roadie. So there would have been about 9 of us. And I mean, I think we were there for 10 days or something, you know, did the 2 shows. But the thing was, I mean, you know, I've still got photographs of this outside of Johnny Z's house. And there's these huge flight cases outside his house. And they came over on the aircraft with us. One of them full of pyrotechnics. Absolutely full. How the fuck we got away with that, I do not know.
And I was going to ask you if this is true or not about that, related to that. Did you guys bring a board that was like an explosive board from like an IRA or something like that?
Oh, no, it wasn't.
You've heard this rumor though, right? Or you've probably read it before.
Oh, yeah, you get all this stuff. It was simply a pyrotechnics board that I think Abaddon had rewired or something like that. Yeah, it had all the keys, the key switches and everything, and then the firing buttons and whatnot. Like, yeah, but no, it was nothing like that. No.
And you guys, we talked about Metallica, you know, and so you guys go over there, and this is, I believe, this is when Kirk did his first shows with. I think they had just got rid of Mustaine, right? And he was doing his first shows with them. What are your memories of the young Metallica with, you know, Cliff and Kirk and all them, and Lars, obviously?
Brilliant. I remember wanting to knock Lars out one night because he was partying in the hotel room above me. I was just like, and I was in the room with Eric, the manager. I jumped out of bed and I went, right, that's it. I want to fucking kill him. Right. So Eric had to go upstairs and say, can you just calm it down because we've got a flight tomorrow? And I mean, they were, how can I put it? Enthusiastic. Let's put it this way, you know. And
they were huge Venom fans.
Oh yeah. I mean, when they came on the first on the '84 tour. I mean, on the first show, Zurich, in the Vaux house, they went a little bit crazy and they had to come and hide in our dressing room because the promoters were looking for them. I don't know if they'd done some damage or something. But yeah, I remember Cliff just being, let's say, permanently chilled out. Kirk was quite quiet at that point. He wasn't. Lars was the loud one. Lars was very loud. James was always kind of, if I still know them to this day, and I can still talk to them. But I would never say, we're the greatest buddies and we've kept in touch all these years. But I think if there was one person that I would have kept in touch with, had the opportunity arose, it would have been James. Because I think he was quite like me in as much as he was the musician in the band, if you know what I mean. I'm not saying I'm a fucking musician. I'm just saying he was the, behind the music. He was that's what mattered to him.
I think he's the quiet one too out of the group, they say always.
Yes, I've heard. I've spoke to him many times since, and I remember he came to see us when we played, I think it was 2016, and we played the DNA Lounge in San Francisco. And somebody said, "Oh, James Hetfield's coming down tonight." I was like, "Yeah, whatever." But as I went on stage, I looked in the balcony, and there he was, and he was with a friend of mine called Stefan Shirazzi. And after the show, I was in the dressing room, and I'm just sort of putting my guitar away, and all I hear is, "Hey, Jeff," and I'm like, "Whoa!" And there he was, and we had a great chat. And I remember saying to him then, I said, you guys deserve every fucking success that you've got. You've worked so hard for it. The people who they sold out after No Life Letters, just go. Oh, hey, man. They've worked fucking, and they've been through tragedy as well. I mean, come on.
Oh, yeah.
Cliff. But when we got the news about Cliff, and one of my friends, Gordon, he was Abaddon's drum tech. And I think, was it the next tour or the tour before? But he had been on that very same bus, and he knew that. I think he knew the driver as well.
Look at Metallica. And go back to Dave Wood for a second. So Dave Wood had the opportunity, right, to sign Metallica.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, King Diamond sent a tape as well.
Real, I didn't know about King Diamond, so it's damn.
Yeah. There was a. I don't know if it was meant for getting a deal or anything, but there was a King Diamond tape there. Loudness, the Japanese metal band, they had sent a couple of their albums over. Whether they're looking for distribution or whatever, I don't know. But yeah, neat records. If Dave had his fucking head screwed on properly and consulted people who were into the music, I don't believe Dave Wood's ever listened to a single fucking thing we put out. Because, there's a lot of people. I always say it got banned out of HMV straight away. And it was like, okay.
Yeah, they dropped your album right off their shelves.
Yeah. None. But no, Dave Wood's never checked lyrical content. He never auditioned the albums and listened to them and went, "Oh, well, we like this song, this, and blah, 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 blah," But no, it was just like, there's the master tape. Right. Press and plant, that was it, and it was done. Yeah. And all I say, I think he saw pound signs and that was it. It was like, we certainly didn't see them. Like I say, I've never had a royalty statement from Neat Records. Not one.
That's crazy. Yeah, I'd heard something like, I think Brian from Satan actually had said that he was around, I guess, when Dave got the Metallica demo, and Dave's like, "Yeah, this ain't going to be nothing." Next thing you know, what happened,
Right, so it's like the A&R guy who turned the Beatles down.
Yeah, that's
a
jump off. That's a jump off a building career choice, isn't it? And you guys come to USA and you guys play, which is a famous poster. We've all seen it a bunch of times. You guys play 2 nights at the Paramount Theater, $10 pre-ticket, $12 day of the show, which you could imagine now. And so, Johnny Z, obviously we've heard about I'll let you talk about it. The Pirates, you guys basically like blew the shit out of the place. It was so bad supposedly where they found like pieces up in the balcony.
Yeah. There was, what that first one, the tale about that first one, we had 2 pyrotechnic guys. And Abaddon and Eric, they used to work at an engineering firm in South Tyneside. And before they left that, they had made sort of factory downtime or whatever, but they'd fabricated these metal pots, which stood about 10 inches high and probably about, 4 or 5 inches in circumference. So there were big steel cast pots. In the bottom of there was 2 terminals, and then you could push a piece of wire through it so you could attach between the terminals, and then it was all fired by the pyrotechnic board. The wire broke, spark was created, set the powder off. Now, me and Abaddon, when he was living in a flat in an apartment, or whatever you want to call it, I think it was an area of Wallsend called Rose Hill he was in at the time. I think it was that. But anyway, the story is, myself and Abaddon were in his apartment this night. We'd had a couple of drinks. He had more than me, obviously. But he showed me this pot. And at about 2 a.m., we thought, let's set one off, see what it looks like. So this is in a built-up suburban neighbourhood, right? So we went out into the backyard and we placed this pot onto a wall and poured some of this pyrotechnic powder into it, and then ran this 2-core cable all the way back up the stairs into the apartment and attached a plug to it. Now, bearing in mind that these things can be fired by a 9-volt battery, we plugged it straight into 240. The resulting explosion was nothing short of fucking nuclear, right? The whole neighbourhood lit up, right? We ran downstairs, frantically looking for this pot, which had just fucked off somewhere. We found it, grabbed all the cable, ran upstairs. Some guy ran out into the back lane, in his pyjamas, screaming that the fucking gas main had exploded, right? Every light in the neighbourhood went on. People in nightgowns, dressing gowns, fucking pyjamas, all over the fucking place. Me and Abaddon ran down the fucking stairs, out of the front door, into the street, and then calmly walked round the corner, pretending that we'd been on a night out and asking everybody what had happened. And they're all telling us about this huge fucking explosion. I was like, fucking hell. But that's what we had at the Paramount. Now, that was big enough. We had 18 of them at the Paramount Theatre, and they were all in. There was 6 wooden boxes packed with sand, and each wooden box had 3 of these fucking monsters in it. Right now, just before the show, pyro guy went round and he fucking put the fucking tablespoon of fucking powder in or whatever it was. Right? Yeah, you put your powder in. That's it. Great. Closed everything up. Went backstage, set it down. The other pyro guy come in, and he's sitting there. I don't know where the first pyro guy had went, but this other pyro guy, I think his name was Robin, he come in, and he went, fuck, the pots. So he ran out in the dark and filled them up again. So when that went off, it was like, fucking hell. It blew a 4-foot hole in the stage. We ran on to fucking pigeon feathers and confetti and everything coming out of the roof void. There was fucking chaos. There was photographers lying on the floor, cameras all over the fucking pit. You couldn't make this up. I'm telling the absolute fucking truth, right? And Conrad ran on. His bass sound was going. All the fucking speakers were hanging out of his basement. It blew all his fucking speakers out. And then at the end of the show, we looked, and this one box which had blew the hole in the stage, right? And you could actually see running water underneath it, right? The one that had blew the hole in the stage was shattered to fuck, right? There was sand all over the place, and there was a pot missing. And then somebody said, we found the pot. I was like, where is it? It was embedded in the back wall in the balcony.
Was
we
Johnny
were
Z
like
flipping out or?
slightly. I remember a little bit of a heated conversation between him and Eric. What the fuck are those guys doing? I was like, fucking hell. Oh, it was fucking unbelievable. But, it's the thing that legends are made of. But by
Well, the
Christ.
second night, right? You guys got your microphones on the stage
Oh,
and the
God.
curtains. Right? You tell this story?
I remember the second night came round. Oh, and on the first night as well, we had a security guard called Jethro, who's since passed away. He was a lovely guy. He was a mountain of a man. And I've got a great photograph of him standing with Ross the Boss, actually, who came down to see us.
Oh.
And he's standing there with his T-shirt with "fuck off" written on the front. Right? I mean, he was lovely. But I remember the previous night to the first show, I had woke up in the middle of sweating like fuck in this motel, and I just went to the faucet or the tap, and I was guzzling fucking water. Right? Well, next day my stomach was fucked. So the intro tape was running, and I'm standing there, and all the fucking spandex and the fucking studs and everything like that, and I thought I'm gonna shit myself here. So the intro tape's going, so I handed Jethro my guitar and just ran to the fucking toilet. Managed to get back just as it was going, ladies and gentlemen, from the very depths of hell. Oh, fucking hell. But the second night, I was behind the Marshall stacks. And I had a roadie called Ashy. And I said, Ashy, come here. He's like, what? I says, put your fucking fingers in my ears. He was like, what? I said, just put your fingers in my ears. Please, put your fingers in my ears. He went, okay, right? So he's behind me like this, with his fingers in my ears, right? And then, ladies and gentlemen, from the very depths of hell, now, fucking boom! Fucking went off again, right? Which, ran on, thought, thank fuck for that, everything's okay. The curtain went up. It was full of fucking holes, caught the mic stands and took the fucking mic stands up with it. Like, it was just, me and Conrad's just standing there looking at it and going, oh, for fuck's sake.
That's a Spinal Tap moment for you.
Oh, it was fucking Spinal Tap. It really fucking was, But, like I say, people still talk about that show today. It's the same as Hammersmith Odeon, 1984. People still talk about that show today, and legendary status and all this kind of stuff, and it's like...
Was that one of the biggest experiences, right, for you, that show? That and Dynamo?
What? Oh, the Dynamo. Oh, yeah, the Dynamo was, yeah. But that show was massive show. It was huge. It was great. But my favourite show from that period, of the reunion period, was actually in Athens. It was the Metal Invader Festival. That was fucking incredible. That was great. I think that's the best the band was. The show was great. It wasn't as big as Dynamo, but it was just something special about it. But I think my favourite gig of all time, and I think simply because of the fact that, we can say it was our first British show, and that was Hammersmith Odeon. I mean, fucking hell, first show. Who plays Hammersmith Odeon on your first show? Yeah. When nobody knows about you. It was like, it was great, really good.
Did you actually go over to, you actually spend time, right, in Rock and Roll Heaven? In Johnny's shop?
Yeah, I think we did an autograph signing there. We went over there. There's a photograph of myself and Conrad with Ricky, his daughter. I think she was about 3 or 4 years old at the time. Because I remember not so long ago, I actually found that photograph and I sent it to Ricky. And I went, oh, you recognise this little girl? And she was like, oh, look, I'm so cute, it's me. It was like, but yeah, I mean, it was great. And, and then, John came on board for the ink stuff. And do you know, it was 6 weeks before John passed away, he called me, he video called me. And I'd get video calls out of the blue. And it was always, he would always open with like, oh, Mr. Dunn, you're looking good. It was like, it was just John, And we know he had a few health problems towards the end. So did Marsha, bless her. They both came on tour with us on the tour bus. But yeah, John called me 6 weeks before he passed away, and obviously Marsha had gone by this point, and it was the same opening line, and then he said, "So, how do we get the original lineup back together?" And I went, "Oh, John, come on." I says, "You don't want that stress in your life." "No, I think we can do it. I think we can do it. And it was only when I mentioned Mr. Dolan that I squashed it all. I says, "No, I can't do that. I can't do that. But he was adamant. He said, "I can put a team in place. We can get it done." I was like, "Oh." But I had a lot of time for John. He was a lovely guy. And I mean, what he did for the metal in that area and stuff, and just metal in general, I mean, John, fucking, lovely guy. And so was his wife, Marsha. I mean, sure. When she was on the tour bus with us as well, it was like just nice, genuine people, fond memories of them. Yeah.
Moving along.
Yeah, he's a legendary guy. I mean,
Oh,
he
God, yeah.
obviously he put out the book and everything, which is it's just a killer look back, and you know, he had like, a lot of those bands, like you said. He got Raven there, he had Metallica, had you guys, just one of those
Yeah,
dudes that, especially up in Jersey, that you'll always remember. He had he had a whole following there. So, but
yeah.
I had to mention
I mean,
him.
he looked
83.
after Ace for a while as well, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah, he
He
had
looked
Ace.
after
Well,
Ace.
when Ace went solo.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
so May of '83, you guys put out the Die Hard single. You guys also put out the Warhead 7-inch in
Uh-huh.
'84, I believe it was Warhead and Lady Lust. Then you guys do the 12-inch. So the Seven Gates of Hell. You actually wrote that with Ronnie James Dio in mind.
Yeah. It was. I could always, when I was putting that together, um, I can always remember thinking and just seeing Ronnie James Dio singing that song because the nature of the lyrics. I mean, for me, it's a big pompous rock song anyway. Um, but in a dream or a nightmare where love gives way to hate, everything's contradicting itself, and it's all sword and sorcery as well, and ride the wings of the locust, see the wizard cast his spell. And I was just thinking, it's all kind of Dio-esque type of stuff. So I think that was probably the influence for that song as well, hearing that. But I think Seven Gates of Hell, and I've spoke about this before when I've talked about the songwriting process. Seven Gates of Hell to me is Thousand Days in Sodom's big brother. Let's put it that way. Yeah, that's the way it sounds to me. Just like, for example, I think Painkiller is an evolution of Exciter, of screaming for vengeance, like songs like that. I think you've got in a band's history. I think you've always got some song which will spark something further down the line, and definitely I think Thousand Days in Sodom. When I wrote that, I obviously didn't know I was going to write the Seven Gates of Hell later on, but looking back on it, I think that's where it sort of came from, where the big grand type of thing. And I mean the Warhead thing. That was another thing that I had the music and the riffs and everything for that, and then Conrad came up with the lyrics for it. But Seven Gates of Hell is all mine. It's the music and the lyrics. And then when you get Warhead, then fast forward again, I think you've got a similar song, which is the Evil One. And I can vividly remember being in with the Evil One, and just playing that riff, and Conrad coming in and standing beside me, going, "I am the Evil One." The song wasn't even finished, but then it was born from that. Oh,
And the
dear.
Warhead single, that was top 30 for like 15 weeks on the charts.
Right, was it? Fucking hell, I didn't realise that. Christ. I know that the Warhead thing, we had a rock DJ called Tommy Vance, and he agreed to pay, I think it was £100 or something, to Mike Reed's favourite charity. Mike Reed was the breakfast DJ if he played Warhead on breakfast radio. And he did. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he played Warhead on Radio 1. So, and I mean, that did us the world of good as well, obviously, right, but it was just, like things like that when you look back at it and you think, fucking.
Then 84, you guys put out At War with Satan on Neat Records, and that reaches number 4 on the heavy metal charts, top 50 for 7 months. And like you said, HMV finds it offensive, drops it off the shelves. And at this time period, are you starting to, are you starting to like you said, things start changing? Because I think I've heard you say that black metal and Welcome to Hell are your 2 favorite Venom records that you're a part of. After that, can you start feeling things in the camp start changing?
It was more down to personalities changing than anything else. There was a lot that went on. I wasn't. I've got some contributions on At War with Satan, the track itself. So, there's a few riffs in there and things. I mean, it was mainly Conrad's thing. And then obviously there's a couple of tracks on the B side. But I don't know. I wasn't convinced by it. It's not. I know people who love that album. I know people who it's their favorite Venom album. The same with Possessed. I know people who have said, "Fucking hell, I love Possessed. It's my favorite Venom album," and that's great. But that I think that whole period there, War with Satan and Possessed, particularly Possessed, it just wasn't, in general, a happy time for the band altogether. We seem to. I think it's. Do you know what it is? I honestly think it was. There was no fortune, but the fame. It sort of drove a wedge in between everybody. Some people did go off the rails a little bit more than others did. And some people couldn't let go of the stage persona. Whereas it was like, fucking hell, you're just my mate, you're just another guy. I'm in a band with you, It's like, it doesn't impress me, save it for the fucking stage, save it for the audience, but
were you guys hanging out on tour together? Like, were you guys started seeing the Sep, like, early on? Are you guys together all the time and eventually everyone's going their own ways on the road?
Yeah. I mean, at the beginning, yeah. I mean, we were sharing hotel rooms and everything like that. Obviously, like record companies or whatever putting us in the cheapest fucking shitholes. But, towards the end, it was like we just weren't enjoying each other's company, and. I've said this so many times. I left in '86, and I've never revealed the actual reason that I left for. People have speculated, money, musical differences, this, that. Fucking none of it. I saw it. 2 other people saw it, and that's when I just went, no, this isn't continuing.
That was after the Lorelei Fest?
That was the Lorelei Festival, yeah. That was a very, very bad time in the history of the band. It was the last time Metallica opened up for us as well. And another thing I told James, I says, the Lorelei Festival, I says, you kicked our ass. I says, you fucking destroyed us on that night. I remember standing backstage and listening to them and just going, fuck me, these guys are going to be huge. And I think Peter Mensch had just taken over Metallica at that point. But no, it just wasn't good, and it just did, and none of it sat right with me, and I was just like, no. And there was agreements made. There was agreements not actually put in place, but verbally made. And I was waiting for a call where we would then make the final decision. And unfortunately, the next call I got was, "Oh, we've been offered Brazil and Japan." And my answer was, "Well, you better get somebody else." And I put the phone down. And that was it.
You've never been to Japan yet, right? You'd wanted to go there still.
Yeah. I mean, that was probably another thing, the management knew, that I had this longing to go to Japan. It's, but not on those terms, and not, and years and years later, when I was doing that Zero Tolerance album, it was 2004. Myself and Eric had reconnected, and previous to that, he had done something for me that came completely out of the blue, and I was just, I didn't know what to say. I was like, fucking hell. And he actually said, "It's just my way of saying sorry." I was like, holy shit. And then, I got a call from him one day, and, "Do you want to come down to the office for a chat, for coffee and a chat?" And, maybe he's talking about doing an album. I was like, "Oh, Eric, man, But anyway, I went down and we talked, and he persuaded me to do a solo album. So I said, okay then. So I started writing for Zero Tolerance, and then one day I went down, we were just discussing things, just talking about stuff. And we ended up, we seen the sun go down. We talked so much, and we opened every Venom grave and got into it and cleaned it out. And, there was a lot of things said. He confirmed a lot of things I suspected. And then I just said to him, I looked at him and I went, "Lorelei Festival, 1985. And he just hung his head and he went, I know, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." And we talked about it, and he admitted that the decisions that were made on the day should have been stuck to. And they weren't, because they took the easy option. But the easy option proved to be the wrong option, and it fell apart quicker than it got together. So.
You also
But
had problems on it.
I've got no regrets. I've got no regrets about that. I'm not sitting here going, "Oh, poor me, boo hoo." No, I made my decision and I walked away from it, and that was it. And you know what the thing is? When I walked away from it, I was walking into oblivion. I didn't have nothing else to go to, But when I put that phone down, it was like somebody took the weight of the world off my shoulders, and I was just like, wow, it's just relief. Absolute.
I was going to
relief.
ask you about that, yeah, because you got in '85 too. You guys did that tour with. So you missed part. So you got sick, right? You guys were heading over for the North American tour with Slayer and Exodus, and you had gotten sick prior because they did the show. You missed the Studio 54 gig, right? And then you did.
Yeah.
You wound up. Did you wind up in? Was it Chicago? You wound up getting back into.
First show I did was the Aragon Ballroom in Chicago. Yeah. And even then, I remember, because, that American tour was after the decisions were sort of, and I stayed for that tour. That was the only thing I stayed for, stayed for there. And I remember it was chickenpox that I got. I felt a bit, I felt like I had a cold or a flu thing coming on. I felt a little bit shit, and then the next day I felt worse. And then I remember it was a Wednesday. I woke up and I looked like a fucking pizza. I was like, what the fuck? I felt like shit. Oh, it was horrible. And I was due to fly to America on the Friday. So emergency doctor came out and he just confirmed. He went, "You are going absolutely nowhere for at least 2 weeks. You have rampant fucking chickenpox. There you go." I was like, oh, fucking great. So anyway, I had to join the tour 2 weeks later. But even then, when I arrived in Chicago, Eric came to the airport to meet me with a car. And I remember walking over to him with my suitcase. And I went, if you say yes, I'm going to turn around right now and get back on the next plane back to England. Can I go home? And he went, oh, Jeff, don't, please. You've got to do the tour. Mm-hmm. And I did the tour. But I did it for him. I didn't do it for anybody else. I did it for him.
Was that the same tour for the Ultimate Revenge?
That would have been
Slayer and Exodus.
Studio
50. Yeah.
Yeah, but the Venom footage is not from that tour, though. The Venom footage they used from I think, older footage with Jeff in it.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't at Studio 54. No, I missed. That was one of the shows that I missed on the tour. Like I say, I joined in Chicago and then went through and finished the tour off. But my recollection of Slayer and Exodus was the World Possession tour. But you know, it was like I say, if Eric had said, I understand, okay, go get a ticket and go home, I would have been gone at that point. And I remember, who was it? Oh, good God, I can't remember his name, and he's a friend of mine as well, the journalist. He came into the hotel room to interview me on that tour. And then I remember in the interview, he said he was a little bit apprehensive because he'd heard about the reputation of Venom, blah, 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 blah. But hey, what a nice guy Jeff was. And I actually wondered, what the fuck's he doing in a band like Venom? And then a week later, I get the news he's left. It's like, but I mean, what drove me to leave was beyond. It was just like,
building up for a while too.
No. It was, as we say, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. I witnessed a lot of things and just went, right, I'm not even fucking acknowledging that. And then
now, were you talking about witnessing? Did you witness the famous Tom and Conrad incident?
No, I didn't see it. I heard about it. I didn't see it. You know, I did see Tom with a bruise on his cheek or whatever it was around his eye, but that was it. I never heard anything more about that. No.
And how about Paul Baloff? Did you have any run-ins with him on the tour?
Paul Baloff? No.
Yeah.
Not at all. No. Nope. No. You know what it is? It wasn't out of ignorance or arrogance or antisocial behaviour or anything like that, but I never really had anything to do with the support acts because I'm so quiet. And like I've said, if you put me in a room full of party people, it's my fucking worst nightmare. You know, it's like, no, get me out of here, fucking hell. I remember getting taken. Eric persuaded me to go this night after he says, they're throwing a party down. Where was it? It was somewhere in LA. And they're throwing a party. Please come, Jeff. Please come. I says, right, I'll come down. And this car pulled up outside the hotel, took me down to this venue. I literally got out of the car. The driver was following me. And I opened the door somebody opened the door to the venue. I went to walk in. I turned around. I put my hand on the driver's chest, and I went, hotel, right now. And that was it. I was gone. I was like, no. Yeah, I'm just not that person. You know, I'm too introverted for all that kind of stuff. You know, I even, you know, like talking to tour managers, you know, when you get a good tour manager and they go, right, you know, I've never met you before, but, you know, what are your requirements? And one of the things I would always say is, look, I get peopled out really quick. And it's not because I don't like them. It's just that, you know, my attention span for it or whatever, or I just get overwhelmed by it, you know, and I just feel like I'd rather get out of the situation than be rude about anything, you know. Yeah. So, like I say, it's not ignorance. It's not antisocial. It's not being a fucking diva or anything like that. It's just like, you know, yes, I can talk the fucking hind legs off a fucking donkey if I've got something to say, like I am now. because there's a common ground here. We're talking about the history of the band and all that. If somebody was to talk to me about martial arts, I'd be like, oh, fucking great, yeah. I once heard, I don't know how true this is, but I once heard that if you meet Richie Blackmore and you talk to him about football, he'll sit down and talk to you for hours. As soon as you mention fucking Deep Purple, he's out of there.
Gone. History. Yeah, I've heard that actually pretty much too. Even the Possessed record. You guys do the Possessed record in '85, and that's again with Neat Records and stuff. And I know you're not. I don't think you're a big fan of that record, but I wanted to ask you about the drum sound on that. Is it true that the drum sound on that you guys were trying to like get that Kiss Creatures of the Night drum sound? So you guys rented out a old mansion?
Yeah. It was a place called Moor Hall in Sussex. It was a big, grand old English stately home, and they had a ballroom in there. We had the Manor Mobile recording studio outside, and then everything was set up in the ballroom because it was the Creatures of the Night drum sound. That's what we were sort of going for, that big 80s drum sound. That's what we wanted. Now, I have heard and I've seen on the internet certain ex-members of this band saying, yes, Jeff booked a stately home, thought he was the fucking Lord of the Manor. No, I didn't book a stately home. Eric Cook booked the stately home. First time I seen it was when I turned up to do the recordings. I had no clue we were going to a fucking big stately home until I got there. But it was there. And I've said this before, I think, the life had gone. Nobody was happy at that period of time. No band member was fucking happy then. None of us. And if any one of them, if Conrad or Tony Bray says, well, I was happy then, you're lying. Nobody was, none of us were happy with what was going on then. We weren't happy with each other. It was going through the motions.
And you told Abaddon, right, during that recording that you were pretty much
I
done?
told him I was done. I remember distinctly, I was sitting on the staircase outside the ballroom and I had my guitar and I was just sitting noodling, and he actually came over to me and he went, are you okay? Because me and him had been going outside in the morning and just playing tennis, and then we come back and he's, are you okay? And I went, honestly, mate, no. I says, I'm giving this 6 months, and if things don't improve, I'm gone. I said, I can't do this anymore, mate. And I think that, that sent a few shockwaves through the camp, because obviously he would have went to Eric and said, look, Jeff's thinking of jumping ship. So I think, maybe they started formulating plans about like, well, what if Jeff goes? What the fuck are we going to do, You
did go.
And I did go, yeah. So that was that.
Did you go back ever and listen to the Calm Before the Storm? When the Calm Before the Storm came out, did you even listen to it, or you just disconnected yourself?
No. I remember being in the studio for doing the Winds of Change album, and that just came about by accident as well. And it was like Dave Wood rang me at home. Hello, Jeff. What are you doing? Oh, nothing. What are you doing? And he was like, oh, do you fancy doing something? I was like, well, not really, Dave. No, I'm not that bothered, He says, oh, you should come down. Let's have a talk about doing a record or something, And I'm like, so I went down and spoke to him, and ended up doing the Winds of Change thing.
You guys did a video for that too, right? Deceiver. That was
88. I did the Deceiver video and all that. It was just good fun. That's all it was. It was that fluffy haired 80s fucking rock stuff, and it was just nice to be enjoying myself again and having fun doing it.
That was what, Mark Savage on drums, Al Barnes, who actually shows up again.
When the Primeval thing came around, one of the stipulations what I said was, look, I've got this guitarist, and I really felt for Al, because Al was totally wanting to do this. He wanted that rock star, he wanted to do it, and I thought he deserves a shot, so I said, let's give the guy a fucking go. He can come in. It's like you've had two guitarists in with Gone Before the Storm.
Let's do it again. Give Al a shot. So it was agreed. But no, I remember when I was doing the Winds of Change thing, I spoke to Keith Nichol, and he said to me, he says, "Oh, I see your boys have done the new album," and then I went, "Ah," he says, and I said to Keith, I says, "What's it like now then?" You know, because I didn't know. And he was like, "To be quite honest with you," he says, "it's not dangerous anymore." You know, he says, and then I remember Dave Wood giving me a copy of Calm Before the Storm, and I was like, "Oh, thank you," you know. And I took it home, put it on the turntable, played side 1, played side 2, snapped it in half, threw it in the bin, and I thought, they've turned into the fucking Dave Lee Roth band. What the fuck's all that about? I thought
that was soon after that, right? Conrad left to the States.
Yeah, he was very disillusioned with it, and he fucked off. Yeah, he fucked off with Mike and Jim. Yeah, you know, it's there's a lot of things I've heard about that album, about the recording and everything, like, you know. So I think we'll save that for the book as well. But no,
and that's where Tony comes into place, right? From Adam Kraft.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, you know, but I remember I was working at the Freeman Hospital, and I got the phone call, and it was Eric. I took the call. I was working in the actual surgical operating theatres, and so one of the nurses came out and went, "Jeff, there's a call for you." I went, "For me?" I don't know what the fuck. I said, "Well, the only person who's going to call me is my girlfriend," and she went, "No, it's a bloke." I went, "Oh, right." So I picked the phone up. "Hello, Jeff, it's Eric." I went, "Oh, fucking hell, what do you want?" Yeah. "Got a bit of a strange one for you." And I went, "A strange one? A Venom reunion?" "No." Click. That was it. But then they continued to fucking call. And I met Abaddon. in a KFC, actually, in Newcastle. Right, well, this is the plan. We've got this thing. I'm sitting there, I listen to the whole fucking spiel. Right, finished with tea. Yeah, okay, right. Mm-hmm. No, walked out. So, and then they just kept calling. What I didn't realise was that the deal had already been done and they needed a fucking band. So that was the whole premise behind that. Like, but you know, it was something that started off well, and it seemed to be going okay, and then nothing. Oh fuck, low battery again. Jesus Christ, what's this thing doing? Fucking battery's going again, the bastard. So yeah. Then there was I remember the end of that whole era. We're sitting backstage in a dressing room in this fucking shit venue somewhere in Europe, and I just looked at Dolan and I went, "Last one," and he went, "Yeah," and that was midway through the fucking tour, and we just did that gig, got on the bus and went, "That's it, fuck off, I'm going home," and that was it.
Because you guys did what? You guys did Prime Evil in 89, 91, Temple of Ice, and then the Wastelands.
Yeah.
You know, and I actually, me and Ed were talking about this. We had Tony on a couple months ago. Like, I think they're great records. I thought Prime Evil is a killer record. I mean, you know, I mean, was it? Well, both of you guys, you and Tony, both agreed though, right? It was time. And and right away, were you getting shit when you guys do? When you guys are doing the Venom, the Prime Evil, and the Temple Ice, is Conrad contacting you? Is he like against this 100%, or is it kind of like, go ahead and do what you want?
Never heard a thing. We never heard a thing from Conrad on that score. Not one. Nope. There was nothing. I don't even know what he was doing during that period, but nope, there was no interference. There was nothing at all. No, never.
And after, I know you did the Warfare project after that, 92 and 95. You guys, so you guys reunite, right? You guys do Eric Cook and Abaddon, get you to basically get back in the band.
Yeah, well, the original lineup. Yeah, I mean it was, but even that, I think that took. It was 2 or 3 years that took, because I can remember where my martial arts gym was, where my dojo was in Newcastle. if you walk up the street, which is in front of it, you'll eventually come to a street where you can go into Trillian's Rock Bar, right? And I had got this call about going to meet Eric and Abaddon, and Conrad was going to be there as well. So I had been doing classes at the gym, and then I said to my partner at the gym, Richard, I says, right, I've got to go to do, can you do the next class for me? And he was like, yeah, no problem. No. So I fucked off to this meeting. I walked into Trillian's Rock Bar, and I remember it perfectly. Conrad was already there. He was sitting there. I walked over to him, and there was a sort of tentative shaking of hands. You all right? Yeah, yeah. And I looked at him and I went, right, I've come here to say no. I'm going to listen to the bullshit, but I'm saying no. And that's exactly what I did. And then it was, again. And then eventually I says, right, okay then, let's do it. But even the Dynamo Festival was fraught with problems, It was on, it was off, it was on, it was off. I can remember in the Venom management office, Abaddon fucking standing up and looking at Conrad and going, right, fuck it, that's it, fucking forget it, fucking Conrad picked his bag up and walked out. As he walked past me, he went, adios, amigo. And I went, I see you. And that was it. A couple of hours later, the phone rings. Right, let's do it. And that was it. And it happened. So, there was... even that. But then, like I say, once we got into the room together to do it, then, like I was saying to you before, looking at these videos and looking at the stage set and looking at what we were like together, it was like all that shit in the middle just hadn't happened.
Wow.
It was weird. If you could just get a hold of all those years and all that shit and squash it together, scrunch it up and throw it in the fucking bin, that's what it was like. It was like nothing had happened. We just sort of picked up from a sort of good part, and continue. But again, old wounds started opening and, arguments started. And then I think the thing that killed the reunion, was getting the record deal to do Cast in Stone. That just created chaos.
How was the studio for that? Was that a rough experience or?
Well, Eric and Abaddon had this fucking place, and we went down there to record, and it was fraught with problems. Yeah, it really was. To the point one night I was giving the engineer a lift home, and he basically said to me, if this record goes out the way it is, he says, I'm not putting my fucking name on it. I was like, holy shit, okay. It seemed like it was more about the cash grab than, putting out a good record. I think, fortunately, we managed to put out a pretty decent thing with Cast in Stone. I think Resurrection as an album was far superior. I think Resurrection brought Venom into the 21st century. That's... And I've always said, that Welcome to Hell, Black Metal, Primeval, Resurrection. Put those 4 albums in order, and I think that represents a good progression of a band.
Yeah, definitely. And Abaddon left before you did, right? Did he leave 2 years before you? Because Anton took over, right?
Anton took over, and we did Wacken, and we did one other show in Holland, and then that was it. I can remember. I can just remember going home from a rehearsal one night, and my ex-wife said, "Oh, how'd rehearsal go?" And I just looked at her and I went, "Done. That's it. Fuck this."
Yeah,
and that was
you
it.
just
I was
know,
gone.
right?
Yeah, that was it. Gone. Fucking hell. And that, like I say, that was then. Shortly after that, the phone call came about Conrad continuing the Venom name.
So 2004, you obviously put the Mantas project together. You guys do Zero Tolerance on Demolition Records, which was, I think it was owned by Eric and Jed, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You guys
Yeah.
have on drums, you have like a 17-year-old drummer, Charisse, who's played with Brian Ferry and Simple Minds and stuff.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
you have Brian Larson and obviously Tony on bass,
Mm.
and Marcy. You guys do that, and then you guys do Prime Evil and Empire Evil, and you have so Tony Dolan's in that, and you have Anton, which is obviously Conrad's brother.
Yeah.
So how was that a weird thing to get to work with Anton, with the relationship with Conrad the way it was?
Not really, because I got a message from Anton, and he basically said, just to let you know, I've left Venom. So I called him. I says, look, if you want to come round and talk, come round, So he came round to my house and we talked for hours. He told me things, I confirmed them. I told him things, and he confirmed them. And then what happened was I had a band called Drill, and I had a German drummer called Bodo Stricker. Incredible fucking drummer. And previous to that, I don't know if you know, but in the Zero Tolerance period, I had Martin Skoruka, who's Martha's from Cradle of Filth.
I didn't know that.
He was my drummer for a while, yeah. He came to England. Marzi messaged me, said, check this guy out. He's put an advert up, so we got him in. And then Cradle of Filth stole him from me. You bastards.
That is the band thing, right? Stealing musicians. That is the
Yeah,
how it
but
works.
no, I'm so proud of Martin. He deserves every bit of it. He's worked so hard. He's great. But anyway, what happened was my drummer, Bodo, he was sessioning for some band and he had an accident. He broke his arm, so he couldn't make it to Newcastle for a show. Right. At the same time, my bass player, also German, Kalle, who's my studio guy, he couldn't make it because he does out front sound for Scooter. So he was away with them. So it was like, fuck, we need a drummer and we need a bass player. Because what it was a Trillions rock bar, and it was a charity show for a DJ who sadly passed away. And he worked at the Mayfair. He was a rock DJ. Everybody loved him. And Trillions asked Drill to headline this little thing that they were doing. It was, like, say, a charity show. So the first person I contacted was Nick Barker. And Nick was like, oh, if it had been Venom stuff, I would know it inside out. I would be there. He says, but I'm away on tour and I would have to learn your stuff. I was like, no problem. So anyway, then I contacted Anton. He came in. We got a bass player from Newcastle. And at that Trillion show, just for shits and giggles, the bass player had learned black metal. Obviously, I knew it. Anton knew it on drums. So we stayed on stage. The other two members went off and we played black metal. I sung it. It was just for a laugh. And then the rumours started. Oh, yeah, it's like Anton and Mantas back together. Oh, I wonder if something's going to happen. Me and Anton had a conversation one day where we said, wouldn't it piss Kronos off if we did something together?
There you go.
So the next guy we got involved was Mike Hickey. Mike Hickey came on board going, yeah, let's do it, Mike unfortunately got busy with Joe Bonamassa, so he couldn't do it. I had already started writing the songs, one which became Hell to the Holy on the Empire album. And we were talking one day and it was like, right, well, we need a fucking singer. And I said to the guys, I says, look, I can call Tony Dolan, but I don't know if he'll want to do it. So I think it was 2010, I called Tony and I invited Tony to come and join the band. And that's how all of this fucking Prime Evil, Empire of Evil, fucking Venom Inc. bullshit, all of that started. That's how the whole thing started. I called Tony and got him into the band. Simple as that. Fact. True. History. That's it.
There you go.
Your Honor.
Prime Evil, you guys did Empire of Evil. You guys, Prime Evil demo 2011, Creatures of the Black 2011 EP, Hell to the Holy, full length 2012, and then Crucified 2013. You did that, and then we go to obviously 2015, and of course Venom Inc. And you never thought you'd be working with Abaddon again on that.
I didn't want to. I got the call from Tony, and he said, we've been offered the Keep It True festival. I was like, oh, fucking brilliant. Keep It True's an old school metal fest. It's great. It's a great festival. Indoor festival, but it's great. Like Empire of Evil on the Keep It True festival. I was like, oh, fucking great. Yes, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. And that's when he says, yeah, and they've also said, what about if Abaddon was there? And I went, not a fucking hope in hell. Nope, not happening. Nope. Because what had happened was the promoters of Keep It True had been at a thing in Newcastle called Brofest. Tony played as Atomcraft with two other musicians, and obviously come up to Newcastle, my hometown. I'm still living there at that point, so I got up on stage with him and played a couple of Atomcraft songs. Then a band from Canada, I think it was, Cauldron, they came into the dressing room and said, oh, would you get up for Die Hard with us? And we went, oh, yeah, right. So I got up for Die Hard with them. Abaddon was in the audience. I walked past him about 3 or 4 times. I didn't even fucking speak to him. And then, obviously, between the audience and everybody, it was like, fucking hell, Mantas is here, Abaddon's here, something going to happen, blah, 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 blah. Nothing fucking happened. But then, when the Empire of Evil offer came for Keep It True, that's when the promoter of that festival had spoke to Abaddon and said, if I bring you to Germany, would you get on stage with Jeff and Tony? And
you guys didn't rehearse either, did you?
No, we didn't. That was a stipulation of mine. When Tony said that, I says, there's no fucking way I'm doing that. No, it's not fucking happening. Oh, but you know, I said, no, it's not going to fucking happen. But anyway, he persuaded me. So I says, right, okay then. Right, here's the fucking rules. Wall fly in separate. There's no fucking rehearsals, so he can learn his shit in the house. There's songs that we've played for fucking 30 or 40 years. I'll do exactly the same. You do exactly the same. I says, if we've got our Empire of Evil backdrop up, that fucker comes down before anybody else sits in front of it, because we have a drummer. And I was like, right, okay. So anyway, we need a name. So I come up with the name Iron and Steel. I created a logo. The T-shirts are still there. The fucking festival did the T. Iron and Steel, fucking all that kind of stuff, like, you know. But obviously the rumours got out. No, fucking 2 original members of Venom are going to be back together again. And then everybody just started calling it Venom. And I was dead against it. You know, the Venom Inc. King thing came around. I was like, nah. And I eventually rolled with it, and the rest is history. It just went on and on and on and on and on. And then obviously everything I predicted, I'm sorry to have to say this, I'm really sorry to have to say it, but everything I said in those early stages of it, everything came true. And that's why on Arve, it's still the programmed drums. I wrote Arve in its entirety, music and lyrics. Right, Tony's got a few lyrical contributions on it, but the rest of it, it's all me. Music, the whole lot. I programmed all the fucking drums, everything.
You had drums sent to you, right? But they just weren't to your...
What was that? Sorry.
You had drums sent to you, though, right? Abaddon
Yeah,
did send
we
you drums.
put them in the studio. They had the drums sent over, and I couldn't even recognize what the songs were, and we had to make a decision, and the decision was left to me. Thank you very much. You know. So I made the decision. It was like, this is going to kill the songs. We've got to deliver this to nuclear fucking blast, for fuck's sake. Yeah. You know? And it's a fucking massive deal. Not in terms of finance, but it's a massive fucking deal in terms of, fuck me, nuclear blast, holy shit. And John Sazula had worked bloody hard to get that deal. Oh. And there was no way I was going to deliver a substandard album for some record company as important as Nuclear Blast to turn around and go, this is shit. Do it again.
And that was 2017, right? And your manager, I mean, Eric had passed away that same year. You were dealing with all this was going on.
Fucking hell. I mean, you know, Eric didn't have anything to do with the Venom Inc. stuff. But I remember receiving that phone call, when it was a Skype call, when Eric called me. And he told me what was going on. I was just like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And it was just a matter of months after that, he was gone. You know, I was just like, fuck. And do you know what it is? Me and Eric had a great relationship. Really, really, yes, we know there was, but like I've said, we had that long conversation where we opened the graves and fucking, cleaned them out. And I don't know, it was, there's sometimes where, I think to myself, like, how would be nice to just fucking give Eric a call, And, I've spoke to his brother a few times, obviously. I'm still in touch with Jed. But, there was never anything malicious on that point. There was mistakes. Yes, there was mistakes. We know there was mistakes. There was silly things that shouldn't have happened. But I don't believe any of it was just. If there was anything malicious, it certainly wasn't Eric that did it. Somebody else was making the bullets, and he purely pulled the trigger. But sad situation. But comes to everyone, I suppose.
Definitely. And we talked to Abaddon, you talk about him being, and then obviously the guy you hired, me and Ed know very well. I used to book his band when he was in high school. Actually, that was Jeremiah Kling.
Oh yeah,
he's a Tampa guy. We've known him for over 20 years. And for you, that was so how was that having him in the band? How did that change things for Venom Inc?
It changed the dynamic massively. I can remember, just hearing the songs played the way they were on the record, and like, fucking hell, yeah, great. And then we could play even more stuff. And he's, Jeremy is he's a professional. He's, it's like, well, look what he's doing now. He's fucking overkill. It's like, if he's offered the chance to do something, he'll go full tilt. That's what I will say about him. He'll put everything into it. And I think he was a great addition to it. And God, every now and again there's issues with personality wise and stuff like that. But even issues personality wise, I mean Jeremy always, you can ask Jeremy the next time you see him. We probably always just stuck together, It was, and I'm still in touch with Jeremy. I've got no beef with him.
And I wanted to ask you, Jeff. I mean, I know, was it off the Ave tour, off the Ave album that you guys toured with Necrophagia? Because I know you guys shared a bus with them.
Yeah, I can vividly remember turning up and seeing little Killjoy standing outside the bus, and they say never judge a book by its cover, and I was kind of guilty of that at that point. I just thought, oh, he just looks like a boatload of fucking trouble, this little guy. And do you know what it is? Me and Killjoy, we gelled immediately. I don't know what it was. There was just some kindred connection there from the word go. And I've got a great photograph of me and him at the Alamo, and there was a movie theater across the road, and there was I think it was a predator. They had a big statue of a predator, so we got a photograph and we were sort of hugging each other in front of this predator. Oh, what a lovely guy! And you know what it is? We talked about doing a song together, and the song we chose was "Unholy" by Kiss.
Ah, there you go.
And I've actually got the guitars and the bass and the drums programmed on my computer right now, and that's one of the songs I'm going to cover. I'm going to sing it, and it's all for him. It's all for Killjoy.
You do have a good Killjoy story too. Yeah, a toothpaste story.
He was full of these things. I mean, God, he made me laugh so much. He came on the bus, right, and he had this toothpaste, and he was like, "Man, this toothpaste tastes like shit." And it was like, what the fuck's going on? He said, I went into the mall to buy some toothpaste, and he says, I seen this stuff, like this organic toothpaste. And all that. I went, right, okay then, I'm all for that. We'll get some organic toothpaste. He says, but fuck me, it's fucking horrible. And it was brown and it was like, it was all over his mouth. It was fucking dog toothpaste. It was for your pet dog. I was like, so immediately, I went out to the next mall and I bought him a collar and a soft toy and put it in his bunk. Right, and from that moment on, he was never allowed on the furniture in the bus. When we seen him on the couch, it was like, "Hey, get off the couch, get back on the floor."
And you guys were sharing a bus with them, right? How that's got to be a challenge always because you're sharing a bus with people you don't know. They're in your living, and you're like you said, you're antisocial, right? So it's kind of like, or you're not the big party animal. How that has to be a difficult thing when you first start riding with a new band.
Oh yeah, I mean we were lucky with the Necrophagia because I mean Steve, the guitarist, I got on so well with him. His girlfriend was playing bass at the time, and the drummer Sean. They were just lovely, lovely people, and we got along so well. There was no issues. Killjoy could get a little raucous, can we say? He liked to drink. His lifestyle wasn't the choices he made on his lifestyle weren't the best, food and drink wise. And he smoked like a trooper. And I remember, I think we toured with him twice, didn't we? And anyway, there was one time I had come off cigarettes, but I had a vape. And I would sit there with the vape. And Steve, the guitarist, he had a vape as well. But Killjoy was constantly throwing cigarettes at me when I was on the other sofa. He's going, "Come to the dark side. We miss you. Come to the dark side." There was just cigarettes littered all over the place. He's just throwing these cigarettes at me. But no, it was great. There was no issues. I remember there was one night where I don't know what had happened. I think something had happened on stage where he was in a foul mood, and he had a little bit of a tantrum, and I just remember just standing in front of him going, "Hey, calm down, boy." And he was like, "Oh man, I'm sorry," and he gave me a big hug. I was like, "Oh, fucking hell!" And he found out that I did martial arts as well at one point, so he wanted to fight.
They always do. Do you remember the last time you talked to Killjoy?
The last time I talked to him, he actually came down with his girlfriend to see us on one of the tours. And even then, it was after we'd played with them. And even then, me and him were just by ourselves. And when his girlfriend was there as well. And he went, "I love Venom." He says, "But I just came to see you, guy. I love you." And all that, And his girlfriend standing in the background going, "Yeah, he loves you." And I'm like,
awesome.
Oh, it was great. And I tell you, I saved it. I've still got it somewhere. Before he passed away, he just sent me a random SMS message, a random text message, and all it said was, "Love your guts." And that was it, because
definitely necrophagia related.
Yeah, I mean, he brought the most awful B-movie horror movies onto the bus.
Because they were all their own videos were like that.
Oh Jesus, man! He brought all this stuff on. He was all these DVDs. He was going, "Jeff, this is a classic, man. You gotta watch this." And I'm sitting there going, "This is fucking terrible." He's just like, "No, watch this part. Watch this part."
3-hour dismemberment videos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like fucking watching an autopsy.
Yes.
Oh man, so yeah, that was 2017. Obviously, 2018, April 30th was the day, right? That changed everything for you.
Yeah, that changed everything. I mean, on the American tour previous to that, we did 30 shows and we didn't have a day off. We were on the bus constantly, just traveling gig to gig to gig to gig. And every single night I went on stage, I was getting chest pains. As soon as the house lights went down and the adrenaline kicked in, I was like, fuck. And then, going on stage for about the first 2 to 3 songs, I was in fucking agony. And I was blaming it on indigestion. And so I was drinking this indigestion stuff before I went on stage. I was drinking it when I came off stage. And I think at the back of my mind, I probably knew there was a problem, but I was in denial, if you like. And then we went to Singapore, Thailand, Japan, and Australia, New Zealand, Tasmania, and then into Europe. And that was 7.5 weeks. And that's when we got the news about Killjoy. After that, came home. And I remember on the Sunday evening, I was standing in the garden because I had done a little bit of work in the garden, and I was just looking and saying, "Oh, yeah, it's really nice." Went in, and on the Monday, we had a meeting with John Zazula, like a Zoom call, because John was going to take a back seat. His health wasn't good, so he was going to take a back seat. He was still going to be there to oversee things, but he had another manager in mind for us. And during the course of that, I was like, I'm going to go. Okay, so I'll see you guys later. And I just come off. And Anita had to go for some medication at the pharmacy. Now, during the course of all that European tour and the Australian tour, I'd been getting the chest pains again. And it was starting to get worse. And then all of a sudden it all subsided and it just went away. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck was all that about?
Was that in Germany where you actually fell to your knees in pain?
Oh, yeah. We came back from America. After the American tour, we flew straight to Germany to do a festival. And I was behind the stack. And the intro tape went, the house lights went down, crowd was like that. And I just went, boom, just dropped to my knees with my guitar around my neck. The pain was fucking unearthly. And we went on, did the show, come off. I don't want any medals for this. I don't want anybody going, yeah, what a fucking metal warrior. No, what a stupid bastard I was for not getting checked out. That was what I was.
And for people who don't realize, you're fucking top of health, right? You eat well, you're training, you have a healthy lifestyle.
Absolutely. I mean, I did smoke a little bit, just cigarettes, nothing else. Then I vaped for a while. But I was always a guilty smoker. I knew it was bad for me, but I just enjoyed it. That was my thing after a gig. After a gig, I would have a tall glass of Coca-Cola with ice and a cigarette. And that was me relaxing. And then I would have my protein drinks and fucking my healthy meal. And then I was straight in the bunk to go to bed. No, lifestyle-wise, I've trained since I was 10-year-old. I became a professional martial arts instructor. I was a personal trainer. I trained British champions in the kickboxing ring. I trained 2 guys who went semi-professional in cage fighting. We did all of that, constantly fit. And because I was the instructor at the gym, I was the sort of chief instructor at the gym, I felt it my duty to set an example. So, I didn't want anybody to be able to keep up with me. It was like, the instructor, because that was the way my instructors were. I looked up to my instructors, taekwondo, aikido, karate. No, I mean, after the second heart attack, the first one was fucking hell. But the cardiologist basically told me, you could train 24/7. You could go vegan. Unfortunately, you are predisposed to manufacturing high levels of LDL cholesterol. And that is what blocked the arteries. The first time round, one of the arteries was actually calcified and it wasn't even moving. The inlet wasn't even moving. One of them was struggling like fuck. So that's where the double bypass is. I've now got 2 stents on the other side as well because of the second heart attack. But it's family history. My father, my grandfather. So, I when I did the Resurrected video, at the beginning of the video, I say, anybody who's having any problems, any chest pains, anything, don't do what I did and ignore it. I kind of come from that generation where I'm okay. Don't worry about me. Yeah, I'm okay. But your legs just fell off. I've got another one. I'll hop. Don't worry about it.
Put some dirt on it and rub it off. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that kind of thing,
And you actually, your first heart attack, you actually had a second heart attack on the way to because you went to 2 different hospitals on the first one, right? Yes. And you started having a second heart attack on the second hospital trip.
It was the morning that I was getting transferred from. I was taken immediately to cardiac intensive care into theatre, which I can't remember much about. And that's where they tried to introduce stents on the first heart attack, but they just couldn't get the stents in. It was calcified. It was fucked. And then they stabilized me. They had everything under control, but I had to wait for an opening slot to go to Lisbon to have the double bypass. Because it was a huge cardiac hospital that I went to. So this morning I was going to be transferred to a hospital which was nearer home, so Anita could come and visit me because she doesn't drive, but she could get there to this other one. And that was cardiac intensive care as well. I mean, I was literally bedridden for 3 weeks and just kept alive on machines and medication. And I'm, when I say that, I'm not over dramatizing it. That's what happened. That was basically it. I lost 7 kilos in muscle mass in just under 4 weeks. The first time I stepped out of bed, I virtually collapsed. I couldn't support my own weight. Prior to that, I had been training like a maniac, and the weird thing was I never experienced a chest pain when I was training. But if I walked to the local cafe in the village, which is up a slight incline, I would get to the top and I would be in agony. I mean, Anita witnessed the whole thing. When I left the Zoom meeting, I wasn't feeling too good. So we got in the car and I managed to drive the car down to the pharmacy. And I said, I'm just going to wait here. I don't feel good. I said, when you're in there, get me some Gaviscon, this indigestion stuff. So within 5 minutes, I was screaming like a fucking little girl. The pain was unbelievable. I mean, it was the whole thing, the crushing chest, through the back, up the neck, into the jaw. Felt like somebody was trying to tear my head off, all the way down the left arm, the fucking pins and needles in the hands, the whole thing. The pharmacist ran up to the car and got me out of the car. I was covered in this fucking Gaviscon stuff because I was trying to drink it, but it was just squirting all over me. He got me down to the pharmacy, sat me down and gave me a glass of water. And he went, we need an ambulance, this man's having a heart attack. And when he said that, I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. I knew what was going on. In my heart of hearts, I knew what was happening, but I was still denying it. I was like, this is not happening. Ambulance came, they took me into the ambulance. There was 2 paramedics. They then decided that they weren't equipped enough to deal with this situation. It was too severe, so they had to call a doctor. And luckily enough, there was a doctor just across the road in his car doing a house call. And he came straight across with his nurse, and that guy saved my life. Because
they used paddles on you too, right? Adrenaline and all that.
They did the whole thing. I mean, I remember, I'll do it in front of you now, because if you're my girlfriend, you're Anita there. I was like this in the ambulance. I'm lying down. They'd sort of stabilised stuff. They put all the nitrates under my tongue and everything. And it was then that the doctor said, look, it's not your stomach, it's your heart. We're having a problem here. You're having a heart attack. And obviously when you hear that, you go into panic mode. So he's trying to calm me down. And Anita came to the side door of the ambulance, which was open. And she said, how are you doing? Do you feel better? Are you okay? And I looked at her. I can remember this part. I looked at her and I went, actually, the pain's gone. Boom. And that was it. I was dead. I said that to her. My head slumped back. 2 Portuguese women grabbed her and dragged her away from the ambulance. She was screaming by all accounts. The doctor kicked the door shut, kicked the sliding door shut. And Anita said she was just held by these 2 women while she was watching the ambulance just rocking backwards and forwards. Obviously, he's fucking giving it all this. When they got me back and I woke up, I came round. I'm like, and I grabbed the first thing I seen, which was the doctor. And he was like, no, calm. You died. And I'm like, don't let me fucking die. And I've got a hold of him, So he's trying to get me off, and I'm like, he's calming me down. And then I said, I'm cold. I was freezing cold. So they put one of these space blankets around me. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, fuck, this pain in my side. I was like, what the fuck is that? I put my hand down. It was just covered in blood. And they had just put a cannula through my fucking ribcage and shot adrenaline in.
Damn.
And then they did the fucking shocks, everything. I mean, they just fucking did it, everything they could. And then the blue lights went on and it was straight down to the fucking hospital. When Anita got to the hospital, there was no record of me being there. They had rushed me straight into theatre. You know, they didn't even register me because she got to the reception and went, my boyfriend's here, his name's Jeffrey Dunn, and they were going through the records going, I'm sorry, there's nobody here by that name. Of course, she thought, he's gone, he's dead, you know. And it was 4 hours later that the doctor came out and he said, we've stabilised him, he's okay. He says, but, you know, tell him he's the luckiest man on the planet today, you know. And it was from there I was then taken and looked after in hospital. All the weird stuff, you know, like I've done so much research on life, death experience now, and I've spoke to so many people. Everybody's experience that I've spoke to or watched or seen has been different. And the weird stuff for me happened after, when I came round. You know, I said to Anita, I says, fuck it, I was screaming, and I could hear my voice, my angry voice going, fight, don't you fucking give up. Keep fighting this, you fucking idiots. Come on. And she said, there was none of that. You didn't say anything. I was like, what? But I vividly heard that. I was like, eh? And then at the point where I said I was cold, I looked at my hands. And the only way I can describe it is, you know, when you see these photographs which claim to catch a person's aura and you see this glow around them.
Yeah.
That's what I seen. I was looking at my hands in the ambulance like this, and all the way in between my fingers there was just this glow. All the way up my arms and everything. I'm like, what the fuck, And then I looked down into my lap, and all I could see was like a vortex, which was doing this. And it was spinning and spinning and spinning, and then it got faster and faster and faster, and just like water going down a hole, it just went, and it was gone. I was like, what? And then there was other thing. All of this was seconds for me. It was seconds. It was just boom, 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 boom. Everything was happening. It was a full day.
That's insane. And when you wake up, I mean, how much of a mind blower is that? When you start really, like, when you're not even like, when you start really realizing what happened, is that just?
Oh, I'd fucking hell. I can't even begin to describe it. It's, you know, I mean, I've said to Anita a few times, you know, I've said, I really need to fucking talk to some professional or somebody who knows a lot about, like I say, I've watched a lot of stuff about this. And some of the stories that you see are fucking incredible. Some of them you would think, nah, fuck off, you're making that up. But I've seen one, and it was a female professor, a doctor, and she died. She was gone for 20 minutes and she came back. And the things that happened when she was gone, she actually drew a diagram of where she was, where her bag was, where her coat was, who was administering CPR, and marked X's where everybody was standing and named them because they were all her friends. And she was dead. She said, I was sitting up somewhere and I was watching this going on. I seen everything.
And she was accurate?
Yeah, accurate to everything. All her friends were medical personnel. Wow. All her friends, they were on a canoeing trip, and she got dragged under into the rapids, and she broke practically every bone in her fucking body. And then she was found upstream, and she was dead. So they ran over, CPR, all this kind of stuff, and she drew this picture. And she said when she was away, when she was gone, the only thing she can remember is this voice telling her about her son, and she was going to lose him. And her son died.
Ah, shit. Yeah.
You know? There's definitely, you know, like I say, no religion at all. It's like, fuck off. I don't believe all that crap, right? You know, when some idiot does push the button and the world goes fucking nuclear and the human race is wiped out, And then in thousands of years' time, when the amoebas crawl back out of the swamp and we develop legs and consciousness and all this, and the human race starts again, maybe, we don't know. But then give it another few hundred years so it's developed, and maybe one day there's an archaeological dig and somebody's digging and they find a book and they go, in this world, this new world, there's no religion because nobody knows about it. It's all gone. It's all been nuked, right? But in the future, somebody pulls this book out and goes, my God, there was a person, oh, Jesus, his name, Harry Potter. There you go. There's your new fucking Bible. Fucking hell, man. But there is something. There is some. I've seen a really interesting thing. I know we're getting off the subject of Venom and music, but I've seen a really interesting thing where it was like, okay, close your mouth, close your eyes. Now, in your head, just say the word happiness. Right. Okay. And then this person said, right, who said that? Did you hear it? Yeah. Mm-hmm. It had a voice. Mm-hmm. Who said it? That was your consciousness speaking to you. That, technically, I suppose, could be what we term as our soul, our spirit. There's something. There's definitely something. You know, there's I don't know, this, and at the minute, there's too much going on this planet to deny anything like that. And then me having that experience and then coming back, and even now, it's nearly 7 years. I still think, what am I here for? I've been put back here for something. I don't believe in this coincidence stuff. There's something going on. There's, and you know, as I've been writing the book, there's a roadmap of events and names which lead to this, to lead to that, to lead to that, to lead to that. This person comes back into the story, introduces you to that person. It's like there's so many things, you know, and it's like, yeah, people can say like, oh well, you know, there's a coincidence that you did this, a coincidence that you did that, but I don't know. Maybe I'm getting a bit wacky in my old age, but you know, having had this death experience, I can't say to anybody, oh, don't worry about it, you know, you move on, you do this, because that's why I wrote the song There's Only Black, because that's what happened to me. You know, no conversations with your God or the devil.
I was going to say that.
You know, it was like, it was lights.
You guys had a different title for that record, didn't you, at first?
There was another idea for it, yeah, and then I sort of wrote There's Only Black, and it was that was it. But you know,
when this happens to you, Jeff,
what was that?
No. I was going to say, when this happens to you, so I heard that KK reached out to you, right? Which is obviously, it goes back to the beginning of the interview, which is one of your obviously major idols in life. But KK even reached out to you during this. Like, it was, you know, however, I mean, you know, how wild is that? And for you, do you know, when you do you have a whole different reflection on life when you get out of this? Like, okay, like, because I know, you did, like, I think it was like 10 weeks later, you're doing a festival or a tour. You're back on stage 10 weeks later after this heart attack and stuff. But do you have a different mindset now? Like, I'm not going to deal with this anymore. I'm going to appreciate life more. Like, I'm going to, you know, we all, you know, it's like they say, people have a whole different outlook when it comes time where you get to that, you face that thing, you know, like people start praying when they, you know, and all these kind of things. But for you, what was the big thing change for you mentally?
What I can say is, wherever I was for that 5 minutes, wherever my spirit was, or whatever my consciousness, or whatever you want to call it, or the essence of me, because we are just meat bags. That's it. And we've got no control over this meat bag. If there's a cancer growing there, you can't will it. You know, it's like, that's all we are, which is fucking specks of dust getting driven about by whatever's in here. You know, whatever your consciousness is, whatever it makes you. But whatever me is, when I was away, something definitely didn't come back, because I don't feel the same. I don't actually feel the same person. I know what I don't have anymore, and that's tolerance. I have absolutely no tolerance for fuck all now, you know.
Now,
And
do
you
you
would
hear
have
from?
thought, what?
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
You would have thought, you know, you would come back, you know, from an experience like that, you would come back and go, right, that's so fucking hell, time to chill out and all that kind of stuff. And yes, I do. I try to, but you know, I've always said the thing about me, and I suppose it's with the martial arts discipline and all that kind of stuff. My father was a very disciplined person. I've always said I've got the longest fuse in the world. But I also know that once that fuse burns out, things end. That's it. Done. There's no coming back. It's like the Venom Inc. situation now. That bridge is burnt to the ground. It's
Now,
fucking incinerated. It's swept up, stuck in a fucking box, and buried. That's it. Done.
yeah, I was going to ask you, and actually, one more thing. Before we get to that, did you hear from Conrad during when this happened, your heart attack? Do you hear from Abaddon? Do you get messages from these guys?
No, we've never sort of, you know, Abaddon went through the cancer thing, and yes, I have spoke to him since, you know, since all that. Like, he's in remission, but it's the type of cancer that could come back. But no, and that's another thing that saddens me. And I know for a fact somewhere down the line I can't. I don't know. I'm going to be having a conversation with his brother shortly, but him and his brother don't speak anymore. But you know, we all kind of know that there's been something going on with him. And that's the sad thing for me. And, you know, before any fucking keyboard warrior gets a fucking... Get out of your mum's basement. It's like, no, I'm not fucking crying about things. And I'm not fucking bitter about things. Oh, fucking low battery again. I'm sorry about this, guys.
That's okay.
This
No, we
thing.
could. No, it's totally cool, man.
But, you know, like I say, I'm not whinging about this. I'm not crying about it. I'm not bitter about it or anything like that. But it is very sad to think that, you know, we can't talk to each other for whatever fucking reasons. You know, it's like, it's fucking stupid. And I've always said, for whatever reason, but a band can be the biggest destroyer of friendships on the planet. You know, I mean, when you consider that, you know, a marriage between a man and a woman has a hard time surviving, you know, you put fucking 3 or 4 or 5 egos in the same room and tell them all to get along with each other, then, you know, you're going to run into problems somewhere along the line. And if you don't, you're very lucky. And that gets back to the fucking Geddy Lee selfie that I saw.
Yeah.
You know, and fucking, it's like seeing those 3 guys together and you look and go, wow, I'm jealous of that. You know, and I am. I'm not going to fucking sugarcoat it or anything like that. And I think I deserve to be like this. I'm fucking 63-year-old, and if I can't say what I think now, then what the fuck am I doing here? You know? And it's like I should be able to talk about what I want to talk about. And, you know, as I've said before, every single personnel in Venom, you know, they could all fucking look at each other and go, well, you did this, I had this problem with you, I had this problem with you. I'd be standing on the fucking outside. Because I'd just walk in and go, right, what was your problem with me? That's a bit fucking quiet, isn't it? Mm-hmm.
And is that what gets you to where, like, you know, you had your second heart attack on April 17th, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
Is that when you decide to, like, you know, with Venom Inc. and stuff, which I thought you guys were a killer band. You know, we played with you guys years ago. You know, I thought you and Tony did a great job with it. But is that, you know, you did a 5.5 week South American tour, and I think, you know, with Venom Inc. And is that, I heard that when you did that tour, you're like, I just can't do this anymore. Like, this is too much at a time.
Yeah, that was a task. That was too much. It really was for me. I mean, 5.5 weeks, we did 33 flights. You know, and sometimes it's 2 flights in one day, then straight to the venue for a fucking gig. You know, and I was in pain on that tour as well. You know, we're traveling on these rough roads in fucking vans and stuff like that. There was nothing luxurious about it. You know, I mean, if I was in the position of Metallica and I was on fucking private jets all over the world and fucking, you know,
Yeah.
fucking grounded in a hotel somewhere beautiful and all this with my family surrounding me and all that kind of stuff, then yeah, you know, and those guys, they deserve it. They've worked for it. You know, I'm not saying anything against that. And even James, when he came to see us, you know, he was like, "Man, you're still doing it the hard way." You know, I was like, "Yep, we're still in the back of the bus, yeah." And he was like, "Yeah, well, lucky we fly," and all that, you know. And we had the conversation, and it was like, and if it was that way, then maybe I could handle it a bit better. But you know, my thought was 2 heart attacks, and my cardiologist has said to me, you know, for your age and for your condition, and for having 2 heart attacks, you're doing okay. You know, you're not perfect. You know, things aren't working perfectly. One side of the heart is still weaker than the other, but you're doing okay. What he did say was, I have to avoid stressful situations. Traveling is like it's a bitch, you know. And I just said, there's no way I can run through an airport for a fucking flight if the first flight's delayed, or getting a connection here to here, sleep in the airport overnight, and then getting the next fucking. No, you wouldn't believe some of the stuff that we've done, you know. And yeah, it's great when you're in your 20s and stuff like that, and it's a big adventure and it's funny and it's all rock and roll. But you know, when you get to my age, it's a bit like, oh fucking hell, I can't be fucking bothered with this. Do I miss playing live? Yes, absolutely. I miss playing live. I miss the interaction with the audience, everything like that. I really do. But no, it's that 5.5 weeks was like, oh wow, that was brutal. That was hard, you know. Whereas you know, you would have probably just brushed it off. You know, you would have done it. You would have went, well, that was hard, but you know, next. But
When do you
it
decide that it's done? Like, when are you like, you know, obviously Venom Inc, you guys, when do you personally, or are you just sitting there one day, you're just like, I can't do this anymore. It kind of goes back to the, you know, the 85, right? You know, where you're just like,
yeah.
just can't do it anymore. When do you kind of get that in your head?
Well, when I actually left Venom Inc.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can tell you now that the last fucking conversation that I had with Dolan was March the 26th. That was nearly a month before I had the heart attack. I did not receive one single phone call after that. I got the occasional text saying, how are you doing? But he never called me. And you know what it is? I was in a bad way after that heart attack, after the second one. Mentally, I was worse than the first one. I didn't come into this studio for months. When I came in, my guitars there was rust all over them. It was fucking, I had to repair everything. You know, on that March the 26th conversation, we discussed me returning just for the festivals. I says, look, you know, you can probably do 2 weeks or something like that. But even then, that was getting a stretch because Anita, she had been misdiagnosed with cancer, and that went on for fucking months. That destroyed us. You know, she got 4 daughters that she had to call in England, one after the other. I mean, it was a complete fucking crying festival. You know, I'm sitting on the sofa beside her, you know, and you know, nobody knows what we had went through there. And then obviously I'll have the fucking second heart attack. We had, on that March 26th conversation, we discussed me returning for a show on May the 18th, I think it was, in Belgium, which was going to be a festival. I had done my last 2 shows and then bowed out of the second leg of the American tour. And I just wanted to get back to Anita because she'd just had the diagnosis. As I said, there's no way I'm leaving her with a diagnosis like that. I don't know what the fuck's going to happen, right? Thankfully, that diagnosis has been overturned, but she's still going through medical investigation because there's still something wrong that they can't find. Now she's got an emergency MRI scan coming up because we've just had another hospital appointment on Thursday where the gastroenterologist has turned around and said, right, we need an MRI, and this will tell us definitively if it is a cancerous thing. We need to know. I don't think it is personally, but we need to know. So we're still not out of the woods, you know. I mean, I've seen her sitting on the sofa. The last 2 days, she's been sitting on the sofa, literally crying in pain with her back.
Sorry to hear that.
So
It's awful.
we've got there's a lot of stuff like that going on, and then me having the second heart attack, it affected her as well. That was April 17th. That needed surgical intervention. I had 2 stents put in. Then I've got a 2 to 3 week recovery after that. I was in pain all the time. I was like, fucking hell. And it was just like, when the fuck is this going to end? And
That's
I
what I
remember,
thought. When I saw you had the second heart attack, I have to admit, I was like, man, that has to, you finally get past the one, right? And then boom,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like,
It just came out of the blue as well. I was in the garden. Bang, it just fucking happened. And there was 2, the next thing I knew, there was 2 ambulances at the door.
man.
But no, I mean, we had that conversation on March the 26th, and then there was nothing after that. I didn't get a phone call. And like I say, I was in a fucking bad way. And maybe, just maybe, all I wanted to do was pour my heart out to my best friend. And I never got that fucking opportunity, as far as I'm concerned. And do you know what it is? I couldn't talk to Anita about it because it scared her. It scared the shit out of her. Because
She was there when the first one happened to you and was,
Yeah. I mean, she was there when the second one happened as well. And, it's fucking terrifying. It must be, But no, there was just so much stuff went on, which is, it's got to come out. I mean, all this fucking proclaiming, he's my best friend, he's my brother, is that, the door's always open. And then I see a private message between him and a person that I know as well. Oh, Mantas just stabbed me in the back. Right now. Can you help me understand that? How I stabbed you in the back? What? By having 2 heart attacks and fucking the plans up for touring? I'm so fucking sorry. This really has fucking angered me. Really fucking angered me. And if anybody thinks I'm going to sit back now at my age and just take all that and watch what's going on, no. Open your mouth once more and the fucking world's coming down on your shoulders. I've just had enough. I've had enough. There was this gig that they did in Newcastle, in my hometown, where I formed the band. I found out about that on a poster on Facebook. I wasn't even told. Right? I wasn't even fucking told. So I let that go. I let it go. I got the message about the American tour. I looked at the dates and thought, for a fact there's no way I can do all those fucking dates. I sent a message back, can we talk about this? Never heard. That was October the 3rd. Never heard a fucking thing back. Not once. And I said, can we talk about this? Let me know when you're free. Because he's always at work or he's always doing something. He doesn't answer the phone. So I was like, just let me know. If you say you've got it, I didn't say this in the message, but if he had said, right, I've got Tuesday, I've got 30 minutes. Perfect. That's all I need. That's all the time I need. Right? My idea was going to be, okay, then I'll fly to Newcastle. I can see my daughter. I can see my grandkids. I can see a few friends. I'll play the show. On that show, at the end of it, I'll say, thank you, Newcastle. This is where it started. And for me, this is where it ends. I now hand the reins over. And fucking, I can't do any more. But thank you so much for 40-odd incredible fucking years. No. Next thing I knew, they're promoting the show. I'm like, right, okay. So I decided, that's it. I make the statement, I leave. And then the week later, after that, there's all these fucking interviews just go straight up, like damage limitation. That's what I call them, not fucking interviews. And then I put the Losing My Faith, the first clip of the video up. That night when that video went off, he unfriended and blocked me on fucking everything. And Anita and her daughter. And that is the truth. Now, please help me understand why. Let me know why. As long as I have breath left in me on this planet, I will never speak to him again. Never. Because as much as I loved that guy, and I loved that guy like a fucking brother. I really loved that guy. And then this, right, okay, you think you're Venom, go out there and fucking do it. And I said in a statement the other night, go and play every arena that you want to, or you can go and play every fucking toilet that you want to. I don't care. Leave me out of it. I'm done. I'm fucking done with it. You know, and it was all that. And do you know what it is? If I want to be really fucking pedantic about it, it's like, yeah, get yourself out there. Because another thing that was said, well, you know, it doesn't matter who plays the songs because, you know, everybody wants to hear those great songs. Well, I tell you what, Bob, the butcher down the fucking high street, he's got a drum kit. He loves Venom. And Mikey, the mechanic who works around the corner, he's got a guitar. He's just learned to play Welcome to Hell. We'll get them on fucking Vakken, book them a fucking tour. Doesn't matter who plays the songs, does it? Now, I'm not like that. It was just like, you know, I understand all that, and I understand the fact of, like, you know, this is everybody's music now. Yes, I wrote those songs, but I can honestly say it, right? Okay, then, that has been my gift to the fucking music world. Those songs, they might have dive bombed and failed miserably. They didn't. People love those fucking songs. Oh. So every night, it doesn't matter which version of Venom you've got out there, or how many fucking tribute bands to Venom there are, or what. There was a great one in Holland called The GIF. They were a great tribute band, right? So it doesn't matter who they are. You're all playing songs that I wrote 40 years ago. There you go. It's like, fucking hell. You know, and as the founder member, sometimes you sit there and you go, what have I done wrong? Really, really, honestly, true. Bottom line, what have I done wrong? You know, it was like, and I have to say, during the course of Venom Inc, I was on the absolute brink of leaving 4 times. And it was our sound guy in the back of a taxi on the way to JFK who persuaded me to stay one time. Yeah, it's just, and then like I say, it's like, what the fuck did I do wrong in that? You know? And I mean, you know, that message I seen, Manta stabbed me in the back. I'm like, what? And I'm sorry, but the screenshot doesn't lie. There you go. And I know there'll be retaliation to this. I know there will be. I absolutely know. But it's just like, I must be stupid. I must be fucking stupid because I can't see where it was my fault. I can't see it. I even said when I bowed out after the last festival we did in Crete, I wanted to get home to see Anita. And when I bowed out there, I remember at the airport, I said to him, do the fucking American tour. Go out there and fucking do it. You know? And Mike Hickey was one of the guys I suggested. You know? And it was like, just go and fucking do it. And I've virtually given the blessing to do it. But then having a second heart attack, and I don't even get a phone call to say, how are you? And like I say, I wasn't in a position to chase after anybody to fucking talk to me, but I desperately wanted somebody to fucking talk to. Because like I say, I couldn't talk to him, and I've got no close friends here in Portugal. You know, the only guy that I did talk to was fucking my friend Gordon in England. You know, and then I searched out fucking therapy, and I actually went into therapy for it, just like this on the phone, fucking, you know. And I remember saying to the therapist one night, I says, this isn't working, and you know what it is? If this fucking happens to me again, I'm going to crawl into the bathroom, lock the fucking door, and let nature take its course. I cannot go through this again. I was at that point. I really was at that point. You know, and it just, everything was just fucking darkness. It was, you know, I just, you know, I wasn't speaking to anybody. I didn't want to go anywhere. And
you're probably getting a million questions too, right? From all the like just people like wondering what the fuck's going on and stuff like that.
Well, do you know what it is? I was getting, and the other thing was, I was getting messages from people, and the Newcastle show, they had put up, featuring special guest. And then I get all these messages going, hey, special guest, hey, we'll see you there, mate, fucking hell, be good to see you and all that. And I'm looking at these messages going, what do I do? What do I say to these people? And then I'm getting messages from America, people going, it's going to be great to see you at the venue. If I bring my Welcome to Hell, will you sign it? And I'm like, what do I do? You know, so that's when I went up and I went, look, I'm not going to be there. I've made the statement. I've left. But I understand, promoters and stuff like that. Like, it might be an oversight, but I'm still on the poster, but I'm not going to be there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, promoters always do that. They always grab the old posters and they,
Oh, yeah, they just grab. I
well,
understand that. They grab everything. And it was the same with Abaddon as well. It was exactly the same with Abaddon. They grabbed all that. And, I didn't want all that. And I was like, oh, fuck yeah, I can't be arsed with it, But my battery doesn't look very good. But
so we've had you here for a long time, and we're actually. We're definitely we're gonna play some "Losing My Faith." I do want to bring that up really fast. With that new song, man, how did that feel? You put that out, and I saw the reaction to it. You got a lot of positive reaction. Did that kind of like, getting back out there again? Did that feel good? And is there any chance you're gonna try to do? Like you talked about maybe doing one more show or something. Have you thought about doing a performance of this? They said you have 10 songs in the works now.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it. I've already had friends of mine. As soon as I put the clip of the video out and then the full video, I've had friends message me and going, "If you're taking this out live, I'm your man. I'm coming. So potentially there's a band there if I want it. So we'll see. I don't know. I really don't know. But like I say, I do miss playing live. It's it's cliched, but it is what every musician lives for at the end of the day, getting on stage in front of an audience who appreciate what you're doing. And that's the luckiest position to be in, to walk onto a stage where people have come into that hall to see you and sing along with songs you wrote. That's fucking hell. That's such a privilege, that.
Yeah, man. If someone's going to ask you, like, Jeff, how would you want to be remembered? Like, obviously you're going down in history, man. I mean, we all know this. You're on everybody's record shelves right now. I mean, you're on our posters hanging up behind us. But if you could say, if anybody said, "Hey, man, this is what Jeff, like I think of when I think of Jeff Mantas Dunn," like, what would you want people to take from that from you?
Oh, I did my best at any one point in time. And I've always said that whatever I do, I'll do my absolute best now. It might not be the best I can do in 5 minutes, but I'll do my absolute best now. And, it's just like, maybe I set a lot of people on a path, and maybe I gave some people a purpose. I don't know. But it's nice to think that you're appreciated. Let's put it that way. And that means the world. It really does.
We appreciate you, man. And for all the time you gave us today.
Do you know what it is? Quickly before I go, because this is going to die. But, it's a privilege for me to be able to do this, because without you, I wouldn't be doing this. I wouldn't be doing this interview. Without the fans, there'd be no me. There'd be no music. I could have put the first single out in League with Satan. Everybody went, "Oh, that's fucking shit," and that's it. I'm working in fucking McDonald's for the rest of my life.
Well, we appreciate
man.
you,
I'm a lucky man. Yeah, I'm a lucky man.
Dude, we can't thank you enough, man. Like I said, we've been wanting to get you on the show for a long time, and this has been excellent. And I know you do a lot of stuff before we let you go with the cats and stuff like that, man. So I know you have the track up. Where can people find anything to, all your stuff? I know you have an Instagram and your Facebook and stuff, but where would you send all the people interested?
Just go to Instagram, go to Facebook. There's the Mantas Band Camp. The single's up there. And you can buy the single, and all of that single money is going to go to help the cats and stuff. I've got a few of them, and I need to put into a neutering program. I've got 4 of the little girls there in a separate enclosure at the moment, so they need to get neutered. I've got a couple of little boys need neutering and stuff like that. But it's like, it's food, it's cat litter, it's detergent, stuff like that. Every day I spend an hour cleaning up cat shit. Because there's 30 of them, but I love them all dearly, and they're all little rescues, and without me doing it, they'd be on the streets. So I love them to bits, and it's great. I suppose as well, in a way, another cliche, it's a way to give something back.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And yeah, we're gonna play. And I promise you, Jeff, we'll definitely want to have you back on. We won't keep you for 5 hours next time, but
Oh, hey, I've enjoyed
you
it.
know,
It's been great.
but we're gonna play "Losing My Faith" here.
Excellent.
And again, Ben, I can't thank you enough, dude. I know Ed, both of us really appreciative, man, for all the time you
Thank you
gave
so
us,
much.
all the
I
music
told
you
you off
gave
how I
us.
felt. So
Yeah,
I mean,
we told you before you came on. We kissed your ass a little bit before we started recording. We have to act a little tough on the show, but no, man, we love you and appreciate you.
Thank you.
We thought Venom Inc. was great. We grew up on Venom, so everything you've done, man, we do appreciate it, and we appreciate you
Yeah.
giving us your time. And anything you ever need, Jeff, just hit us up.
Much appreciated.
Yeah.
Much love and respect, guys. Much love and respect.
And best wishes to you and Anita too, man. For all you guys
Thank
are
you.
going through. And yeah, we're gonna say goodbye to you in a minute when we hang up here. Anything else you want to say on the way out, Jeff? To anybody?
Basically, to everybody who supported me in any single way, whether it's buying a single, an album, a T-shirt, coming to see the gigs, or fucking donating to the cats. I don't know, but thank you. Thank you seems so insignificant, but like I say, without you lot, I don't exist. So thank you.
There you go. That's Jeff Mantas. We're done. We appreciate you, man, for coming on the show. We're going to play "Losing My Faith." We're going to say goodbye to Jeff here and we'll be back on the Tampa Morgue with me and Ed after this song. And you can actually find it on his Facebook page. Like I said, we'll put some links up on the descriptions and for him and everything. But Jeff, awesome, man. We appreciate you. We'll say goodbye to you in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Go. This is "Losing My Faith" from Mantas, and we'll be back after this track. And that was Mantas with "Losing My Faith." And all I can say, Ed, is wow, that was a hell of an interview, man.
long and informative and mind-blowing, and did not disappoint. I was going to say not what I expected, but that is absolutely untrue. I expected him to be very. I mean, he's got such a history. You know what do you say about that? I mean, I would. You know, when I told him my story about getting the record, which is true, that was like besides a Metallica record or something. You know, when I bought that Hello Eights and the black metal, it's true that's probably two records that led me to where I am today. Because I don't get those records, what happens? I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows? You know what I mean? I don't find Merciful Fate. I don't. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what happens. So, you know, I mean, I already knew Metallica, but who knows what that would have done? Maybe I would have.
I remember in Seaside, New Jersey, seeing "Welcome to Hell" on a display thing, and when I first walked past it, it was like one of those, double takes or triple takes.
Mm-hmm.
You're like,
Yep.
what the fuck is you just, it was one of those, like you said, you have to have. I don't know, just
Right.
something. There was something about that record, and yeah, man, I don't know.
Again, I wasn't even searching for Venom. I was purposely, the word I was told was go buy a Slayer record. And they told me Show No Mercy. I remember Show No Mercy. They didn't have it. All they had was Hello Eights. And the guy said, this is the new one from them. You'll love it. It's better. And I was like, okay. He's like, and you like Slayer? Go check this out. And we only have it in record, and it's back there in the back corner where they hide shit, because, you know what I mean? Because they didn't have, like today you walk in, there's a metal section front and center. But back in the day, it was in the dungeon. You had to go, they didn't want people to know that.
Like a Blockbuster had adult movies in the back.
Yes, exactly.
With the little doors.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, Hot Topic, you walk in and it's just it looks just like a gothic metal haven of just shit. So it's crazy, man, how times have changed. But yeah,
that was fucking five. This now will probably be the longest episode that we've ever done. I mean, that was a 5-hour interview. I mean, that is, but you know what? That was,
King
I will say,
I mean, when it's edited down, with all this, when we get all the songs in and everything, I'm pretty sure. I mean, if that beats King Fowley, I'm going to, because we were saying on there, this might actually outdo King Fowley. Could you imagine?
Lengthwise? Yeah. I mean, and Jeff, it's hard to explain how awesome he was. Like, Jeff made sure this happened. He was 100% awesome with us. I can't thank him enough. I mean, truthfully, like, what can you say? I mean,
we could have went
say there's probably not going to be some reunions going on for a while, but I will say
if his phone wasn't dying, we probably would have kept going.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of.
He said his phone. There was a lot of things going on. So, but thank you to Jeff, because that's a bucket list item I checked off.
And I will say behind the scenes a little bit, and we can we won't give up too much in, but yeah, there was a period. There was 3 different times during the interview where their phones were going, and we still made it work. And Jeff was 100% the one making it work. Like he went, like it was, it was an epic interview. I cannot thank Jeff enough. I mean, like I said, I'm kind of blown away. I didn't, we were excited about getting him on. We had no idea, how a lot of stuff, man. There's a lot of information there that I myself has not processed yet. There's a lot of just historic information, a lot of like I said to you in the beginning of the show many hours ago, that there's a lot of different myths of Venom. So to have Jeff clear a lot of that up with us was just great, man. And he's been through hell.
His brutal honesty on everything.
Yeah.
Like there was stuff he would say, like, this is the God's honest truth. Like he would say, like, this is the truth. Like, there's no sugarcoating any of it. Like things that happened at shows, tours. I mean, everything in his life, even
a lot of emotions too. A lot of different,
the dude's dealt with a lot of stuff, not only with his own health, his girl's health. Listen, man, hats off to that dude. Definitely. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, if this one doesn't put the Tampa Morgue on the map, I'm going to throw my microphone in the trash for Thursday's trash collection because I'm done.
It
Because I'm
was
telling
awesome,
you,
man.
if
It was
you listen to
awesome.
this, because I there's only a couple podcasts that I check out a lot. You know, obviously Joe Rogan, I listen to him a lot. And then, believe it or not, every now and then it pops up in YouTube, and I check him out because he does a really good podcast. His podcast with Glenn Benton was great. The Garza podcast, the guitar player
That's the
from
only one
Fort
I saw from
Worth.
him, but it was actually a good episode. Of course, I watched when Glenn was on there,
Well,
and it
yeah, he
was
had Travis
good.
from Cattle Decapitation, and he had the dudes from Dying Fetus. I saw that popped up, and he's had a couple other guys that I've checked out, and he's different. He's like us. He doesn't kind of ask the silly questions. He kind of asks pertinent questions. And you know, hearing the dudes from Dying Fetus, you know, obviously I know those guys from the early days. I mean, we played a show with them in Contorted, me, Pete, and I think it was Dave Sawyer. But